Yo, what is up? We have a big day apparently. We have the final London matches between EMEA and Pacific. This will prove if my picks I need America or not. And obviously the first grand finalist. I would just predict, but
and in English that would be
good luck, Vulcan.
good luck. Let's see how that's going to handle at and who's going to go to grand finals.
oh shit, there's shiz.
Vitality against the odds. 13-6. It's been a drought for Foot.
Okay. We are at London, but okay.
I don't believe in super teams. I think it's just a gimmick people used to hate watch. It's not about the stars you have. But when a team goes through rough times, that's what makes them super.
Do I believe in super teams? No, I don't think they exist. But if they do, I want the super team. Vitality are okay. They're a good team in paper. But they still didn't reach their full potential yet.
I respect Foot. They also went through rough and good times together as a team. But today it will not matter because we will be better.
Fine, now that's great damage.
People always bite off more than they can chew.
From Soft right after the timeout.
Guess I'll order pizza today.
I will always think I'm the best on the server.
Ready to fight them into the ground.
Alright, that was a little nice. But esports. Apparently grand final placement is, or not grand final. Finishing first is very important. You get a bye from the Swiss round. So EDG are already in the Swiss, or past the Swiss round. They're in the main stage.
A ticket straight to that grand final or a knock into the lower bracket gets decided by this one best of threes. Both of these rosters had downs and are now on the
They
upward
downs?
trajectory in
We
terms
can
of their
agree on
performance
that.
here in VCT EMEA. Question remains, after they won the skirmish, what would
There we go,
Foot like
Ascent
to
banned.
eliminate?
Never
Starting
mind,
off
they
with
picked it.
Reese.
Yeah, interesting here that Foot leave that pro open. A little bit of a surprise, potentially. Vitality looks extremely strong in their previous showings, getting like 10 to 2 defense halves and not being able to see much on that attack side at all. So Foot must have something prepared if they're letting that open.
I think looking at the bans here as well, right? Foot
Yeah.
banned Fracture last week, and so Vitality coming in, this has been their insta-ban. Almost opens it up for Foot there to just be able to take that freeze away. And like you mentioned, Pearl coming in, it's been left open. Vitality going to pick into that. Does feel like a little bit of a surprise. Then we have Ascent. I feel like that's no surprises there, Benny, considering how dominant Foot looks on it against Eternal Fire.
Yeah, interesting here. We get Pro Ascent and Split. I would argue maps where it might be a little bit harder for SOP to get active on that Neon. I don't think these maps in
Form's
particular
feeling better.
are the 3 maps you would pick if you're a Neon player to main. But that being said, I think Pro is a map where we expect him to do some damage. For me, it's all going to be about, can they stop this Vitality game plan, which I'm sure is going to be the same as last week with that chamber, going into those deep extremities, and dislodge Chronicle out of those extremities early.
Yeah, and let's not forget, these were the 3 maps that Foot actually played against Eternal Fire last week, and they were pushed to that 3rd map, double digits on them as well in the end. So they definitely had a week to kind of chill out and coming to this one to prepare to potentially get to that grand final spot. In comparison, you have a Vitality that have played 5 maps so far throughout this playoffs and really needed to come in prepared to this one. I think starting off with that Pearl Mini, I like that you mentioned Chronicle, especially starting on that defense for Vitality here. The chamber looked so good, able to take those deep lines, but also the micro-aggression that was coming out with Yampi on that KO.
Yeah, the players are getting comfortable on their Razor chairs, but I would like to discuss further is the
I think
comfortability
McDor's
when it comes to
shaking
how
against
the
the
first
wind.
map's going to play out, especially because we already touched upon the fact that Foot was pushed all the way to the decider in that series against Eternal Fire. Vitality has had a chance to sit back, so is a week enough time to give Foot an opportunity to improve or maybe even come up with something new?
Well, they've already been switching between ideas on Pro already. They were playing that Waylay before and then switched away from it towards a Phoenix. And that didn't work too well in the previous game. But you'd hope they go away and go back to the drawing board and figure things out. Truthfully, in this veto, we would expect Vitality to take this one. This is the map where it's not bad for Foot if they lose it in terms of the 3 maps. I would expect them to rise up more in the 2nd and 3rd. But it is going to be, what have they changed? What can they adapt to? Vitality have got a lot of footage on that defense side. Is there any weaknesses there that they can
look to exploit? Yeah, exactly. And I think as well, when I'm looking at this Pearl composition that we saw from Foot come out last time, it's not too similar to Team Liquid's, and we saw how Vitality were able to completely
Oh, we
dismantle
skipped
Team
this, I
Liquid's
forgot.
composition on Pearl last week.
We are
I'm
behind.
looking at the adjustment to see how are Foot going to be able to clear out that operator that we highlight on Belong that we're going to be expecting to see Chronicle on.
Yeah, looks fine.
It looks like the Phoenix is staying in the race, and I think this is something that we have seen from Foot, and that has worked.
Long to them for a long time. And with the trophy
Quality? Okay,
just
we're
a
all
couple
good.
of games away, potentially for one of
I
these
did wake up
teams.
behind. I have no idea what's happening.
Well, we're kicking off Pearl, Vitality's map pick with Foot on the attack side. And although the pace probably wouldn't change regardless of which side we'd see them on, Sop is going to be the one invading, taking down some utility and putting question marks at the back of Vitality's minds. But the attackers are converging in the very spot that Vitality have put numbers into. The strength about to be tested, and Durka, in fact, about to take the test to them. Off the flash, he swung in, but they dodged it. Peeking out after for the pick, and now the pressure onto the defenders, numbers falling. They had so many players here just moments ago, but a sea of red has washed them away. Sayonara's got to get out, surely.
That's the Sayonara I know. That's the Sayonara I know. I'm missing that.
Now it just seems like the flood of Foot is already going to put Sayonara out of the round. A 1v4 needed to take home this pistol. First goes his way, but it is Sop's round. A victory in the pistol. And one I think is going to be fairly important because I'll be brutally honest with you, Mitch. I thought this map was going to be banned by Foot. I didn't think they'd want to go here at all. I think it's one where they've had some pretty nasty defeats. Eternal Fire losing 13-5, and then the 2 dominant victories we saw on the other side when Vitality played it. I genuinely thought they'd avoid this map, but evidently they'd rather play it than others. So is that
How did Sayonara have a ghost?
Foot take this?
Did he not buy drone? He just went 2 shock
And if
darts?
it's close, you know, where does the margin need to be for you to believe
Guess
to
he
have
don't
the
need
game
it,
for
really.
Vitality? I think the fact they let it through, it's going to be closer than the last couple of games. I don't think they would have just not fixed any of the issues they have. Also, a lot of the pressure is off in terms of making it to those internationals. There's still a lot on the line, but yeah, I'd say if Foot win this, yeah, I think the momentum will take them through Ascent. If it's close, still a chance at 2-0.
Well, that's the thing for Vitality, and we've heard it in these pre-game interviews as well, that the hard work is done, right? The challenge is behind them for the most part. They've made it to an event when, you know, you wind back 2 weeks, it looked like they weren't even going to make it to playoffs. And even then, it wasn't by their own hand that they made it here. So those factors taken into consideration, I then start to think for Vitality,
I like
does
an
this
EF
lack of pressure
Foot
sitting
rematch.
on their shoulders mean that they'll take the foot off the gas a little bit? Obviously not intentionally,
But like,
I don't think
it's
so.
not survival
what's the
anymore.
odds EF
Now
doesn't
we
even
move
win
from
today?
can they survive to will they thrive? And I think there's a good chance.
I think a lot of teams like to tell themselves that the pressure is off so that then maybe they can believe that the pressure is
Sure,
off.
sure.
I think that for an organization, especially like Vitality, silverware holds more value than a lot of other things. Like you want to be the ones that won
that stage, and especially the stage where both Fnatic and Liquid are gone. You want to be the ones to be able to take that home. But also I think for Vitality especially, they even mentioned it, that skipping that group stage over at Masters holds a lot of value for them, more time. Whereas I think for Foot, honestly, it might be better to go into the group stage. They're a momentum-based team.
Yeah.
I think getting some confidence early might help them, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, for Foot, not really any contention in this round, and if the last victory is anything to go by, an early start for Sop is something that Vitality definitely should be worried about.
Yeah, most definitely. He seemed very confident, and you know, especially when you're looking at this map, this comp, he is going to be the one taking a lot of aggressive stances towards you in that early round. That gets worse when you think about Zeus being the one to either be there with him or get him in there with those Phoenix flashes too. So there's a lot of aggression coming your way, and probably starting in this very round where, thanks to the way that Foot got here, they've got a very healthy buy. 2 big rifles, 2 Bulldogs alongside them, and a Spectre. It's not exactly going to be an easy round for Vitality now that they've got the full buyout. And already we've seen some dangers. I think in particular that double door, Foot taking control of it, removing that trap that's usually on the close right. It's exactly what's going to happen, but it looks like Vitality were ready. The thing is, they've traded that damage onto Yumpy for the ult of Zeus.
What is
Foot are
happening?
still happy. In fact, they're coming out of that with their head held high. A trap gone and damage done.
It's a little bit of an awkward fight, though. It almost seemed like they got almost stuck on the door as they tried to re-entry. So Foot have had to slow down at least a tad. It doesn't seem like they're over-aggressing. Maybe expecting Vitality to put the pressure on them a little bit, and especially with how many rifles they come into this round with. Foot don't really need to do anything too direct.
It's a strong round start, like we said, taking out that chamber trip, fighting for control, and maybe you would have liked to really knock Durka off that angle that he's holding right now. It is still some information. It will stop over rotations, but it doesn't stop.
Let me check my man kids gonna play the game.
3 players towards B now as Foot pick up the pace on A, and yes, Chambers able to get out of there for free at least, but he's very quickly going to be challenged. In fact, towards Art, taken and cleared out. That's leaving the players on backside with a reveal ready to roll, waiting for that second tap. No, in fact, sending it early. There's one. That should be a kill, and it will be. Vitality putting themselves into the lead. Now Foot come back onto the site.
They did.
15 seconds or so to get that plant in.
They play
gotta
multiple.
start putting
Holy
it into
shit,
play.
we gotta
The
watch
spam's
this.
coming through, close, but not close enough.
He picked a slight off angle to plant, and I think that was just enough to keep him alive. Even still, Vitality have the man advantage, but this is a bonus for Foot. A lot of rifles still in play, and the time now acts as their 6th man, starting to bring things
They're
up.
2 bot lane with a silver.
And already Yetishay turning things back to an even scenario. In fact, it goes a little bit wrong for Vitality. Zeus in that back corner. He's going to finally be taken out and
Would you be
leads
down
it
to
on
watch
to
that?
one.
There's a lot.
It's
How
gonna be
many
the weaker
hours?
weapon from Crostali.
1 in 20
That time
minutes.
has been ticking a while, but not enough. Profek, he's really just going to stick this the entire way. He's going to just defuse in front of his eyes. What a way to get your first round on the board. A little bit of disrespect, and Profek not sweating at all.
Oh, that one's got a sting for Foot. They're still in the lead, and it was a strong start to this map. A great fight for them there, but knowing how close they were.
Holy shiz.
To get that one
Oh,
across the
Sir Wall.
line, to lose it in that fashion is tragic. Especially when
If
Zeus
I go
got
to the
so much
bathroom,
done.
I
They knew
don't
he was
think
in
I
this corner.
shiz in
He put
2
the
weeks,
wall
I'm gonna
up.
be
They
honest.
went in to deal with him. They sent so much utility that way, and him buying them that extra time. It put the pressure on, but in the end, the stick is what wins it out for Vitality, flipping the table.
It's just straight up disrespect, and for Foot, it's obviously a little bit frustrating because they could have won the round, but you do have to bear in mind that's their bonus. Look at the damage that's already been done to the economy of Vitality. They now come in with, well, enough credits to buy an open going into this round.
He
so
is
that
right.
kind of tells you where they're at.
Yetishay's gone down. That A-long fight, they haven't been poking that area all too much, and now finding out
Chronicle
that's
snipes it in
not
that.
just where Chronicle plays in the late game. They were able to pressure him off that angle before, but still around and still has that crucial TP. It gets him out of that second
Yeah,
fight.
he's gonna get mollied.
The molly, though, could be dangerous. He's got to move and might be in the open when the peek comes through. Zeus easily able to manipulate that frag, but with Durka now showing the shotgun up close, they've got to be very worried about this push through. Getting a plant hard, they really want to clear out that lower space, and the judge is taking them for a field day. Crostali with everything on his hands, and well, he made a damn good try.
They're broke.
But it's another round for Vitality. From a stuck defuse to now 2-2.
This is just where Durka has been so scary. Like, he talks a lot about making jokes, maybe not liking the neon.
Oh, with Pacific, I completely got spoiled on the other match.
I would say that
The Paper X KRX T1 RQ. Why not?
Especially against the judge.
T11 and Paper X1. And the lower finals are the VODAs ended.
Even with what was a bit of a vulnerable buy in the last, Dirk has bailed them out. Had some
So that's good for
games
Paper
them to
X.
qualify, and a weaker purchase now
I need
coming
Paper X for the
in,
fucking bracket to be
it's
good.
a little bit of an awkward battle again to start, but Sayonara comfortably dealing with Sop and Zeus.
Yeah, that might have been what happened last time as well. Just Durka throwing
Paper
out the
X
stun,
win,
that
my
relay
picks
ball
go to
catching
2
pretty much the
out
whole
of
team
4.
as they're trying to walk through those double doors. And now same old strat as last round. Remember, Foot, they sent Yedege creeping up on A long in the previous. He walked straight into Chronicle. Now, he sent creeping up on B long. A last-ditch attempt to take some space, and he has gotten them it. An orb is going to give them an ult on Fade, but is the Nightfall really going to change this round? Is it going to help even getting through? 2 Stingers and a Sheriff. I think we chalked this one up to a lost round already. Let's see if they've got some different ideas, though.
Yeah, with Durka so close. Unless they can get Prophet with...
We got an
pretty much
energy
nothing
drink in the
response.
freezer.
It's going to be incredibly difficult, and there you go.
Okay.
Not a bad shot.
Yeah, we got this.
The Judge is the only gun nearby.
I just grabbed, okay.
As well, so a little bit more vulnerable to those SMGs,
My last
but that
one.
only lasted a moment.
Cream
Durka's
soda.
decision is just to try and hold that space, and the lineup is going to buy additional time. The spam, though, again doing a lot of damage. They've somehow brought this back to even, but still the weaponry hasn't been retrieved. Nowhere for Crostali to go, and as always, the Sayonara shock darts are on point.
Yeah, he did remarkably well following up in the initial fight that they had towards those double doors on the stun that Durka put through. Wonderful job on the way back in. Yeah, Foot made more out of that than I thought they would.
Neon's not dead yet, bro.
Very nice opening with the...
It's not aware of the patch.
Really not nice to be on the other side of that. It was a nice opening with the Sheriff that we saw from Yedege as well. But Vitality now have the lead from 2-0 down, facing into what probably should have been a lost round. They've managed to find the lead, steal it out of the hands of Foot. But the full buy is coming back up for the attacking side, and with a Phoenix on the roster, I don't think anybody's surprised by round 6. The ult is online.
Well, same can be said for the other side. A free sniper rifle available for Chronicle will help pad their economy that little bit extra. It's also worth noting as well that versus Liquid and GX, it was 10-2 defensive halves for Vitality. Not that they struggled to close either of those games on the attack, but we just haven't seen much of what they have to offer on that side.
Well, it's been a slow game so far for Yumpy. His job has mostly been to sit around where Sayonara is right now and buy some time. But now, in goes the stun alongside the Hunter's Fury. A beautiful combination, and sending some bodies at this problem as well has given Vitality nothing but success. This is the buy round for Foot, and they've been immediately put in their place. The stun, that's come out of nowhere, just off the timing. And
who's whiffing? Profect?
Well,
You
it
suck
looked
ass.
like that should have been kills, conversions, and instead, Vitality are in a 2v2. They're on the back foot. Robin Hood's gone down as well. Chronicle, a man that's so reliable in these moments, well, he will be called on once again.
They shouldn't have had to be. They had such a huge advantage after those initial fights, and Sop, I'll say, it's a very aggressive position. A nice shot, but the second player doesn't actually swing off it. Yedege decides to go back. A rifle retrieved. And a hell of a lot for Chronicle to do now. If Yedege fights him, maybe it ends up 50-50 instead.
Why would he
looks
use
to
the
try and make it
camera?
So there isn't even really a fight to be had, forcing
Ah,
Chronicle
he
to go looking
knows.
for it, but Chronicle seems to have the right idea! They're winning rounds that really shouldn't be going their way. But hey, Vitality fans don't mind.
And he's on his feet as well, waving to the other side of the stage. This is ridiculous. I'm pretty sure he caught it the second Yedege
Look at where
went
he
to...
goes back to.
Went to check his cam or something like that. Oh, yeah, wow, yeah.
Yeah,
I
bro.
think just
Oh, that was
before
the
that, I
EMP. You
said
stuck
Yumpy's
us,
been
yeah.
having a bit of a tough game, but that round really added to the tally. I really want to see this in the replay, though. What was it? Yeah, the second he touches his cam, the millisecond.
Will not matter. His literal foot. He's aiming at the wall. You would.
And a timeout from Foot.
What did you say on that video, brother? Hello? Hello?
Oh, he's been listening. He's been listening and taking names. You love to see it.
See, the funny
Hey,
thing
we
is,
can
you
skip
see
these.
Powell with his hands together. He has got into praying because at the beginning of the year, he
I think
prayed to somehow
Heretics beat
Chronicle win
EF on the re.
So you have an 18-year-old that's able
If
to play
they play like they
3
did
roles
against
within your
Fnatic, but
team
Fnatic played like ass.
excellently. And also, it's the Viper as well, so you can kind of throw Senti in there as like a quasi role as well.
Jack of all trades and
Master of all of them.
far too many, yeah. I'm 4-2. Vitality seem to have full control over this game. Foot have been doing well when it comes to the pistols, but well, that is not going to help.
Okay.
Sayonara's there to bail them out of what looked to be a bad situation, but he has got full
Technically, I need
control.
Foot to
Both
lose
bands
because if they
on the
win
reins,
EMEA, I have to buy a
12 and
jersey.
4. He's 5-2 to Vitality as a result.
Yeah, he's playing incredibly well. I do want to say, like, there is a very real scenario where Foot are in the lead of this game. Like, you've lost a Ninja Defuse round, you've lost a round that was a 1v2 clutch, but these are sort of the things that were the gravy to the sort of excellence that we've seen with this team. Like, they're able to win absurd rounds. The problem, though, for Foot, is if they are going to compete in this map, they need to start getting onto the board. We've spoken about this Vitality defense side. 10 rounds is, well, the minimum and maximum. It's just what they've had in both games they played on this map. You can't allow them to have that.
Watch your eyes.
Oh, looks like a much more direct strategy here. Probably Nightfall going through on this A site after the reveal pops up. They don't get long to react to that with the wall in play. They've made it close. Foot, though, breaking through the walls. Always the challenge, but not for Sup. He's made it look easy against Durka, but an immediate trade doesn't make things that easy. Nightfall going to go into play, only catches one. And that leaves them then thinking about a flank. But that flank is already covered. Yedege on the wraparound. Zeus joining him. It does mean that on site they're a little bit lighter, but with Crystalli picking up Yumpy, I believe, straight through the smoke, that one should buy all the time in the world for this double flank to come through. It really looks like they've got all their win conditions ticked.
That's the thing. They like to take their time on these retakes. And so it gives an opportunity to wrap around. The Cosmic Divide, if anything, is helped out. And leaves just Chronicle stand.
Why are they throwing?
Careful, you still have got to be careful. Oh, I was getting a flashback to what is every other round we've seen so far from Vitality.
That was nearly in competition for play of the game, which is saying something.
Yeah.
Even though we're only 8 rounds in, it's been a chaotic starter. And, you know, a very aggressive invasion. This is what we talked about from Sop. He's going to be the guy that's just coming swinging at you. I do think that Zeus has been a safe pair of hands in a lot of moments there. It's just Chronicle
Nice.
able to make it look dangerous. But in the end, Foot back to winning ways. They found their third a lot later than we thought. I love that flash. It's going to buy them that first
Wow,
fight.
Sop took
Normally
damage.
you pay the price of that operator. But instead, denying it, and they get this control on B site. Now, laneway's a problem because
both
the trap's been
flashes?
broken. And they
He's
put
just
all
gone.
the pressure on Chronicle. Beautiful stuff from Foot.
Or again,
They're so weak.
Crystalli's plant position denied. Means all those smokes are faded as well, so they have to plant in safer positions that they would have liked, but they have held onto control of the elbow. Run through though, Durka only managing the first, and nobody else close enough behind to find that trade. Sop sat with the operator a little bit tagged up, so now he's using it almost as an aggressive shotgun. Instead though, things start to swing back in Vitality's favor. That clock has been ticking. Yedege turns it down to just one. Yumpy to try and find his ex-teammate waiting on the other side, and Sociable is more than ready. Foot start their climb back into the game. And more importantly, that economy now starts to dwindle.
I love what we see from them there. I'm not sure that they can have the exact read that Kron is playing.
What was
that
my
position. As
fudging
you know, it's swapped around
predictions,
a lot.
actually?
But after hearing the op, that's
I think
where
I
they start to
predicted
at least
something
grow
crazy,
suspicious.
didn't I?
And sending out a player, I believe it
That
was
could come
Yedege to the
true.
double doors. He breaks the trap. That means that as they, the trap that's in the laneway, right? So as the B site's being pushed, Kron can't fall back. He's got nowhere to go. He can run up the laneway that he knows there's someone there, or he can go to site, and, well, you saw exactly what happens when Sop runs it down on you like that. A nice crunch, a nice idea, and a great payoff for the attacking side as a result. Still that buy-up for Vitality here, though.
I want to know my EMEA bracket.
This one, and they will very much be struggling for the cash if they lose out here.
Problem is, it almost feels like Dirk has been better with the judge, especially while having that overdrive in back pocket. Means that any sort of retake won't be a problem. The fact is, though, a more direct push on the other side, but getting through here when there's a judge waiting.
For ITL in finals.
That door has been a gift and a curse, and while this time the push is cursed, an in-zone flawless, with the Yumpy being picked back up. And Vitality return like it's nothing.
Yeah, Profek peeling away from bottom of the scoreboard with that. That was a big round for him. Confidence builder as well.
Who the fudge are those people?
The triple found and the judge still dealing the damage we expected. And a great return to form.
Right foot losing to TL in the lower London match, bro.
This time Vitality looked much more around taking that
deceived
mid
us
control,
all.
having the early push on Art, and in fact that will
I knew as soon as I like made the fudging predictions and then playoffs rolled up, I was like, when I saw Camo and Wayne, I was like, what the fudge am I doing, man?
Nasty stuff for Vitality. And they are doing it against the low buy. This was a bit of a risk to it, but with the chamber, it's always worth taking that risk.
I think as well, we might have to start asking Captain Cal what's the record for most assists in a map, because I think currently Yumpy is on 16.
I want order food.
Which normally you'd look at.
Where's my phone is the question. Charging, God.
But he's had some great flashes. He's had some great nades as well, denying the plants, and it might. I was gonna say not be needed for the rest of this one, but
where's some pizza?
Yadajay trying to turn the tide, not gonna be happening. 7-4.
It's a pizza type of
5v3, they got punished for overfighting the pistols.
The room cannot be more dirty. I'm not
He's given
gonna
a chance to pull the round back, runs in and fights the pistols as quickly as possible.
There we go.
Consistency, the most important thing, evidently.
The funny thing is that flash had to be so pixel perfect because Chronicle
19
literally
minutes.
semi-caught by it. If he's even a millimeter further out, he's blind.
Nice.
That's the key to throw above and behind.
There you go, 3, 5, and 16.
Well,
His
7.
KDA is going to be crazy after this.
For God's sake.
They are so
7 on the board
dead.
already and 1 left to play for. This could be a stellar half for Team Vitality. And a lot of their last 2 rounds in the early stage has been pressured towards Art. Foot try to fix that by pressuring back, by fighting for that space and avoiding the early flash. But none of it comes their way. Because of course Vitality have gone back to the start of the game. Send Chronicle to hold that A control, get one, get out, and now Foot as they take the site, already a man down with a lot to deal with. Rotations have come through, Profek's on standby, but you're always worried about that tour de force.
Come on.
Swing from Sop. And the trade's back.
Brother, that is not what I did at all.
Done well here, and
They're
the swing
rage
from
baiting
Profek
over
is
here.
caught. Takes away the advantage that was garnered and puts it back into a much closer situation. Durka with ult online, a chance to maybe pad the space. Yumpy, this time the fragment's only going to clear out the site.
Sociable has just slipped in. Durka suspects it.
Why are you talking about Sociable slipped in?
And there it is, the punish. A 2 versus 2 time still ticking. Yumpy not yet spotted, brushing shoulders with Yedajay, but he's the one to fall. The finger guns overheated. Durka's down to 30, up against the wall. But he swings into Zeus, who's somehow unaware. The position is near perfect. He can stick this. Yedajay knows he's gonna run, and Durka tries to catch him. 3 HP is what decides the final round of the half. And it's Foot on 5. Well, former teammates now vying for a place in the final. Let's send it over to
Something here is not making sense.
TLDR on the Yumpy and Sociable lore after the replays.
What an interesting half already. Stage 1 playoffs has been full of surprises and most importantly, full of history. Today, we see that it's only fair that we talk about two players that have not only been crucial for the success of their respective teams, but also shared a 2025 full of missed opportunities. For Sociable and Yampi, almost was never enough. And this year, they are proving to be hungrier than
14,
ever,
20 minutes.
despite a path full of thorns. Sociable started his 2026 on a different team, where they soon realized that the direction they wanted to follow strived away from his expertise. But luckily for him, the most successful Turkish powerhouse was in need of a new vision, and so he was able
spot in the grand finals.
I saw someone was laying dead on the floor.
Take a day to watch the others play. 7-5 is the score. Vitality leading at the half, but now they're on the attack, or I should say, Foot are on the attack. The defense scales up with 3 players in A main early, but they have sent forces back, expecting this extra leg to the push coming through. Art now ready to pounce in a 3-man setup, and they will go swinging early. Zeus and Sup to find the double. And with the stun delaying and the spike in the open, this round may have already slipped out of Vitality's grasp.
I have the spike.
I safe to say a 2v5 feels unlikely.
I'm so excited for pizza, man. But I'm starving.
To all group up. Now they've already spotted where they are with the camp. That's why they weren't over-rotating. Don't want to give them those isolated fights.
Yeah, I watched America's the other day. I want to hear how dodges the audio is.
You really don't want to give him anything, but a plant.
I was complaining about that for so long.
Oh, what is up? What is up?
What is up? Testing. What is this comment?
Star on Profec. It's been placed up into heaven. They know they're not going to win this one on time.
Really?
No, it's going to have to be the
Yeah, you can't hear shiz, man. I was laying down. I was completely paralyzed. It's going to be silent on my phone.
And that will close out the round. Nicely done for Foot, and with the pistol under their belt here as well. I mean, we're pretty much, very much expecting to see a 7-7 scoreline. In fact, between these two teams, I kind of expect Foot to be the ones doing damage on those low buys more than the other way around.
Yeah, I will say though, it's like Foot of now, this is both pistols. They're just going to be leveling up at the half. Obviously, Vitality, when it got into the buy, definitely seemed better. But a lot of clutch rounds obviously going the way of Vitality, I feel. So still an opportunity for Foot to turn it around.
I do work tonight, but
though. That defensive side
4 hours.
sniper and the potential for aggression alongside Zeus, it's something I think that we see Eternal Fire do incredibly well. In fact, they really struggled against it. I'm hoping his defensive side sniper won't continue like that, because then we have some problems.
I'm glad you've highlighted it, Tom. Yes, a great example there. Can we get that replay slowed down? You can do some drawing over.
Just give me that one. Give me that one.
Show us the vision that you were looking to see today. But yeah, for Foot, you're right. It has been rounds here and there scattered throughout. Vitality looked better in the buy rounds, better in the brass tacks of the game. So these early starts, so valuable. Sayonara, there's one, but 56 HP.
He's going to get killed from behind.
Oh,
there we go.
I thought he'd seen Sociable, but no, only the other way around. 7-7. We are neck and neck, but you know, the other thing about Foot, Tom, when they come to this defensive side, is it's almost where I fear them the most in this matchup. Just thinking about the problems Vitality have had, this is the half where I see it having the best chance to raise its ugly head again, because Foot will put pressure on you. They will attack from the very get-go. They have variance to their pace, but their ability to, as we always say about Turkish teams, come in and just slap you one right in the jaw. It's not easy to work with. It's not easy to play around, and if they can put Vitality on the back foot, that's where we've seen them trip over.
Well, I'm hungry.
In the early stages of the season.
I do need to clean up. I'm not going to lie.
Looking to try and put that pressure on Dirk, the man who he wanted to entry. Already low, but even still, it doesn't matter. If he's not dead, if he's still standing, you have a problem. It leaves Yedege with a Spectre. He was basically hoping that this gamble stack on the B site would do enough damage. And now, well, Chronicle is just waiting for him. I don't know how, was that? It feels like it can't have been a headshot, but it did enough damage that maybe it was just through the stairs and through the wall.
Yeah, thick box. Very thick box. That's crazy. You know, you start the round out with a 140 tag on Dirk, you're probably calming that, thinking, oh, he's easy to take down now. No. Dirk is looking back like, you think that's going to help? 2 quick kills, and yeah, the trade-outs after make this an easy round for Vitality. It had so much promise for Foot right off rip. They've got the numbers in the right spot. They've got a big gun there as well. It lands the tag on the danger man. Yet Yedajay is all alone. Time's already gone. He's not getting in there, getting 3 kills and defusing, and he knows that. Instead, looks for the kills, the exits. They walk right over him on the way out. 8-7, the early half done, and despite 2 pistol rounds under their belt, and the follow-ups, Foot are trailing by 1. This coming round is where that has to change, where if Vitality win, you could definitely see them running away with the game.
Well, I want to look at Zeus as well.
I did a headshot to him, I guess.
There you go.
He was confused as well.
But I think that Zeus on the defensive side, Phoenix, I want to watch, because I think we've seen a lot of other players do it better. I think Fabian especially was phenomenal. But then again, if Sob's going to do stuff like that, I guess it doesn't matter if you have supportive utility being thrown in, because he's just wrecking people before they can even move.
I mean, Zeus is just here for the retakes, really. You know, pop a flash out the smoke and get in. It's all about Sob. Just send him around to slay everybody, evidently. Fighting for an 8th and already a man advantage. Foot making the right steps to success in the early stage. Vitality, although they're taking it slow, their game has been read now, and it will be the Phoenix ult sent through to catch these players. Nicely done by Zeus. Crystalli's there with them, and they have got Durka trapped. Although the ult fades, and Durka can flee. It's Messi from Profek! Sop cleared his head from his shoulders. That is outrageous.
Delete the agent from the game. I don't care about nerfs at this point. That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Can I get that replayed? Let's cue the replay.
It's an in-zone flawless, but honestly, I don't know if we can count that one. That is straight BS. What?
Don't care.
Don't care. Like, this was a nice shot, but I really,
Great teamwork. Who cares? Look at this. I want to see his face. I want to see his face. Oh, he's a bit more sad than I'd like.
Yeah, tell him to sit down after that.
I didn't see what happened, but I heard people scream.
Oh, trust me, Profek didn't see what happened either, so don't you worry. Sop's the only one with the vision. And
oh my God, okay.
Oh, Durka.
A little bit of revenge.
Yeah, it's nice. Good early trade to find. And actually even more valuable considering there's a rifle down now. This is a round where Vitality have weaknesses. The shotgun, the bandit as well.
I thought you were going to say because he killed Sop.
Well, that more so, actually, yeah. You can have as many rifles as you want. If Sop's still alive, the round is in jeopardy.
It's definitely better than it's gone so far. The I'll say him having a pistol is a detriment, but his assist stats are going up. His kills have not been going up for the majority of this game. He's mostly been on the setup side of things, so...
It's a very nice way of putting it, Tom.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough. The funny thing, though, is just look at the current setup. They're not even like doing a one side of the map. They're using the utility from Cypher just to basically hold B and then play it as a retake, which historically was never really the greatest way to try and play this map. B was always very difficult to retake from, but it does seem like that shift of sight has at least made things a little bit easier. And now Yedajay starts to reclaim that ground alone. Definitely a gamble if he goes a little bit too far. We've seen that in the past, but he gets the one and he leaves. Well played.
Yeah, perfect play from Yedajay. The plant, though, doesn't seem possible to deny. No, the timing good for Vitality. They get to play post-plant now with Hunter's Fury. That means you go towards long, but Zeus knows that. He's waiting for them. Baiting them in, luring them in, but the trap, it ends up sprung on him. Now Foot step forward, time ticking, and a Hunter's Fury as well as a gravitational well, or an Astra sub, sitting on the point. Now one less player to work with as well. The first tap baits out the grav well, but they need to pull the players into fights. With the Hunter's Fury, that's going to be awful difficult to do. A kill avoided for now, but the final burst has bought them so much time. It's already done. Look at that. Utility in the post plant, all Vitality needed, and 9 rounds will be found.
Yeah, I think this might actually be the perfect example of why most people don't just give up the B site completely. Yes. Because it is very, very difficult. So, nice beard. Or nice beards.
jealous now.
Yeah, where's mine? Oh, nonetheless. It's good work from Yedege, but then it's just so difficult. The second that Hunter's Fury is available as well, like, you're against the clock, and Yumpy does well to just hold on to that position, put some doubt in the minds of the remaining Foot players. Still though, economy to play with. An overdrive on either side, and so it's right back to this battle for B-Long. The flash is unreal, and because of that, they are so blind on the other side. I questioned maybe the Phoenix for him, but well, after this, I don't know if I have any questions anymore.
Well, we've had questions, right, about where that ceiling would be, and it looks like it might just be a wide open sky. For Foot, a rundown and a shutdown as Vitality looked to pick up some of the steam left behind in the previous. Yedege in there to close this out, and 9-9, we remain a close game.
I hope we have the POVs of how many people were blind there. Just look at this swing. Yeah. It's just swinging into just like everybody on the other side. I think maybe Sayonara dodged it, but then he's caught by the grab well. That's just a gorgeous setup from Foot. And this is something I speak about, that like a lot of people will look at this squad and go like, oh, they're just running down.
We'll go kill him.
They're just playing over aggressive. They're playing silly. And then you look at some of the setups that I imagine are being called like, okay, we're gonna do this round. This is how we're gonna play it. This is the flash. This is the, and that's just wonderful.
Oh. That is one of those things where it's hard, I suppose, at times to think like, how do people keep getting caught off by these Turkish teams playing aggressive? But they pick their moments, and then they come out with some setups like that. It's all about being disruptive.
The kickoff has a very different format. A lot less games, a lot less time to adapt. And as saying earlier, the only teams that have been a Stage 1 or Stage 2 champion are Liquid or Fnatic. So we will have a new champion to end this stage.
That's all coming up on Sunday night, and one of these teams will without a doubt be featured. This series decides which.
Sunday night.
The scoreline, neck and neck, fittingly.
I can't check the
move towards this B side again for Vitality, but this isn't quite the pace and take we've seen in the past. You've still
I should check the times on
the walk up. Yumpy still sat outside the A site, but eventually they will group up. Seeing no aggression, it's time to go pushing into Foot's three-man stack up.
If you notice, the popularity of the Bandit has slowly been growing.
yeah, it has been increasing.
The opportunity for those maybe slightly RNG at time headshots if you miss the first bullet, or if you're Ordaz and you get 4 kills and then miss about 10 bullets. That's not the Bandit though. Instead, the Headhunter is there to start, but Sop with a shooting gallery does miss one. The overdrive, however, gives him slightly more bullets, and Yedege has just found one through the smoke. Make that a second. In fact, he's just cleaning up. Yedege to give them the lead. 10 rounds now for Foot, and this is crunch time for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, the criticism of Foot was
I know why I tuned in.
Rounds, but now they're starting to put them up.
Vitality and Foot were still playing.
And if I'm not mistaken, the economy of Vitality should be pushed to the brink after the coming round. So it's one more chance for Vitality. A team
I don't know what map it was. Could have been a set.
You take those pistols, you run them again. They managed to find
even
one of them, and this gap is looking a lot more friendly to the French organization. But instead, the Turks take the lead. 10-9 we go, and round 20 is going to see some aggression around mid from both sides of the stage.
He's 2 minutes away. I really look so. No, that's not close. That's a car.
The way around, but Chronicle, he has a way out. He has a TP, but he's been shot straight in the head. Shut down early, but Vitality respond immediately. A 4v3 now on the cards.
Oh, that was something weird on the back of my phone.
Like they get that opening pick, and then the remainder.
Oh my gosh, he's crashing.
Just able to swing. Oh. Even still, though, again, the abandonment of this B site. Foot gambling heavily into A, and it feels like after just a moment of.
Jeez, I got nervous. I thought Jerky was on 118. I got nervous flashbacks.
There is a danger right now for just a walk up like that. Mid's completely open. The only thing to watch it is a cam around Art. But they're leaving that.
We didn't take the right way to go.
There was a gap.
He's got to go all the way around.
Where that gap is. But the lack of noise, the lack of any attempts for flanks as well, it lets them know something.
Bro,
isn't
you did
wrong.
not
Foot
deliver
has
this
some
shit.
information we can't account for, and they're just about to find out what info that is. There's the trip.
The worry for them as well is if
Wait
it
like
had
a
been
minute.
mid-push after they got those kills, they would have had no idea. Because normally they had the cam watching, but they moved it over into art. So, yeah, they left a lot to be desired after that opening failed. Again, though, happy to just play in the retake. Durka at the back of the site with a Bucky, but of course he does have his ult available. Sociable's got very far forward, though. A gap found on the other side, and now Sop using the shorty has turned it back into a winnable position. They will finish off Yumpy. A gun maybe is all that remains. One man to try and hold on is Profek, and he's not going to be able to. A 3v4 turned on its head. Well, we were building that up as like, okay, this might be very difficult for Foot. All right, they didn't look it.
It definitely looked like it should have been. A phenomenal stun coming out of Sop, though. That's really what gives Sociable the leg up in that fight. The fact that they know there's a second player there as well. And I like as well how they played after this initial mid-fight. Like I said, there was a danger there of a walk through water. There could have been a timing. But other than that, they did very well to mitigate any risks. I'm not sure what was going to happen there. But playing with the numbers towards the A site, leaving the trap on B long as well. I like that little bit of flair to it. It gave them the information to get the rotate in early. And if it wasn't for that, they might not be able to catch those players in that back site. So yeah, altogether, Foot really starting to wake up as this map comes to a close. And with this being Vitality's pick, and now a 2-round gap, and also economic pressure starting to lean on Foot, sorry, on Vitality, I'm not surprised that they've gone for a timeout on that attack side.
I think as well, one of the most fun things about this series is just those two youngsters, Sayonara and Sop. Two that came into this stage. Of course, Sop was kind of expected initially to be with the Eternal Fire roster. Sent them back into the lower bracket as he made it into that first international event. And then for Sayonara, the same. Like, came in to replace Unfake initially. Didn't look fantastic for the squad. For now, they are on their way, and will hope to be on their way to the Stage 2 finals in Barcelona as well. Of course, a big opportunity with the roadshow. Make sure to scan the QR code to get your tickets for the end of next stage.
You can be on your way to see some of these teams playing down on that stage over in Barcelona. But for now, we're talking about mounting the stage for a grand finals. One of these teams has that on their mind, and Foot seem closer to the goal. A chance to steal their opponent's map pick, and the economy, as we said, pushed to the brink for Vitality. Will this be a collapse, though, for the attacking side? Can they find their way back into this? Slow take of this space and leaving Chronicle behind, embedded in that close corner. It's a very different round. Well, not quite embedded. He's going out wide. He's looking for a pick. While the numbers seem to be moving up on A, Vitality taking a very, very slow round.
Oh, yeah, they've gotten to the point where you're expecting aggression. There have been crunches into mid. They've been deep B control, and there is once again. And while waiting patiently, Zeus. It feels like Foot have almost expected an adaptation and then they made one of their own. They're just sitting back and waiting for Vitality to make their move. 30 seconds left. And they literally haven't pushed anything. They haven't made those forward motions that they had done in the rest of the map. And it just feels like Vitality have been caught out. Now, this is an attempted ruse, and the ruse has worked. It leaves one man on the other side of the map.
12 seconds.
And actually, that Cosmic Divide might end up being their undoing. Are they expecting anybody to be just this close around the corner? A chance for Yedege to maybe get a freebie as the rest of them run through. They've still got to deal with the man on the site, but now with Sociable, still only just looking to come in from behind. They've got to find him, and they have no idea. Yedege's just about to swing around the corner. This might just be his round. Leaves Profek with the time. The only friend he has remaining.
You see it right
looking
there?
to try and now clutch out a round that
So
should have been
dark.
theirs, and he isn't going to be
GG.
able to. Well, perfect positioning from Yedege, and another huge individual play.
Oh, they were cast down in that first half. Again, you take those two pistols away, and they don't even have the lead right now.
He played this so perfectly. Like the fact that he goes back into elbow, because they have the Cosmic Divide, so they expect that maybe he goes and tries to get it to half. He knows that his teammates are fighting in the spawn. Instead, he wraps into an angle where, while I think the Prophet is clearing everything, they have no idea where he is.
Oh, mate. What am I watching?
This is your team, my friend.
You're watching
this has been happening the entire stage.
You're watching a masterclass from your boy Yedajay. That's what Foot 3 chances to close out this map. The map pick of their opponents with Ascent up next. Well, last time we saw Foot play it, we were up against another Turkish team. We wondered who would take the 82nd province, but now you dare challenge them on their home turf. No, you better come in with an advantage, and Vitality will fight for that upper hand. They've got themselves a 5v3. Zeus still in the round thanks to his ult, but he might be about to be sent right out, running into heavy traffic. And Vitality flatten the first. A 4v2 post plant. There should be no way this goes wrong.
Oh, okay. Chronicle's been cleared. Maybe just a little bit too easy. They know Durka's holding this angle. Definitely wary of it. Even try to catch him on the edge of the smoke, trying to bait out some of that utility, force the fights on the other side of Crystalli. He's about to spot out Sayonara. Somehow, this is now swinging back once again, leaving it all onto Durka, and they're just sticking that defusal. He needs this kill, he needs it fast. One man standing, and he's let go. He's let go of the defusal. I think Durka's just about done. Enough the kill, but no defuse. A Rumble clutch for Durka, and they just about cling to life.
Well, it's like I said, Tom, no way that could go wrong. And in the end, Vitality get it. Taking an easy round and making it a nail biter. I mean, they did so much work early on, but way too eager to keep getting into those fights. Yumpy swings, so does Chronicle. Oh, he's holding the angle, but same. Oh. Dropping the gun to get him off the defuse. Next level plays, and 2 chances now for Foot to close out their map pick.
Oh, for Vitality. I like the pace change up until the point where it all went wrong. They feel like they've been waiting for Foot to almost make their move every round, and it's funny, the round prior they almost lost because Foot decided not to make a move. They decided to sit back. But with early pressure sent to B, Foot have been rotating very quickly in a lot of these rounds, but in this one, it's kind of okay, because they've got Sop so deep on the angle. Bear in mind, he's also read into the fact that they don't have the credits for those heavy shields. So 4 of those 5 players are 1 shot to the Outlaw.
I mean, earlier he was exactly where that knife is. He was right there, and I think a very good reposition for him. He would have been caught without the ability to run away. Instead, now set up on the next angle. Where the smoke comes in. It's pulled back, but it's gotten them close, and now he's under real threat. If they round that corner quickly, Durka could delete Sop any moment now. But instead, Sop gets 1 and almost makes it away. Durka with the trade, but Crystalli slipped
He died to the trip.
He's seen 1 with Prophet down. That damage already done has left him in a really tough position. Crystalli, though, caught dropping off. 10 seconds left, and the spike will finally be planted.
Dejay's already on a long flank around, though. His first kill of the round came off the back of a trip, but with his teammate dead, and that's the moment that Sayonara, the spidey senses begin to tingle, but it's not pretty. The remainder about to be revealed, and it's left all down to 1. Yedajay facing off against Yumpy. The IGL versus the last member of this roster. The IGL will keep it going. Another clutch to the collection of Vitality. And now they sit just 1 round behind.
Series.
It has been a fairy tale run for Vitality.
I can't believe he died to the trip.
2 HP.
He went just before his teammate, and that's all it took. The worst thing is that means
Well, he's probably wondering why Yampy isn't out yet.
Put him down, what was it, 3 HP? Sop almost gets a double there.
Yeah. To be fair, if the teammate hits the trip, you know what happens. He gets back through the smoke. So he probably was dead to rights. A timeout from Foot now as well as we reach the final round of regulation. You can see that Vitality, they've got the wind back in their sails.
You know he's
chirpy
looking
again.
at Sociable as well.
Oh,
just from
without a
Sociable's
doubt.
reaction, you know that's directed purely at him.
You saw that head-to-head backstage before they walked out onto the stage. Yeah, it was in the tunnel. And they were, well, I'm just going to say, I'm not sure that Yumpy's translation of what he said was perfect. I think he might have left out a few words.
Either Turkish is a lot longer to say very small amounts of things,
Yes.
or he lied.
Yes, it was like 4 sentences.
Yeah, and then he said 3 words.
He was like, I said good luck, mate.
Yeah, so I think that...
Not sure about that one. Very poetically said, I suppose.
Luckily, I think we have a large amount of Turkish fans for our audience, so I'm sure someone has already gone through the effort of translating that, but yeah. 12 to 11. Foot were moments away from taking their opponent's map choice, going to the Turkish home ground of Ascent with a chance at their greatest ever finish in EMEA. And now, well, the ball is in Vitality's court. They've got a better buy. Ults relatively even. In fact, they're fairly close to a couple as well. And of course, the economy of Foot is in the bin. They are still running a stinger in this round.
From trailing, a chance to equalize and bring us all the way to an overtime. Sop is sticking around a little bit. He wanted to get revealed, running back, and then still be in spot for the fight, but he thinks better of it after the missed jump. A minute on the clock. Vitality, very patient. Is it patience or hesitance, though?
I think especially with the weaker buy, they're expecting more. The gamble, though, from Foot is spot on. They've got multiple players here. Again, Sop is going to start things off, but he is dealt with immediately. And the spam through clears Yetterjay. Sociable is still within the sight, but
they could
he
win
does not
this
have the weapon to
Astro Ball
fight
one
this, and his
pick.
teammates are dropping like flies. He's hoping he can catch Sayonara, but Sayonara is just not swinging off the corner. He'll eventually make his move, but again, the weaponry just too weak. OT,
OT, baby. Ah, play that shiz.
have brought it back from the depths of defeat and take us to overtime.
Baby, I like your stuff.
Grips on your ways, front way, back way. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love when we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray, I pray. That's why I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me.
Baby, I like
What's my
your
pause button?
stuff.
Ah, it's not working.
Strength and guidance, all that I'm wishing for my friends. Nobody makes it from my ends.
I guess
had to bust up the silence. You know you gotta stick by me. Soon as you see the text, reply me. I don't wanna spend time fighting. We got no time, and that's why I need a one dance.
I'm pressing all the buttons.
In my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one.
Because my fucking light was on mouse or fucking spacebar.
Sprays through. Now that's going to make Vitality think they've lost map control.
Fudge, man, I need a bigger task.
3-man push up on A. But while they're pushing A on the defensive side, Foot are about to break through this smoke. Phoenix Flash in hand, and the B site is now theirs. Smoke's blocking out any players nearby. This nade has bought time, and
It has bought time for the attackers. That's not gone to plan. Normally able to deny. Yet to Sherry's positioning is perfect once again. He put a deeper trip that got broken. That gave him time to get into position for the second trip. This man is playing chess, the rest playing checkers. And well, it leaves them with such a massive advantage. Profek is just going to try and do some parkour because that's all he's got left. Sop will finish an in-zone flawless. What a round from Foot.
oh, a truly spectacular play. I mean, highlight has to be the nade. But after that, from Vitality, that was the best piece of utility that Foot threw. without throwing it. But for Yedeje, yeah, picking up that double is nuts. I expect him to get one there, and that's already a decent performance. He's got the info on the flank early, and the boys can adjust, but instead, he just locks it down himself, and the round's theirs.
I love that he put a deeper trip towards A, so when he breaks it, he starts running to get back to his trip that's blocking outside B. Like, he had levels to the trap he was setting. It just shows how good he is as a player. Chronicle given an opportunity, but we've seen him get caught quite a lot when solo. And giving up that space, not worth it for Foot.
Holy shit, there's so much crease.
They've consistently rotated away from the B site. And it's something that I think Vitality, especially towards the end of the half, started to exploit. So they have now done the polar opposite. Mitch, there are 5 players on B.
13 to 12, you take a risk like this. I mean, you've got the rounds to burn, I suppose, one of them, but the problem is Vitality. They sent the drone and the shock darts, but how much more utility? None. And then that's what Foot are starting to realize on this B site. They have their cam covering all this space on A, but listen, you can hear those steps. The players in Art have given away the game, yet still Foot sit and wait. I mean, you might as well. Maybe it's a fake, but you're going to find out pretty soon that all your eggs were in the wrong basket. Back to the store you go.
Well, you've got to be a bit confused if you're Vitality. You throw the knife into the A site and nothing comes back. It gives them a free plant. I don't know what it was that gave away the game, but it has put them into a wonderful position. A post plant and A with 0 players lost. I'm liking the look of the Odin, though. A chance for real spam, but Dirk is ahead of everything.
Holy
and so
shit.
is Sayonara. It's given them 2 easy picks. In fact, this is so comfortable. It's not quite going to be the flawless of the last. 30 HP. There's no way. They'd have to make a huge mistake. Well, I thought for a second Dirk was just going to turn his back to
Oh
Sociable.
my gosh, they're silly.
But he'll close it in the end. 13-13, we carry on.
The show must go on indeed. Another overtime needed. We are just on the first map.
Let me get a drink.
19 series take about this time. I miss watching Pacific play.
I was about to say that their last map being a 13-0. I hope we don't get that split. I don't want to see that split
That
again.
wasn't your favorite to see, no?
No.
Wasn't mine either.
I think I was getting the train home and I missed it.
It was hard to see it through the tears. 13 to 13. OT yet again. Number 2, Vitality getting aggressive early on the defensive side. You can already see Chronicle pushing. Oh, taking a fight, getting out. We've seen this story play out before, but usually there's a few more corpses from Foot on the ground by now.
Oh, they're in the defensive rotations. Chronicle again just trying to almost hit a spam shot. If that smoke goes up, I'm certain, yeah, you'll hear a bullet or 2 spamming forward. Sat towards the back of the site and already an even trade. Puts things back into a 4v4 scenario. A post plant picked up and some very deep positioning, in fact, from the side of Foot. I'm more looking at that wraparound. There's still a trip in position, and this could be perfect for Sociable. The second that's broken, he can now hone in on the fact that there is a player behind. It's already being watched. 2 players about to be caught by the knife. And
He
they
got
cleared
baited,
out
Sora.
Zeus, but this could be a problem. Sociable's timing needs to be almost perfect, but considering they've already got one off, he can now move forward. He can step in and clear out the player on site. Prophet would need another ninja if he's going to have a chance, and it was not the case. Foot take the lead.
There seems to be no managing the amount of scenarios we see them in that you start to question, can they fight their way back through? And it's almost always a yes. 27 kills from SOP so far. The question remains of will another overtime be needed here today? Big rounds from Foot. But on the defensive side, what's been working for them? What caught them off on that attack side sometimes was the early aggressive plays, but it looks like both teams have a fairly similar idea here. Flash goes through, and so does Durka on the back of a pulled back smoke, but they see nothing. And Foot's response to hearing all this noise is to wait. A firing squad assembled, a high-low setup, dodge the first shock as the trip goes down, but those players go in. Crosstali's alone. One went
Do
forward,
they check
one
it?
went back. It's a mistake. And now Zeus is the one under pressure
dear.
as a result, caught with hot hands and cold feet now for Foot as they should be retreating, should be avoiding these fights, and yet they fill in the space, immediately realizing that Vitality have gone back.
What just happened?
Oh, I like this. You know that they will have rotated. They were rotating 5 people to one site in rounds where they hadn't seen anything.
I'm out of here.
And you can just see the doubt. Sop's now deep within the B site. Mid's being pressured by Sociable. They think they're about to catch a rotation, and instead Vitality are just sitting there. A wise man once said, follow the plan, and they are following the plan to the letter. Leaving Yedeje now completely alone. Sure, a full sprint to the other side is coming in, but there is nothing that can deny this plant.
They know Sociable broke the trip behind
That's not bad.
very recently, so they're worried about this art play that he could be wrapping back. It's the right read from Durka, but Sociable delivers the kill. Sup from the other side, now pressure all around for Vitality. They have to fight for every inch of space as the defuse seems
Why
to be
didn't he
underway.
pop it?
Perfect. Here's the steps though. Now he knows that Yedeje's
Wow, they sold. They're getting nervous now.
time. The Red Bull clutch for Vitality.
Wow,
And
they
stay
actually sold.
alive. One more OT.
It really is crazy how these rounds are going. Like Vitality play it perfect to the letter until they plant the spike, and then it just got shaky. Like players getting caught out, like one off the edge of a smoke, another, I think, yeah, Durka just walking to his doom, and it comes down to Profek having to clutch once again. But they have had these clutches in droves. Oh, you could see the relief rather than anything else. That felt like it should have been an easy round, and it most certainly wasn't.
From belief is everything to relief is everything. We can breathe easy now as we go back to the OTs, neck and neck. Vitality on the defense, but Foot looking to pick up the pace on this B hit already through the double doors. And it looks like they'll bypass any fights around mid now. B is the target, and they are locked in on that avenue of approach. In fact, Sop is already in there, running it back on the site with his back turn. Profek's able to easily take him down, but only the one found. Numbers still even.
I think based off how Vitality have played, a lot of the time Profek has been out of the site, so when they saw a player leave, they just assumed that was it. Sop, not a man you want to lose, 29 and 23, but his 30th kill will have to wait. His reliance will have to be on his teammates.
He's just tanking those.
Yedeje sat in the corner, but it's not reached him. He's able to just sit in the one spot that wasn't cleared for Durka. He doesn't win his fight either. It's a trade from Chronicle. Yumpy just runs through, and his flash is so good it catches 2, but only 1 kill came from it. And Chronicle is up against the shorty of Sociable.
They sold that. They had
will
that.
have another bite at the cherry.
There are moments there again that it looks doable for Vitality, but Sociable, he's caught flashed at first, he swung twice, and ends up jumping around with a shorty to close out the round. A nuts performance from him.
One enemy
I didn't even realize that how long he was blinded by that flash.
Yeah, he also got a kill while blind.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. He did. The very man who threw the flash. Yoki's dead by the time he's unblocked.
Ow, that laugh.
No, the flash never faded.
I didn't even realize it in the replay that he drops one with his eyes closed.
Was it? He's like
Another
dead.
timeout.
He was just using sonar to figure out where he was.
Doesn't use guns, but nice to beat that delayed aggression with just full-on aggression. And I could see a world where it works.
I feel like Foot have been losing a lot of their defensive rounds rather than at times Vitality winning them. Like the double stack up in the last where one player goes forward, one goes back. Then you have the rounds where they're all in on B or all in on A, just giving up the site for free. If I was a betting man, I'd say that at least right now it's felt like they've been the closer to taking this map. Which, considering that they won both pistols, it's a little surprising. For now, though, it has been a streak of attack side rounds. Every one since OT has been victorious, but it's just looking at a little more default from the side of Foot. Just leaving Sop as that rotator, hoping he can get to wherever the firefight comes in time, and then using the trips as almost like a delay strategy to get them a little bit of extra info.
Drone's gone in. Oh. That A spot previously had 3 in it, but Sop was the one to rotate off, securing their back and now moving onto the site.
How does he get that, bro?
With Sop
That was one of the worst whiffs I've seen in a while.
And Sayonara's meeting him in AMA.
How,
Now
does
they've
he
got the side
over-aggress
control,
here? No.
surely, for Sop, a huge risk
He
to
does.
continue going forward. So of course he does. And a 4v3 with Hunter's Fury firing. He's thrown his life away.
Yeah, I like that. That was perfect. Not again. He's not getting done again. He sat in that smoke with the shorty out. He knows he's coming eventually. And now finding a way back in is going to be so difficult. Utility removed for the moment.
They have smokes.
Not that Yadage has any left to play with. I think all they can hope for is that they tap this spike and people start swinging. They start making mistakes, but with a gravity well still available, they are just buying that additional time. Although they are sticking this, eventually it will be denied. It got scary for a second.
I got a little worried there, Tom. I got a little worried, but there was no need to fear the map that never ends. We've passed round 30 as we go to another overtime.
But to be fair, the longest map...
Is there any need for that?
The longest map in history is between Pal and Yumpy and Propek and Foot.
Fair.
It was on a set as well, so maybe...
We're doing a sequel.
Come on. He's got places to be, you know. He's a busy man.
The dinner reservations might have to be moved. Round 31, attack again for Foot.
His brother only comes for dessert.
There's layers to that.
Many layers.
There are layers to that. More layers than a fruit platter. Well, a minute 20 on the clock and Foot already gearing up towards this B site. 4 here is Sociable this time, the man. Left to play that late role. Now, we've seen Yedege do it in the majority of rounds, and rightfully so. That does signal a change. Normally, Yedege is the one to walk through those doors, break any trip that might be there, and by now he would have already been doing that. But instead, there's no contact on the doors. So Durka goes walking through, and the timing is sublime. That is perfectly played by Foot, and it's those micro adjustments to play that a little bit slower that make the difference when it comes to OT.
Yeah, they've got to fight forward. I think the players on Vitality have realized that if they're going to have a chance in this round, they need to claim some control.
Oh my gosh, they're committing
now they
to.
can fight with their back turned to long. And in fact, Profex looked to reclaim some space. He's done a lot of damage, but hasn't been able to get any of the kills. Still, Yumpy needs to be cleared, and Zeus goes out alone. Wanting to try and be the hero, he might just be the villain.
Might be
and a
GG.
hero arises on the other side. Yumpy already turning this round on its head, leaving Sociable trapped in a corner, revealed a multiple of times, no utility to play with. Like, this should be impossible, and it will be.
A big round now as the tides may be turning defensive.
Did he break the assist record?
For Vitality.
Or was it only for regular
It doesn't
play?
matter, does it?
It might very well
we
might
know
not.
how
But
OT
28
works.
assists in regular play is disgusting.
That read, though, from Yumpy was great. Like, you know you've lost full mid-control. You got, okay, if we're going to win this round, we need some of the map. Let's push along, let's take it together. And then he just holds that position. It means that they're entrapped the entire time, and they know they have to kill him, and so they keep swinging, and he wins every fight.
3 kills under your belt as well. They still have the drone for the retake, but more importantly, at that point, they've got null command. No more Gravwell, no more utility for Sociable to slow down that retake or to hide behind. 16 on the board for Vitality. Map point on their choice. It has been a rocky journey here, but they can put all that behind them if they win this round here. A map win is a map win, and we'll move on to Ascend with Vitality being 1 map away from locking in the grand final. But unlike making it to playoffs in that group stage, their fate is in their hands.
16 to 15, their first opportunity to take their map choice. It's definitely not been easy, and it's definitely not done. If OT has taught me anything, just because you see 5 or 6 attack side rounds in a row, and then you see a defensive one, it doesn't mean that that team will then go on and win the attack. It's the pressure. It's the individual plays. And the man we're looking at, Sociable, is going to have everything to play for a corner that needs to be cleared, and he's just sitting there waiting, and they've seen him. That's enough for him to go down.
He got cages for a sight with no traps.
Big rounds. Looking to try and have another first kill. Comes easy, the spam doing damage.
Ooh, Foot overheated.
They're all falling like flies. Yedege needs to do everything, and the how of the
1v2.
head actually causes his doom.
Yedege tried to save it.
It leaves Crostali.
Second
A
scan?
game from him. But the hat at least
They played so well.
has given him the info. He knows where both players are. The first
Oh!
to him, but Sayonara
What a
will
comeback,
close
guys.
the
Clap it up.
Vitality,
What a
their
match.
choice just about goes their way.
Oh,
That was a
towards
really
the
good
end of
match.
Regulation, it looked like this game was gone. Like Foot would have.
I really hope it
victory,
goes to
but
3.
Instead, they carved the steps into the stone, and well, they've made it to the top of the mountain. But only on map number 1. We have much more coming. But before the break, we've got an interview with Sayonara.
Sayonara with me. And look, I saw you guys walking out here before the series started. It was quite light-hearted between the team. Is it more of a serious note now, or what's the tone in Vitality camp?
I think we always take it serious. We always take it with a pinch of salt also. There are some good friends from my team on the enemy team, so it's never gonna be anything real.
I want
But
to see
it's more
like
fun
highlights.
when you
Is there
take it, like,
highlights?
more serious and try to enjoy the moment more.
No.
So yeah, there is some trash talking, there is some.
I don't
more
want to
enjoying the
win
game,
in
but
these
it's always
coaches,
fun,
bro.
so it's better.
Here.
It wasn't that convincing.
I think it was a combination of a lot of things. I mean, here what we want to talk about is actually some of the good things Vitality were doing.
Yeah, so for Kron, we said keep an eye on the B long presence that he was going to have on this defense, but actually it was the A. You see that he's spotted out by the Prowler there, and Foot are still trying to clear him out here. They pop up an Astra Smoke to see if there's anything that they can do to get rid of him being such a nuisance here. And I think this was something that he was doing really well. It wasn't just being able to get the first pick on these extremities, but then also being able to find the space, which allowed his team to have the information.
And then Foot, what they weren't doing by not clearing out Chronicle on those extremities very well, was instead they did a lot of like middle of the map plays, and here we saw a B split. We saw way too many B splits on this map. In my opinion, one of the worst strats to run on Pearl, because you have this tiny doorway, and you can see Judge's server ults coming through here. All 3 of the rounds I saw Foot run this strategy, it didn't work at all. I think Foot could have just cleaned this out before OT if they'd went and just cleared out Chronicle on those extremities and just hit the sites. And instead, they went for some B splits. And one of the reasons why EMEA is not very good at Pro is because we love these B splits for some reason.
So that's the downfall that we saw. But for Foot side of things, they may not have been able to close this one out. They were able to push Vitality to overtime for quite a few rounds, but Ascent is their next map. So let's see what they're taking away from Pearl.
All right, Ascent. You have the Vise for the
If I see
Cypher.
some creativity from Chronicle here, this should be a
Double
pretty good
Phoenix.
defense side for them.
And on the
Silva,
other
of
side, we
course.
saw Yetaji have a great map on Pearl despite not being able to close it out.
On this map, it was already 1-0. You were reverse sweeping, but now things have changed. We've said this many a time. Well, let's see if Foot can right the record and take this one from Turkey.
Some early aggression. In towards middle, and because of that, a response from Foot made to take some space into B. Open, but Durka knows that that wall's going to go off, and that's left Sop isolated. They've already managed to reclaim the site. I wonder if this needs to be a reset, but
Okay,
because Sop's
they don't
got
close
one,
market
will
door
they
yet.
realize there's already a couple of players within the backside, maybe not. Jumping in, a bit
And
of a
it
risk.
cost them one.
Gives Sayonara an opportunity. And from what looked like, what could have been a clean sweep into the site, it's left a sociable. Sayonara a little low, and his position unknown.
He's waited now, they're separate. The gap seems to open for him to walk right through. And it's all down to the timing. Sayonara is peeping between both angles. Didn't see him there either.
He did see them.
Sociable, he seems to have the read. Worried about the wraparound, and Kron catches him just in time. The peak there, perfect, and Vitality.
I feel like I'm
with a pistol
schizophrenic,
round,
man.
A big difference to the previous map. Remember,
Yeah, blanket.
17 to 15. It was a lengthy map. But Foot were the ones to get the leg up starting out each of the halves in regulation.
Yeah, you're already witnessing the value of Vice on this map. Like, obviously, a tight choke.
So what was that, Tom? One more time?
Okay, just
Yeah, I
in
think it's
case.
clear.
A tight choke into the B side. It makes it so
Oh.
difficult to
Either
either
freezing.
hit the timing together, especially with Sop just being that little bit further ahead. And because he was, it allowed Vitality that opportunity to get back into the site. I think Sayonara's position was definitely not expected. And that was the undoing of Foot in that pistol round. Sayonara, well placed to delay, kept his ghost from the last round, and he's going for a little bit more, a completely different role to what he had on the last map. And you might be thinking, well, a kill and a death is not the best, but that's kind of what you want from your Phoenix play. Don't you dare. Okay, he plays it safe. I thought maybe he was going to go for the dive kill. Instead, though, that is going to be another player down and a gun for Sociable.
Round of spam to distract for Durka. He's got himself two. Lit low on the last, but
Where did you get that guardian?
help out. Going into the smoke there's a little bit risky, sir, but it pays off as Yedajay falls, and well, we end up losing quite a bit on Vitality's side. And for Foot, you know, I think this started out really well in the Vitality camp. You had this hot hands put through immediately on the flash from the other side that stops anybody following up on the space the Neon's taking. The flash to isolate the fight, I like that. But Foot managed to do so much from that position. They've lost the opening duel, they managed to punish it, and then make it all the way to the site. I think all in all, a very successful round two for the attackers.
Yeah, Guardian was lost for sure, and you look at the buy the Vitality come in with, it feels like Durka's going to have the majority of the work to do. And only Flash sent into B main to give him that space, but on the other side of things, Sop just running down mid and getting rid of the wall. It did seem like their plan might have been to just almost fight straight through mid, but they were delayed early by that utility.
Foot now looking to speed up. Will the Bucky change their mind, or do they think they can deal with it? Well, that hot hands has done a lot, and a headshot will do the rest. Profek, paranoia in hand. He hasn't got a way back, and certainly hasn't got a way forward. Sayonara running around with the classic. He won't get anything for his trouble, other than his teammates Bucky stolen from his corpse. Flash is good, and there we go. Yedajay's down. It's a frustrating way to fall, and the run it back is online. If this was a 2v3, I would start to believe, but I do think Vitality are more likely to play this one for exits than to actually throw themselves at this. I mean, Yumpy obviously doesn't really care about surviving, but now you've got a rifle on Sayonara. Why not carry that forward?
Yeah, seems like he's already looking to leave, and Yumpy thinking about joining him. And maybe if there's another gun down somewhere, but there you go.
There they are.
At least bringing something into the next. But I think for Foot, this is a very good sort of early resurgence into this map. Of course, you go back to their victory versus Eternal Fire, and it was an incredibly dominant attack side, which, if you look at the history of this map, that wasn't always the case. But I think just with the way that they're playing with this double duelist, the sheer pace they can hit at. Well, you can see just the almost brutal combination of utility. It's going to be something that Vitality are definitely going to have to quell. And I don't know if they're always going to get away with a kill or two coming out of a jumping Bucky.
Well, Sayonara as well, one of the players that we highlighted kicking off this series. And indeed, in pretty much every map he's been in, I mean, he is the one that was promised. 5-1 start. And that's especially dangerous when you see a Phoenix player have that kind of start. The running back's going to be online consistently. There's the trap destroyed early on. Good work by Yumpy to remove a lot of utility from Foot, but they are going for a very one-dimensional approach here. 4 players sent through B main. They've already taken control. Sayonara's ult is going to be cancelled out, and he's pushed on right away. Sop doesn't give him an inch of security, a moment of
what
peace.
the fudge is he doing?
Chronicle taking down Sociables just put a real wrench in the plans here. Numbers back in favor for Vitality.
It seemed like Sociable thought that side of the map would be clear. Gonna try and just swing off the contact, and Yedajay's done well. Durka a little bit ahead of the crowd. Chronicle only just making it to the back of this site. Paranoia is available, and Chronicle a labor, but he wins that initial battle. Yedajay tag low, but the first shot is beautiful. Leaves it down to 1, and again! This man has been in so many Red Bull clutches that they are certainly getting their money's worth today.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, he was top.
They were throwing that around.
ACS or no, Sop's beating him on all that in the last match. But some stats put him on top of the scoreboard. 27 and 19. It was a strong performance from him. And actually, when I thought about it, I was looking at the scoreboard to initially make the point that his stats weren't the best. I mean, they're pretty good, but I think his impact isn't even represented by that because, like you said, so many big rounds for Foot, so many huge clutches for this man. Even the ones that didn't represent, it wasn't a 1vx, but it was him against numbers on his site. It really does feel like Yedege has stepped up a level coming into this matchup. That grand final spot clearly means something to him.
Oh.
Good dink.
Just clocked him in the jaw with that.
Yeah, a little bit of early damage.
That's the guy 22 HP, by the way. Just ran away and swung mid.
I genuinely wonder if he just has tape over the HP bar. It just puts it on. It doesn't affect him. Like, he's going to swing everything as if he's got full HP. The man just doesn't care. I think it will only affect him if at some point maybe they have a Sage in one of their combos.
Where
so
is everyone
taking first contact, but I almost feel that he won. Here he goes again. Not afraid to just run into whoever's on the other side, and that might be
my
dangerous.
gosh.
The Bandit dealing damage once again. It's been a heavy investment from Vitality into that gun. Sociable this time, he does thread the needle on the timing, but Sayonara well aware, doesn't really need to be fighting this. They have the spike down. He has one of the guns. Well, eventually, yeah, a sigh of relief from me as well.
There's the spike being taken. Now the A side is a danger again. 15 seconds though. All
Didn't clear
Prophet has to
bottom.
do is buy them some time as the spike drops down. He's going to catch him as well, but the paranoia's landed. Fires out one of his own, but it's not going to save his life. 6 seconds now, and Under's Fury's caught him. They can still get the plant, but Under's Fury fires out once more. The round is over. Yedege tries desperately to counter
People are
his
hype
life.
over that one.
But then Emoda Thrifty gives Vitality the lead.
So what, it scanned them when he TP'd? This one
Just running it down versus those pistols, they've been caught out.
Bro, you are insane if you got 6 map time. No one has 6 map time, bro.
Chronicle. We talk about sometimes the second bullet being a little bit unkind, but for both of these players, it was superb, and then just earning up that Hunter's Fury enables them to close out a low buy round. Now Foot are going to be in the same sort of trouble. They do have the overdrive. They do have a couple of guns to play with. I'm also looking at the fact that if Zeus either gets an orb or a kill, he's going to have the run it back. So although this might look like a very vulnerable buy for Foot, there's still a lot of opportunities.
Same play from Sayo. Ready with the hot hands if utility comes his way, and they've seen one up close. You know it's the Sova, so some utils coming through. Hot hands popped early. Now that when the utility comes through, they don't have that delay, so look how much space Sop is going to get. Durka wasn't even looking. Sop has ran behind them, completely caught them off guard, and basically gifted the round.
He's dead.
Foot.
Oh no,
I mean,
it wasn't for him.
needed for them to get back through. Those shock darts will not be the help they needed. And Yumpy walking out here is not going to be pretty. So many players ready to, even if they can't see him, fire straight up at that smoke.
That's an ass round.
What a round from Sop. The W key strategy working to great effect. I don't think I've seen Durka caught off that much off guard in a long time.
It seems to happen more often than not, like Chronicle being flanked in one of the early rounds as well.
Bro, what are you falling for?
Just made noise. And it seems like Yedege has definitely heard that, but maybe jumps just a little bit too wide. Of course, wanting to try and hold on to the gun, the credits of him and Yumpy might just be what pad the gap. He's running straight into Sociable as well. And back to back, another Emoda Thrifty. I don't know if we've had a round that hasn't been sponsored so far.
Thrifty.
It's a good day for the sponsors down there, that's for sure. It has definitely got layers to it, the aggression from Foot, and we've heard that from them before. But sometimes it feels like they strip all those layers back. They just swing that weapon like it's a sledgehammer. Their speed, unrivaled, it feels like. And for Sop, only 7-5. But that last round, that's going to sit in the back of Vitality's mind for a while. Now they go aggressive themselves, and yet still he outpaces them. Durka down immediately. And yes, a lick of damage taken, shields removed, whatever, but with an orb up for Phoenix here, at least some of that damage will be completely negated if the ult is sent through, and we're essentially looking, Tom, at a 6v4.
Yeah, they are not afraid to run into what could be a trap. We've seen that multiple rounds where Vitality have set up to sort of deny them control in B main, maybe realizing that that's the orb they're more likely to try and take. And it doesn't seem to matter. Like, he just claims that space like it's nobody's business. Whatever trap that's set is completely avoided. This has gone well, though, for Sayonara. Taking down one. Sat within. It's only going to be the pistol because of the steel garden. And
Why
then
does
the
he still have a
re-swing to
shirt
try and
on?
clear. Yedege swinging off the back of it, though, has at least brought things into the realm of possibility. Sop knows that through that molly and through those thorns would be his demise, but he will make it to the site nonetheless. Trying to bait someone into a silly fight. And Yetege, in fact, he's trying to bait them completely, but the flash is solid. Leaves Sop alone. You've mentioned his caliber. He needs a lot here.
Not going to get a damn thing. Chronicle on the other side, and again, you said it, the flash was absolutely perfect. Yedege is the kind of guy to try to find his team a way back into things, to slip away and fly under the radar while you're distracted by his buddies running on those hot engines. But
it's crazy because you watch like the opportunity for Durka to sort of take him down with the spam, and Sop is just sliding and then correcting with one bullet. Like, that's how he's playing that. It's like, I'm waiting for this to finish. Flash so good it blinded everybody.
yeah, but listen, evidently, game sense is enough for Sayonara. He could. Like that. The flick was ridiculous. They managed to hit, but a timeout now from Foot, trailing by 1 round, and Vitality, although they have been back and forth for a few rounds now, it's Vitality with that upper hand, the ability to break the economy. And sometimes we see those buys coming in when you're a little bit weaker, when you're going into an eco.
Facebook rating.
Something that's quite cool about this matchup is you look at the sort of 2 players that are leading the way for those opening kills coming into this match, and it is Sop and Durka. And the funny thing is, this leaderboard has been flipping. Like, I think coming into playoffs, Durka was in the lead. Sop then overtook him after the games that they've played. And now going head to head, I'll be honest, it feels like Sop is in the lead for those opening picks. I think he's been doing so well at taking the space. But it's awesome because you've had Sop, who I think has almost been molded by the Neon meta, and Durka, who's someone who I feel like has had to adapt to it, but both of them still being this incredibly high caliber, high impact duelist has been one of the defining factors for both of these teams and their run through the playoffs.
Absolutely. Although here on this map, despite Vitality having the lead, it's been a tough showing for Durka. Sop definitely taking the limelight on one side, but a slower start. The thing is, we know it's rare to see a slow start and a slow finish from that man. They've already got themselves the lead. How much more can they build on? Well, this round will be key for Vitality to build up that lead. As we said, investment from Foot is massive. Credits are put on the line. Bodies are put on the floor. Huge opening from Sop.
He's too quick. I feel like you not even blink, you half blink and you're already dead.
You think about blinking, you're too distracted. Can't hit the shot. Not before he does.
Early info. A lot of info. That was 3 players spotted outside of B.
Oh, it's perfect.
Timing of the shock dart, yeah. It's a little bit of tickle damage to either, but it's not going to change the fact that they lost Prophet within the first few seconds of the round. The smokes that you might set up outside of B main, not there to delay, especially with the full Vice setup over on A. It kind of leaves Yumpy with not a lot to play with. Does have the support of Sayonara. Almost looks like he's setting up for a potential flash or to just run it back straight into the site.
That's exactly it. Run it back immediately activated by Sayonara. Good trade at least with him not technically going down. But there's still a man behind. Foot been so effective in these early trades. Molly to clear out logs, but Sociable took that side position a little further back. But he's fired off now. He's given away his position. A good trade with Sayonara down. Hunter's Fury sent out by Cristalli. Even with the man advantage, they're feeling the pressure. Foot start to think that this round is losable, but that gets them to play tight. They're waiting for Durka to step forward, stunned. Well, not gonna land. Zeus dodges it, and the flash, and ends up firing one of his own back. Foot 4-4, their economy put to the test, but they passed with flying colors.
Again, it seemed almost like a case of there was a trap set by Vitality after this initial fight is just so dominant, but just the sheer pace of Sop to get them the entries, and then even when there's a run it back on the other side, all they had to do was sort of trade that out. Even a cheeky 360 to make sure that they close out the round 4-4. Similar to what we said on the last map, it's the pistol that is keeping Vitality in this half for now. Other than that, Foot have definitely looked like the stronger of the two, and the setup, again, it's a good one, but once more, it's just dismantled by Sop.
Get shit on.
By Zeus. This double duelist is just deadly.
On ascent of all maps as well. Allowing Foot to...
I haven't seen like a single windstorm be useful, I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Pretty much guaranteed at this point.
Who is we, bro? What am I saying right now?
Keep in mind, Foot were pushed to the brink of economic collapse not long ago. Their credits were all put into a round, and now they stand a chance to have a real build-up round in terms of the economy, and there it is, yeah. And just as we look over to Chronicle, the jump up comes in from Sop, a man who, to be honest, I was surprised that he managed to temper his aggression for this long. I could see him really wanting to go up into heaven, and well, he gets his result in the end. And look at this, they're just gonna box Chronicle in. They know that he should be towards the spawn, and if he is, a fight on his hands. Zeus is right here, and no weapon saved. That's a big blow in the end to Vitality, and the lead for Foot.
This has got to genuinely be infuriating for Vitality, because this is now a few rounds where I feel like they've had a semi-decent setup, where it's like you have an aggressive position from Sayonara, you have a Paranoia primed and ready, and then you go, okay, and I'm going to and you've just got Sop sliding through, headshotting a guy, running through, taking your aim away, and then Zeus headshots the next guy. It's like, you're trying to play this brilliant setup style, and Foot are just going, we're going to out-aim you, and until you do something about that, we're not going to stop, because why would you? Sop, I think, has got the opening kill in like the last 4 or 5 rounds, and most of them have just been him swinging.
In the moment it is, but you have to look deeper at the timings of when they decide to fight. I mean, it does feel like Foot have a fantastic read of how their opponent's playing the map, and I think that we've seen that from Vitality as well on the other side, but it's the sheer aggression that they bring down on the back of it. It's very hard to deal with, even for the best, and well, we're seeing that here for Vitality. Movement to the B site. Yumpy. All on the low buy here for Vitality. They still face off against the Phoenix, sold with great success. Chronicle finds one. Yumpy's still alive on backside, but the drone gives him away. Now he's in danger, and in comes the stun.
Yeah,
he's
no
done for. But the trades keep on coming. This is now a 4v3. In fact, there's only 2 men standing for Foot. The spike is down, and Sop's being caught running, tagged up, but not dealt with. That stun is perfect! And now,
that's good
Sop,
teamwork.
the hero of so many rounds, the first to find kills. Well, he has to be the last as well. 3 on offer, and none will be claimed.
Nice.
It's another mode of thrifty. And I feel like we're getting to the point where Vitality might end up with the majority of their rounds being a mode of thrifties, because again, it's the same sort of aggro towards. I don't know why Sociable dipped into the smoke.
Bro, I got turned on the fucking heat. My feet are always freezing.
And from then on, it just felt like, again, a sort of domino effect. Chronicle able to just hold on to that spawn area, and everybody else just swarming
for like
in
10
on those
minutes,
players.
my feet are insanely
it's a messy
cold.
round from Foot, and it's
Always
another
nothing
that
sets on
Vitality,
fire.
hey, someone has to capitalize on
No,
those
we should be
rounds,
good.
and that's exactly what they've done.
Well, looks like
These
the
guys are
solution is to
freezing.
pick up the pace. Sop's already on the site with 30 HP. Or thereabouts. The judge yet to find
has
a kill, but blood drawn with Sayonara down. Okay.
Prophet has
this
2
round
brain
has gone
cells, maybe.
remarkably well for Foot right off rip. Like you said, Prophet on 2 HP as well.
Oh yeah,
Really
you
gonna
can feel
limit
it.
Vitality's
Oh my
ability
gosh, it's
to
hot.
fight back into this.
Wait, it's actually hot.
I'm hoping new judge might not be quite as effective as Sop is making it look. Slides through the site, jumps a
Yeah,
few
be
times
careful
and
when
knocks
eating
Prophet
is
down to
under
just
there.
2 health. Now gets to sit in a post plant.
Ah!
Weaponry about to be
My
taken
cord is
away.
touching it.
Neon are also available, but they're just all
There
going
we
to
go.
go into the back corner. The majority of them have managed to dodge that out. Sop was just almost holding for time, but now the rest of them swing in. Maybe an expectation that they wouldn't have weaponry, but with that back corner not cleared, it leaves Chronicle alone. And this has been the story of his game so far. He's 14-6, but I feel like a lot of the rounds he's just been saved.
Yeah, I had this cozy ass
Indeed.
drink right here.
He's been left with no choice.
Ice
Feels like
cold
if you
one.
avoid
There's
him,
some like
your win
thing
rate
in my
goes
nail.
skyrocketing, but that's hardly a crazy statement for those who know Chronicle. He'll get away with this, even though he's spotted at the end. 6-5 though. Foot they have found themselves a big advantage now, at least locked in neck and neck, and let's at the half, and that's 3 out of the last 4 rounds swinging in their favor. Some crazy ones diced up amongst them as well, and I think coming into this last one, Vitality, they've got the advantage when it comes to ults, without a doubt. But even then, if they end this at 6-6, I think Foot are going to come out with their head held high, especially after losing the pistol.
Oh yeah. If anything, Vitality having weaponry makes me worried that they might not be able to take this over the line. It's been the bandits that have helped them out a lot. Again, this man looks for the initial aggression, but he's been dealt with. And honestly, without SOP to open up rounds, I do think the likelihood has just skyrocketed in Vitality's favor. He's been so difficult to deal with. Zeus isn't going to be able to hold for long. In fact, Sayonara has ulted on the other side, which has forced them back. He's going to go running in towards B main, but they have already retreated. Not willing to give this fight, and the timing from Sociable's nice, but it is only for one.
Sayonara's the one guarding the cross as well. Again, you come to timing. Timing and a bit of information from Yumpy, hearing those steps. The spike will be dropped a second time, and it won't even make it to a third. Yet a cut down before he can make it anywhere close. 6-6 at the halftime. This has been a nail-biter of a game, Tom, in both maps. I don't think much is going to change.
No, a back and forth and definitely a pistol round that was necessary. Nonetheless, let's toss to an interview with one of the very loud Foot fans.
Nice, Ayo! Guys.
Have been mentioned throughout for either of these teams. For Vitality, they have a kickoff, but a stage 1 or 2 not under their belt, and with a trophy awaiting. And for Foot, their best ever finish in EMEA is 3rd place, which they've already got guaranteed. And that's the worst case for them. Those spots at London have already been taken, but an opportunity to guarantee a top 8 if they win that final, and also force their opponents to play a best of 5 tomorrow, I'm sure would be something they'd like to achieve. For now though, a pistol in either direction will be enough to grant whichever team takes it the lead.
Almost Foot for the first map, finding both, but Vitality bounced back here. 4th pistol round of the series goes towards the B side here. You can already see Yedajay's fallen back. So is Cristalli, but that didn't stop Zeus from going in for a bite of the cherry. He gets punished. The numbers now against him. Great second flash. Yedajay caught in the corner as well. He
Holy
couldn't even swing
shiz,
out for the
they lost
trade.
both pistols.
One by one they fight, and one by one they fall until SOP is all that's left standing. He can fly that banner as high as he likes, but there's 4 more players to take down, and, well, caught with his hands out. 7-6, the lead again to Vitality.
Maybe he's just doing what he normally does on the camera, always telling people to sit down. I don't know, but 7-6. Yeah, for Vitality, you go back to their defeat versus Liquid. It was the defense where they struggled, the attack where they were able to find victory in the half. And for Foot, it was the same, a very dominant attack side, although we didn't see too much of their defense because of how dominant it was.
That sounds like a Warhammer 40K war cry. That's interesting.
Now expectations are low here, but the firing squad set up. Durka has probably seen everything, and the spams through the wall are going to deal a lot of damage, not just to SOP. A chance for him to really buff his ADR, which might be a little bit low after the first half. And in fact, it seems like he's just got some sort of gold detector for where the players on the other team have gone. The flank from Sayonara, though, if they are forced back into his direction, yeah, this is a chance for him to just farm.
Oh, that's getting way too close. How is this a 2v2? Yedajay's got 2 from the side. The man has been a monster, haunting the nightmares of Vitality, losing the pistol and winning this. It carries so much weight. They heard that TP. They know the Profec's here. It's Yedajay on the hunt for more, and he'll be put to bed. Profec keen. Did not see this round slip into enemy hands. The regen shields come on, but as he slowly presses forward, Sociable's already made it to the A side. 30 seconds now on the clock, and it's Profek who has to push through, find that spike, make it to the site, and get a plant. And as time keeps on ticking, he runs out of options. Going to the B site is off the cards. He has to take this and go to the A site. He has to look for the plant there, and if it's in the open, he is in so much trouble right now. Sociable could be in heaven, wrapping around. He could have went to main as he did, or be on short. The door will block one, but too many angles unaccounted for. The patience of Sociable on display, and an Omoda thrifty 4-foot, a round that never should have been.
I'm not sure what it was that gave the game away for Sociable, because I don't mind what Profik did. He smokes off the angle where the spike is. I think he hears that he TP back to the site. So his whole goal was to just bait Sociable into a rotation to the other side, not wanting him to have a post plant in a 1v1. But Sociable just looked for a second like he was going to rotate off, and then just stands there and just waits, plays it perfectly. And because of that, as you said, they're able to steal another round away, a huge economic boost as well. It puts Vitality in a scenario where they have to eco, and of course, who's surprised? Pushing through the smoke in B main. That is basically a done deal for this round.
It's such a lovely setup that they had as well. The camera sitting in B main, it spots you, they wait. Count to 3 or 4, and then up goes the reveal as they step into a smoke. That defensive side has everybody in A main revealed. Probably nobody looking at that point. And then you're inside a smoke shooting at someone you can see who can't see you. It's a fairly easy round, and just a nice basic setup. A good time to deploy it as well when you're up against these pistols.
Also, economically, an in-zone flawless coming off the back of winning a second round thrifty. It puts Foot in such an amazing position in terms of those finances. That now, on their opponent's map choice, we're going to have to wait and see what Vitality are saying. They might be feeling a little bit more confident.
Too aggressive. Okay. Timeout.
One more. Just take the
Can we take our time a little bit here?
Yes.
Make sure everything clear.
Oh, jeez, excuse me.
I will.
That came from nowhere.
Don't worry, they will not
Close marketer. They cannot flood out city. Come, I'm gonna flash out lane. Okay, you went. Clear everything.
Okay, you went.
Okay, everything clear.
I shot them.
I will smoke in 6.
You are the goal.
Wait. If Kelly can hear me, can I get any sugary drink? Because I'm actually running out of energy.
I resmoke city.
So that is a full Sugar Rebel for...
I'm on my way. I'll go get it now. Can you take over, Tom?
Yeah. We got plenty of Rebels in the building, bud. We can get you one of those.
Incredible. If anyone can hear me, I need a Red Bull.
Plenty of people heard you, Durka. Don't worry about that. I'm sure he knows.
That was wonderful.
To be honest, that is all I needed from the listener. Nothing else mattered to me in that round. It's great as well because we cut to it just as Chronicle wiped out the B push. So the whole round is basically, don't throw this. Let's just check our angles. Good job, Chronicle.
And can I get a Red Bull?
Yeah, can I get a Red Bull?
Oh, that really tickled me. Okay, 8-8 we go. Neck and neck again. Does Vitality find that round? Hopefully someone's found Dirk a refreshment. And we'll be going into the next at level. Now look, at this stage, we talk about Phoenix Ultimates early on in the half. They're always online, or at least they are for Vitality. Zeus still a few away. And this is a huge upper hand for especially the attack side to have. On defense, it can be good for retakes, but they charge you down. You ain't got a chance to use your ult. This time, pace setting is part of the game. Now they can
What the fudge is happening?
Take the fight. Instead, Flash just buys some time, allows the retreat as well. Vitality don't want
They
to
got paranoia off that?
That's the most surprising part about this, especially with the Phoenix ult. I thought they would jump at the chance for an early battle, but instead they reset. And in the meantime, Durka gets taken down early.
Yeah, trying to avoid the aggression. They find the other aggression, and they're not stopping. Another reswing, similar to the last round, just the constant beat pressure. This time,
But you're going into 4 people.
Now the remaining 3 players look to try and pressure onto A, but again, there's already a multitude of defenders holding on this side of the map. Sure, you have the run it back, but at this stage, do you really want to throw it in when chances are a stray bullet spamming the smoke? And oh no, stray bullet landing for Vitality. Economically, they're still okay to buy into the next round, so they don't need to save, but they're pressuring, looking for a mistake. But after Foot found such massive advantages, they've just decided to almost turtle up, excluding Crostalli, who I will say, considering this is a 3v5, he's peaking a little bit further forward than I would have liked, but I guess just trying to make sure that if there is going to be a full rotation, his teammates can move, because the fact is, Mitch, they haven't moved.
Yeah, they have
He just showed through the
bus,
smoke.
as you like to say, Tom. And it looks like Vitality ran straight into the setup. Full mag spam from Sayo, looked close, but Sociable fires back to take his teammate
Did
down.
look decently close.
And now 9 on the board for Foot. A third map on the horizon if they manage to find success here. And it has just been a flash in the pan from Vitality. They found the pistol round and lost the second. Then they come in with a round win just moments ago and immediately get shut down. And this was a big round for Zeus as well. We saw the fight in mid as well, bringing a lot of early value. But those flashes being conserved for the exec as well, such a problem. And I think Vitality are right to call a pause here. There is a lot to look back on in the last few rounds alone.
Yeah, and something that's actually been quite an interesting talker point. It was brought up on, and obviously that does come off the back of both.
We're not even like
They also
caught up
lost the
yet,
second round.
jeez.
But a lot of that comes down to Sayonara and Chronicle. Like Chronicle, I will say a lot of the kills felt more like exit kills in that first half. Like him basically either being in the right place or the complete wrong place.
I think Foot will
The way he
lose
started
here.
off in round number 16 with that triple. If we see more of that, there's still a chance for them to go this series.
Oh, that chance hasn't gone anywhere. It's a one-round gap. Vitality pulling the AWP out on Chronicle as well. Looking for mid control, which they'll be denied with the smoke, but then in goes Durka, filling in the space, allowing the rest to walk through that smoke and meet up. And all the while, Foot with that early aggression on short. They had 4 players stacked up on A, and not quite a Yoru rotate, but you can see how quick it is for Sup to make it to the B side afterwards. So we reset into a normal fight. The early aggression from Foot didn't work. So what did they go for? The middle aggression. As now Sop walks up, having pushed short on A. He's pushing main on B, but he'll be spotted there as well.
Oh, here goes Sayonara. Is there going to be someone to find? That's the only problem. They've claimed the space, gives it over to Durka. The wraparound from behind, though, Zeus gets that perfect. And now leaving them with a disadvantage once again. There's still 2 players in the back of the site. One of them, looking at wraparound from behind, is Zeus, who's got his own running back, but that hasn't worked either. Both players struggling a little bit with the ult, but it's still gaining advantages for Foot. 30 seconds left on that clock. The swing from Yumpy is such a risk. The spike now dropped, and I think they already knew this round was gone. A nice shot from Chronicle, but I don't want to see any more of those. 15 seconds, spike on the ground. He's just going to try, and I say try and save, because look at where Yedajay is.
Kron's ready for him being mid, but this close to the wall, I'm not so sure. 4 seconds. The player's in main too far away, and okay. He's bought himself that weapon. Oh!
Well, guys,
Now
you are
that's
broke.
a risk, let me tell you, but one that's paid off. Good kill. In the end, though, double digits found. On the other side of the stage, it's Foot finding a 10-8 score line. And as we've said, when it comes to the buy rounds here, they've looked better.
Yeah, it seems like, again, like Chronicle's kind of kept them honest. Another set of exit kills, but it's not really going to do anything to the economy of Foot. That's why I'm okay with them pushing.
Not right away.
Like maybe they lose a few more than I want to see, but it allows them to keep the operator into Durka's hands. Again, he's been struggling, and it looks like we're going to see some aggression once more from that defense. Early pressure towards the edge of the smoke. I think after contact has been made, Sop's going to go through, and the flash, perfect. The trade from Durka, though, solid.
Nice work, Sociable.
He's gone for
more. He's greedy. And it almost paid off.
So greedy.
42 HP on Chronicle, but I don't think he took a lick of damage in that fight. And now we're back to even territory. Yeah, maybe that fight wasn't necessary.
No, not at all.
But it wasn't
Brother,
even called
what
for.
the fudge is that angle?
But these are the kind of attempts that Foot like to go for. Sometimes they push the boat out too far, but for the most part, keeps you unpredictable.
They know that Zeus was the one to flash out of the smoke.
Yep.
But does that mean they still expect him to be here? Especially with the spams coming through the wall. from Crostali. I don't know if they will. No, they're not going to check it. At least the first player didn't, and that gives Zeus way too much ground. Chronicle again trying to save them, and this time actually with an opportunity at victory. The
Oh my
steps will
gosh,
be
he's
heard,
in
though,
main.
And why would he expect Yedoje to still be sat around main? Such an obscure position with how much pressure there's been over towards mid.
Yeah,
He's
he's
going to
got
plant in an open spot. That is just cruel. The one place that wasn't cleared is the one place Yedoje is.
And I'm pretty sure at the start of the round, they heard the cam in
What is this?
B-main.
Do you
not
see this?
outside of it, not near it, but in
You see
B-main.
this? Like where
That
my
means
mouse
that at the
is?
start of the round, from your perspective, he was B.
You
'cause
don't.
you can't
What
put
the
that before
fudge
barrier
is this?
goes up.
I have like
So
two
the fact
weird
that he's
things here.
10 later on in A main, it really has just sold a ruse to the other side.
You don't see
Small base
this.
utility.
What the?
Nice!
And a little bit of misdirection.
You don't see that.
Like just got foot to map 3. It's not
That's
even
telling me like my
elimination on
mic
the
and
line, but
cam's
these
on.
teams are playing like it. As just 2 now
You
needed
don't
for
see
Foot to
that
close
right
out
down
this
here.
map and put us neck and neck going into the decider. Of course,
I have two
Vitality
icons right
take a
here.
pause.
Yeah, I think
One
for
is a
Foot,
mic,
just as an organization,
one is a
they've always been
green
one that
button.
has been able to build squads that can
Why?
take them to events, that can challenge regionally and on the
I can't
international
click on them
stage.
either.
But they've never
Wait,
been
what if I
one to
mute
climb a
myself?
trophy, not at least
Does
within
nothing.
Europe, of course. I
If
think
I
they
turn
had
my
the
cam
VLR
off.
finals back in the day, and the odd
Nothing.
trophy from Turkey.
They're
but
not changing. They're
this
just
is
there.
one I am sure, from the owners all the way down,
Yes.
want to take home that trophy.
The climb back begins
Probably
here.
map 3.
Round number 20. Aggression towards the A site from Vitality. They've cleared out a lot of space already. Foot have changed things up as well. A much lighter presence on A. The duelists
Feet are
left
still
there, while it
freezing, bro.
seems aggression will come down towards B main. They've heard that wall go up.
Burning hot
So they
too.
want to get rid of it. Durka already down and out. We said it was just the duelists over here. Now the TP's come through for a moment, so there's a bit of support! Sop can't keep getting away with this! It's outrageous! Sayonara does his best to make this doable. And Chronicle,
Okay.
hold on, they
Bro,
might-
Chronicle's been shizzing on this team the whole
Maybe
map.
not victory just yet, but even just a possibility from the jaws of defeat is something.
Yeah, especially with how low their buy was. Not a lot of weaponry to play with. But that was sort of the story of the first half as well.
get a
The
break.
lower purchases for Vitality made this game competitive, but the jump across failed. And now Sayonara has everything to do. Still time to play with, but he doesn't know that Crostali is still sat behind.
Map 3
Foot
probably.
close to evening up this series, taking us to a third map. And we've said it before, we'll say it again. There is always a danger of playing a Turkish team on Ascent. I
Actually,
think Vitality are
let me
finding out
move
what
all
that
my
danger is
shiz
firsthand.
Yeah,
over to
especially
the
the first maps
right.
being close like that. You know they're coming in going, oh boys, we got him now. We got him now. Home field advantage.
I want to leak my messages, man. No, I have nothing important to
One
hide.
away from locking in map 3, from bringing us all the way to split to decide our first grand finalists. Foot now have 4 opportunities. But don't forget, they had 3 chances to close out the previous map, and they did not manage it. It was OT after OT afterwards, which also gave them more opportunities.
Oh. It's alt spam. Vitality
What the
desperately
fudge
wanting
are you
around.
doing?
Sociable has been caught once again, trying to be a little bit cheeky on the flank. With no alts to play with just yet, Crostali has managed to thread the needle.
They know, though.
They'll know he's here, but maybe expecting this to be bait. Sop has also decided to try and make a move a little bit early. Catching out one, the spam in, means his position is known, but they're hoping that maybe
I'm about to
Crostali
fizz a
can thread that
gun.
needle, and Sayonara has turned back, but he is still very much aware there's a player, or should be a player around here.
No, but he doesn't think they'd be that close already. Now they're looking at the site, thinking about the defuse.
Nice.
And Crostali strikes at the right moment. A tough game for him.
I mean, they got it
But he
2-0 now.
chose his time to
that have been able
Split?
to completely
Great
turn
map.
around their stage when you
Sky
consider
for the
group
fade.
stage coming into
Yeah.
playoffs, being granted a spot in playoffs thanks to Eternal Fire in the end.
Comfort will be a little different here.
Huge one,
because he
huge one,
definitely
huge one.
looked like a fish out of water.
Huge
To
one,
be fair,
huge
I
one.
still remember him on the attack side when we cast him versus Fnatic, and he was they had
Yep.
like full setups for him to judge slide into people. So I'm not worried too much. The one thing I will say, I'm looking at Sop on this defensive side. Versus Eternal Fire to qualify to London, he was just ridiculous in how good he was. But I'm hoping Vitality have a slightly different strat to just going A every round like Eternal Fire did, although they have just rushed A.
And it's worked. Vitality have taken the site, got the plant and the man advantage to work with. But it's not an easy round, only one man up. And Foot have grouped up the death ball, looking to split for a moment, but back on course. Profek will be the man to stand on the first corner and take down 2.
Nice.
With Yumpy closing it easily. Nicely done by Vitality. And 1-0 we go. Interestingly enough, it was a ghost on the ground, and Yumpy decided to keep the frenzy.
Hey, he's up close, and he's going to pre-fire spam. I don't really blame him. I think the more interesting thing in this series, though, is that winning the pistols has resulted in losing the map. In both cases, it was both pistols going the way of the side that ended up losing. Obviously, for Foot, it was slightly closer in the manner in which they lost the map with multiple OTs, but the facts are the facts.
Well, they also
the
got a bit
stats
closer
did not lie.
because they won round 2. So
That's no, that doesn't fit my narrative. I like my narrative.
Oh, sorry,
so,
sorry. I didn't say that, and it didn't happen.
No,
Let's
no.
move on. Round 2 should be easy. You're not looking at a very big investment. Last time Vitality ran up against a few pistols. I think a shotgun as well, if I'm remembering correctly. But Foot played this one classics across the board, except for Sop. Gets that little bandito.
Oh dear. Oh, Chronicle under pressure. Of course, he doesn't have much to lose. That's the main thing. Able to just play with the Ghost. Yumpy, on the other hand, does have quite a lot to lose, but they've sent Sayonara in as a bit of a ruse. Now, 2 players already dropped. You might be thinking that's not great, but it's the rifles on the remainder that would be real damage. These 3 players need to stay alive for this to be a successful round for Vitality.
100%, yeah. I mean, the strategy here of sending 2 players in extremities to feel out the space, it's fine. You look for a stack, you find it, the rifles go the other way. But there is danger, because now playing exits carries a lot of value for Foot. The only players left will be very sorry to see their weapon left on the floor. For Foot, winning the round might be out of the question majority of the time, but making it costly certainly isn't. Oh, nice try, but nothing else found. And for Vitality, all 3 rifles survive. They get away with this round pretty cleanly.
Well, yeah, and the benefit of this is that you can then go buying back in with the remaining other couple of rifles if you so desire, and then you come in with a potential of 5 rifles to what is round number 3. It looks like maybe they're going to go for a judge, which, to be honest, hasn't been much of a detriment for what we've seen so far. But I think getting that sort of attack side boost is going to be pretty important. Of course, last time they played it, they did manage 12 rounds on the attack, but I am mostly putting that down to their opponent, and that's not the expectation for this.
Early aggression coming through.
Okay,
Dirk.
maybe
It looks
not.
like they have learned a few lessons from Sop, and maybe even learned how to deal with them. He's on the floor. Zeus, Sociable, Yedajay, all locked out of this A site. And this is a blink and you miss it round, at least to start, but a slow approach as they look to plead their way back through.
90, bro.
Could be the one to swing. Like, it's him, he was constantly looking for them stepping out, but doesn't want to be the one to make the first move. Instead, plays reactive, and the reward is there for it. Vitality looking clean, with Sociable left alone, left alive.
Well,
The question of damage not going to apply as much here as we saw it in the previous round. It's already a very healthy position for Vitality. All 4 rifles have been recovered and will be carried forward by the looks of things. Although they, I was going to say, won't find Sociable. Hold on. Profek's walkabouts, but yeah, they've left him. Okay. Everybody
He lives
survives,
here?
but in the end,
Yeah.
a 3-0 start
where it's planted.
and a massive boost to the economy for Vitality with how these last 2 rounds have gone.
Yeah, I was kind of going into this game and going, like, I remember watching Eternal Fire and just thinking, they're just running into that A site and just getting destroyed by Sop and Sociable. It was that duo that was really causing them so many issues. I feel like on the other side of things, Vitality haven't then shied away from that. They've gone, actually, we think that we can sort of set our execute up better so that those two players aren't able to get away with anywhere near as much. And Crostali's initial flash setup doesn't really bring much other than information that they're there, but it's the risk. Like, Sociable goes running in, and if you manage to shut him down, they're kind of shut out of the round.
Well, now, Footer on pistols. And no surprise you see some aggression come through. The rifle on Sociable, a little bit further back. Well, the pistols play up close. First point of contact. A high-low with Sop and Sociable. Rifle and pistol. It's dangerous. Although Sop only has the classic. He's the only one left on the vanilla weapon. And two big guns taken out. Big one was a sheriff, but look at the position that they've lost that Phantom in. It's practically unrecoverable. I mean, they could put up the orb on Yedege and try to get it back, but it is being guarded, that's for sure.
Yeah, solid start.
I can't tell you how hot this is. My feet are still freezing.
Aggression towards B main, but still, that part of the map is being covered. Perfect's got to be a little bit careful. He might be about to deliver a gun over to the other side. Instead, his job is almost just to try and sell a bit of a ruse, maybe pull some players out of position. It's not worked. In fact, he has lost that fight. You have to remember, though, that Crostali's basically going to have to hit the shots of his life. First one, not so bad. Caught out by the nade, needs a little bit more, and eventually will be shut out, putting Yedege in a clutch scenario that is definitely not the most desirable. And with the wonderful, I think it was 90% post-plant win rate, but of course, when you beat a team 12-0, if anything, it's impressive it's not 100.
Honestly, I don't care so much about that as I do about Yedege's stats and clutches. I don't know what it is exactly, but it is very high. That, especially first map, I feel like he was so activated. Almost impossible to deal with. And it doesn't look like he's gone anywhere. Chronicle has to stop him. And he will win that 1v1. The Viper of Vitality giving them a fourth round, but Yedege proving that he's still that player you can't count out.
Yeah, especially the scenario of he has to basically jump out of heaven, give away the game of exactly where he is, and he still makes
what
that
the
look
fudge is
pretty
Yampy
competitive.
using?
It is impressive.
Nice, Kron, you're the goat. Oh my god, Kron, nicest clutch I've ever seen.
Nice, I mean,
doesn't get them any
How do you get a
closer to
draw
Vitality.
string
Now,
out of
this is
like
where
the,
things could change, though.
area
Sop
again?
on that operator.
Or is it
They're gonna
just
set
lost
him up
forever?
onto the B side. Of course, the same can be said for Durka. Both Neon players now playing the sniper. It gives a little bit more in terms of a potential dynamic for this defense, but they are on the wrong side of the map. And I have to say, so far, Crostali has been caught quite a few times on this A site. I do feel like he needs to be a little bit more careful.
you do say that, but Dirk is playing like a man who's had a much better 2 maps than what we've seen him have. Counting split as one pro.
Yo, this door is gonna fucking tweak
Slow
me out,
start
but I
here as
can't get
well.
up.
Off in his hands, solo poking that A site with just a bit of help from Chronicle, ensuring he doesn't get swung from an unchecked angle. When push comes to shove, I doubt he goes to heaven. Not with that operator. They'll move to site, but Foot are ready for this. You see Sociable towards screens. You can see Crostali, and soon they'll see Crostali as well with the Nightfall. Nightfall going through. It's caught one, but up top it was Zeus that was the danger man. They've dealt with him with a showstopper. But they've got the info on where both these players are. Check the flank, though. That's the real danger.
It depends if they continue to go this way. The one thing playing against them is the time. 25 seconds. They know that there's a player at the back of the site. I don't know if they do know that there's a player on that cross. And yeah, now they definitely are committed to this side of the map. Already, Spike dropped in the open. Now the rest of the players have to scramble. It is scrappy, it is messy, and again, Yedege is just taking over the round. Finally, he is dealt with, but at that point, it was already over.
That's it. You gave him a glimpse at the man that he was previously in that last round. And
Yeah, put
Yedege
something like,
ramps up
I gotta
early
fix this
flank,
fucking door
great
issue.
position,
No
great
one's playing
patience,
Harbor.
and of course, he hit every single shot. And this was it. From this moment forward, Spike down, and it's just done. He even manages to deal with a sprinting, dashing Durka. Very nicely. And there it is, yeah, the last time Durka had a sub-100 ACS was a 5-13 loss back in stage 1 to GX of 2024.
2024, yeah, that's the important bit.
2 years ago. You know, I'm not even sure, like, if we total it up, I don't think you could get 5 out of him in his entire career. I think that would be a struggle, even going outside of partnership. So it really was strange to see him have a tough map, and let's hope he can step it up here.
Think about how much of a mess like last year's Vitality was.
Yep.
It is surprising. He was still there all the way through.
But to be honest, an individual can perform better in a system that isn't flourishing, though, right? Because there's just so much more slack left there for him to pick up, potentially. But it was a good sign that the last map was still decently close, considering the fact that he wasn't really getting Profek at a really rough time as well, considering the fact they won the pistol, lost the second. Foot have definitely found dominance on map 2, and that's a big round for them there.
Playing so slow. Like the first couple of rounds were much more aggressive blitz strats in towards that A site. But now clearly expecting that aggression, but because of the operator on SOP, they've just got him posted up on the angle. Durka, of course, gonna be looking to try and take that space. It's patient from SOP, but that shot fires out. He has support though, and that support comes in the form of Yedege. Not able to get as much done as we've seen in the last couple of rounds, and SOP,
You have an off.
forward, eventually makes the decision to fall back. I'm also looking at that late flank potential. Profek's done well. Maybe the flank is irrelevant from Vitality because they are just cleaning up.
It's not over till it's over.
Beautiful stuff. Considering
Seeing
it starts
crazy
with
comebacks.
hesitation, with a slow play, I started to hear Powell's words from the coach interview in between
that
this
shit's
map
good.
and the last, saying, we started
That
to
is
question
almost as
ourselves,
good
doubt
as like
ourselves
beating.
halfway through strategies, and I think that's the real problem, right? That they needed to be on the same page, stick to the plan, as he said. And I thought maybe at the start of this round we were seeing that hesitation after the previous round loss, fear of that operator, but in the end they were just putting all their pieces carefully into place. A 5-1 scoreline now.
That foreshadowing?
A commanding lead for
W Neon
Vitality.
foreshadowing?
And Foot still searching for a response. That's a damn good answer from SOP.
Yeah, maybe the op was actually a detriment to him. You know, held him back a little bit from what is hyper-aggressive rounds, and well, that definitely was aggressive. A double peek. Chronicle looking for a response. Of course, they're now almost pigeonholed into this A side of the map, and the Umpeak only having a stinger.
Jeppy, why do you have a stinger?
I'm a little bit perplexed as to why. Maybe expecting the economy of the opponents to be a little bit worse, or maybe just thinking to be a sacrificial lamb in this round, but instead keeps them in a bit of an awkward position. Yedege with a Bucky has managed to eliminate him. The two weaker weapons going head-to-head. Chronicle has managed to find a gap, though. They are still very far behind. And in fact, that's a bit of an issue.
They're going to have to push through this now. You see the spikes being taken back. You know he could be on the rotate, but the flank, though, it's going to lock in the round. Beautiful stuff from SOP. The man who we're so used to seeing W key running
I don't think a
at you
pit was
heads up. Well,
necessary
this time
there.
he comes from behind. So much value found with the spike down. Kron's got to fight his way through a pit. 2 players in his way, 1 ready to help from up top as well, and then battle SOP for the spike after he's taken down his teammates with 20 seconds at the time. No surprise that he said, you know what, I'll just take the weapon through to the next. And Foot find themselves 2. And this is a big round for them, though. Like we said, they needed a solution. I'm surprised they used the Viper's Pit, but we got 5 volts, I guess.
Yeah, that's it.
They don't seem that valuable.
I think they start to look at it of like, okay, firstly, if we have 5 ults and we end up using them all in one round, then we're cycling through all of our ults anyway. So you're better off just using one, but also when it starts to just get a little bit dangerous, just throw it in. Like, just use one and make sure that this round is confirmed.
Could come back.
And put them back into a better position. Of course,
Yeah, P, what is this stinger by?
to their game versus Eternal Fire, and in fact their victory over Na'Vi. In both cases, it was dominant defensive halves. That's already not going to be happening. And with Vitality, maybe struggling a little bit more on the defense, but of course for versus Pacific, they did have a 100% defensive win rate, but that was just 1 round.
It's becoming pretty clear over on that B site that Vitality wanted to feign some aggression there to make Foot think that they'd taken space. Sociable's very quickly able to clear it, though, after the
There's
neon
so much
wall
we can
goes
do
down.
today. So much we
Sees
can
no
look
one
at.
there. Here's the
I want to
snap
watch
from
like
Lane.
maybe a match,
Alphonse
like
pointing
a
to this
Val
being
match I
a
play, but
or
from my
mid
friend's
split
perspective.
in the later stage.
We watch Gizmo play League.
And Foot very patient. They're sticking with that 3-man stack towards
This
A.
whole
Due to
wall
that,
is hot,
but
but my feet
Vitality,
aren't.
A minute left on the clock. Now start to change direction. Those Seekers popped out. They all went towards A main, so they think this is where everybody is. But it was one man to break them all, and now the showstopper used as a result. It's fired deep down in sewers, but it lands nothing. This was an
Brother,
entire round of
hit anything. There's 3 in the
Vitality.
smoke.
They have pushed and pulled the map. They have played with their opponents.
Holy shiz, you got shit.
And then found such a reward for their trouble. Even the low HP Turka.
I don't trust Cristalli at all.
This round was played, Tom, to perfection.
And yeah, for the remaining players, it
Dude
almost
has
has to
200
be
V-Bucks.
the saving of the weaponry.
Gotta save.
They could throw
Speaking
the
of
guns in,
V-Bucks,
they
you
could
see
risk it
Fortnite
to
remove
try
fall
and find a
damage?
way, but it just doesn't
Isn't
seem
everyone just
possible,
gonna
and
take to the
even
skies?
just the risks that were taken in this round, like Sociable having to just try and play around the edge of the smoke while using the stinger. It gets caught by a shorty. It seemed like Yumpy knew
If
that he
Vitality's
would be in
post
that
land is
smoke, but it
90
seemed like
and
he was
Foot's
well
retake is
aware.
40.
And then on the other side of things, you had the attempted swing from Sop. Like we talk about the success that this guy can have, but it felt like he was just almost throwing everything into the wind just in order to try and find some footing in this round. Half guaranteed for Vitality again. That attack side looking stellar. And for Foot,
In between, well, it's so long, bro. We're at 2 hours. We haven't even watched the other series yet.
individual rounds thus far. That's the risk I'm talking about.
I know he's in the smoke. I took some.
That's what I'm saying. Like it was just a read.
Down, boys. This is it. Come.
This is it, boys. Yes.
Cam.
Yeah.
They're not even playing a Cypher.
Stop taking timeouts. You lost.
You should be better than that.
Yeah, I split when we watched EF play Foot. It was very shaky. Like it did look like Foot were the better team going into it, but it was like if this 50 the other way, they just lose.
On the defensive side, they've just gone back and forth. This ain't going to be pretty for the credits of the defenders. Should they lose this already?
And Cristalli got very lucky on A side, which they moved to mid. He played, to put you in perspective, he played here for like 6 rounds on defense in a row at the end, and was always getting 1 or 2 here. And Vitality just shut him down in this one.
Ult number 4 can, no it can't. Immediately shut down, and as Zeus tries to pincer in alongside his teammates ult, he is also shut down. You can see already Sayonara is just pinging the smoke. Like, it's just a hard read they have into Sociable's gameplay. Someone who's normally so difficult to play against. But you see a smoke, and you are guessing that that man is within it.
Check out my
because of that, they just shy away. Let the smoke fade. Reposition it towards middle. Where for now, at least, Cristalli is playing, and he's having to take a risk. He's done well, though. But does he get greedy?
I only know A is weak.
In a moment like this,
They're going to go A.
3v4.
Well, they probably would have gone A anyway. I thought Chronicle like lurking A main.
Clearly set on A. Clearly set.
Oh my gosh, they read it
At the
perfectly.
time on Yedege, you even see the rotation
That's
from Foot.
insane.
Suspect
They
this is
know
where the
he's
hit's
B
coming
main.
through, but Vitality have started to shift this up into B heaven. Sociable's the real danger. Being in B main this
Do they
late, but
still know
clicking
he's there?
away. He's
Well, now they
peeked
do.
in. Now that's the information of perhaps worthwhile, and dodges the C's nade, sent his way, hiding behind the box. 10 seconds. The plant needs to be found. He's got an opportunity, and he strikes. Sociable might just have won them the round one more time to deny that plant, but he can't get there. Profek finds a safe corner in the nick of time, but Sociable, one more kill here, and this starts to look so doable, but he can't move. He can't get out of here, not without a fight, without a battle, and
Viper
Chronicle
save.
to win the brawl. Leaves it onto Yedege. Top 10 in EMEA when it comes to clutches, but even this is too much to ask.
Yeah, I think also maybe just a little bit hesitant
Durkane
to
number 1.
risk it. With their economy in such a bad space, it seemed like on one hand, you have a player fully committed in the back of the site, and on the other hand, Yedege wasn't sure whether he or not he should leave the spawn. It's definitely a round that came down to fine margin just because of the attempted heroics from Sociable. That plant position, definitely a little bit risky, but it definitely
Dude, my
didn't
feet
expect
haven't
him to be
changed,
there.
and the heat's
And
been
once
on for
again,
what?
It
How
feels
long?
like Vitality are doing fantastic work at not only getting themselves a relatively open
It's not even hot anymore. I might as well turn it off because it's fudge.
But then also, and most
I got the
importantly, having
PC
Chronicle
and the
in
heat going.
positions
What the
to
fudge
cut
is
off
wrong with
rotations.
this
Like
room?
every time someone like there tries to get onto the other side of the map, they're just either having to spend loads of time dealing with all the angles he could be in, or they rush it and they get caught.
Vitality, the uninvited guest at this banquet, they came
The
in
floor is kind of hot.
to playoffs through, I would say, look. Some of their games went their way, but more went the other than not. And yet, thanks to the results of other teams going their way, they were lucky enough to join playoffs. But even then, very few people thought that they would make a deep run, certainly not through the upper bracket. And yet here they are, standing, and even then standing tall up against Foot on this final map, at least to start with. But there's still a chance for a 7-5 half. Foot can easily climb back into this game. The question is, will they? And Chronicle might play a big role in that. It's all down to him and Cristalli. That space on A, something Vitality will know that they can play with in the later stages.
Yeah,
And maybe
flash
they want to
mom.
now, having seen that hop.
Even have flashes? No. They've blind.
It means that an easy opening onto Zeus, and I don't know, we haven't seen the SOP of old. It was a singular round with a rifle, but the operator just hasn't been having the impact so far. Cristalli needs to be in an aggressive position just because of the weaponry that they currently have. It's a double judge, and almost trying to bait them into position. A rotation all the way back to A, but this time Foot have at least got it right. A TP to the back of the A site, and with 20 seconds left, it's going to come down to the last few seconds once more.
All the numbers here. As you said, the perfect read from Foot, the perfect reaction and execution when push comes to shove. A save, the only option left to
2 rounds.
Durka, and a round finally in the hands of
Yeah, I
Foot.
think they
But
should
what
just
we
come
need
in
to
B
see is them build on it.
with
This
neon
is
ult.
just in the nick of time, a crucial round win, but with 2 more left to play with, they've got to put them together. Remember, so far in this map, all we have are isolated round wins. There's not been a single back-to-back win for that defensive side.
Yeah,
perhaps up until now.
It's the first time the gambles really worked off for them. There's a back and forth in terms of the rotation. You keep your secrets. And 7-3. And something you were touching on as well is, like, for Vitality, the gauntlet they had to run to get here was for Yumpy, Pow and Profit, Liquid, who just eliminated them pretty much every single time they played last year, and Fnatic, who the organization had lost to 9 times in a row. In the form of Fnatic, it has been the golden road all the way back to redemption, and now a spot in the grand final is placed in front of them. Showstopper in immediate double
Immediate
openers once
improvement.
again. A great start for Vitality.
Oh no, the op shot.
What the fudge was that?
Yenisei's got a snake bite out, and it's looking disastrous.
The save.
There were some real opportunities there, but Foot acknowledging they're gone, and there ain't many more on the horizon.
At least they're
not in
improving. They
this
need
round.
timeout to
And so,
fucking bomb
in the
his
second
ass.
last round of the half, weapons to be saved by Foot.
You know.
Rounds not chained together again. It has just been isolated win conditions that don't seem repeatable. And the right call, clearly. I'm not saying this from the perspective that these guys should have ran into the A site 2v4, time ticking, and a Viper's pit to make it through. No, they made the right choice, and sure, they'll
Nice.
get a kill for the reward. but
One's
will they
on
be able
a
to save
shiz
those
by them.
weapons? One's already gone, and Zeus is completely surrounded. He came into this
Now
round
2
with
are on a
1
shiz by.
kill, and sure, he's tripled it up, but he leaves this round without 1 rifle. None saved for Foot. That is a big blow.
Dude, why did Twitch
Yeah,
start
8-3.
doing that shiz?
Again, a very impressive display, but you can just see the change of pace.
I could
The
give a
denial
shiz
from
about the
Chronicle
weather,
with the
man.
spam through the smoke, and
Do I have any
just
messages?
a little bit off, trying to get in and out quickly. That's the thing. Sop has been punished so many times. Every time he's tried to go through. An 8-3 up.
Hold up.
Vitality
My phone's
dominating
broken.
on this 3rd and final map. Looking much cleaner than their own choice, funnily enough.
And it looks like they might have saved the best till last. at least in half number one. 9 possible as we step into that final round. 120 on the clock. Foot have adapted with a bit of mid control, a slight bit. It's almost a trap. They want the first shot fired by Sop and a reaction from Yedege, but those are 2 of the 3 rifles eaten up by that mid fight. Zeus.
So aggressive.
He
Literally, he lost this fight when he had a teammate alongside
Holy
him.
shit, no
Surprised
wonder.
He's opting to try and stick around when he doesn't. It really does feel like a lot of these defensive setups are almost just last ditch. It's like, I'm going to try and fight this alone and hope that I can face off against Vitality, who have had a lot more just sort of executions off the back of utility. I do like the fact that they've managed to put Yedege in such an aggressive position. It's being checked though, and Sayonara just quicker on the trigger.
Just broken,
Even though
I guess.
Yedege was waiting, the one thing that plays into their control is the time, but then the A site, at least right now, is completely open.
Using their own orb was sneaky as well to make it across there to isolate the angle. And oh, Cristalli's hit nothing. Sop's there to pick up the pieces. Okay, now I start to get serious about the round. He's in a 1v3 on this side of the map with Sociable trying to make his way over. But he's being watched. I mean, it is on Sop. He's the man with the rifle. We know he's got the ability to slide in, but Yumpy's caught him. Sociable caught him.
That's probably it.
And 9-3 locked in at the half.
Big grand finals.
Really impressive display
What the fudge is
coming
going
out
on
of the
over there?
likes of Vitality. Chronicle that
Maybe.
yeah.
I clicked something on OBS.
Let's listen
Hello?
to how things are going for Foot. This is a pistol that they desperately need.
We're
to
good?
get under their
Okay,
belt.
we're good. Why did I click?
Bol düştü beyler. Smoke
Heaven
yaptı.
bakıyorum, heaven bakıyorum.
Alright, play one pistol though.
Heaven bakıyorum, saldım Heaven'ı şu an.
Rampayı saldım. Hit. Öldü.
Bir daha fight.
Öldü o da. Ramp olur. Ramp
Gel atlayacağım dön. Gel CT'yi koruyor.
Hakim beyler.
Yok CT.
Ben vuracağım.
Heaven git at iyisin. Heaven git at bana.
Bekle sen.
Hadi bekleyin, acele etmeyin, vuracak o.
Tamam aldık. Tamam siz oynayın beyler.
Olsun abi.
Ben garanti oynuyorum.
Yürüdü bu arada, CT yürüdü, CT yürüdü.
What is Blood doing?
Onu shoulderlasana.
Diğer bak.
Oh, he snuck through.
%100 smoke 3 abi.
Nice.
Let's go!
Nice.
Now, whilst I
That
didn't
got scary for a
understand
second.
a lot of that, I did hear them say, go get your ace. I caught that much.
I think he
and
said,
love
I'll
to see
bait
that.
for you as well.
Yes,
I'm pretty sure I
yes.
heard that. So, a wonderful round from Zeus. I think he just doubled his
YouTube.
kills. Definitely having a little bit more of a troublesome first half, but if anything is going to get the blood flowing, it's a 4K in the pistol.
Try the
offering,
App
diving
Store,
into the
yes.
site. And even just a cheeky, irritating smoke. Who could have guessed that?
I'm
was Yedege
trying
shouting,
to
not me.
update you
Well, he
YouTube
was,
thing.
Zeus was on 1 kill.
So what are you
quadrupled them
doing?
In 1 rounds up to 4, and now he's doubled them to 8. So 16. Yeah, the pattern might be broken.
I was about to say he's
that'll be
going to
a
have
tough
to like break some sort of record to keep that going.
That's going to be tough. 9-4.
Told you it's not over till it's over.
This has to.
Yeah,
I
we're gonna
mean,
tweak
I
over this
really
shit.
mean it when I say has to be the first time we see them chain together rounds. If they lose this one, we might as well just end the game there. They're up against. It's not all classics. There's a single bandit upgrade and a nice nade in the corner. That's already danger, and Sop is dead. Okay, I'm already very worried. But for Foot, they're on the attack, and they still have the spike, and they can go where they like with this one. Sociable solo pushing up against Beniko is a crazy
Oh, that
play,
scared
but
me.
It seems to have worked out. Now they can bring the spike.
Thought he got
Bring
headshotted
it
for a
to the
second.
spike.
Yeah, and I think with how much
Send him
information
solo.
they've already managed to get, they're going to know that there is going to be a gap. He's still lurking around the edge of the smoke, which is something I thought that Foot would have, oh sorry, the Vitality would be aware of it. They've talked about it a lot, but in this case, not going to be too much damage done. I think only a Marshall has been dropped. And for Yumpy, any additional kills here would be nice, especially if he can get rid of one of those rifles, even just get a kill throw out of the map. But I was going to say there's not too many opportunities, but Sociable is still alone.
I can pretty much guarantee you that if I was in the coach booth right there for Foot, and I saw after the game we've just had on Split,
Okay,
Sociable
finally.
in
So
that
what did they
eco with a
change?
trade, a 1-for-1 go. I'm actually going to solo walk into heaven. I'd be in the other coach's booth because I would have full pace,
No idea.
sprinted and jumped through the wall. I mean,
Oh,
that's
almost
madness.
swole my
And for him
ass.
to then go back. Oh, you got your reward for it. I'm going to go back again. I wouldn't have a voice anymore from screaming. But
He needs to
Hey, it
earn
works
up.
out.
He needs to earn the from the shadows. It's an important ult. that
Oh,
he
he's
needs to
old
get.
farming. My bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It just is ludicrous to see when that they
Okay,
play with
I
that
don't know, I don't
confidence,
know.
even though
I don't
they've
know.
been shut down for so much of this game, and maybe
This
this
is a
is
serious
secret to
round,
that.
though.
I don't know, but
Wait,
9-5.
That's what I said. I don't know.
This is where the real competition heats up.
Yeah, for
Touching your nose.
Vitality, this is
I
the
can't
chance
stop
to
touching my
almost
nose, though.
Look to put the game to bed early, shut them down before they gain that Turkish momentum, which is a lot stronger than normal momentum.
No, I forgot they don't have
For Foot,
senties.
this is almost a chance to breathe life back into the game. That's it. They come in with a lot of rifles and sociable. He had a decent position, but
Wait, where's Omen playing?
loses his life looking the wrong way. Dirk are also under pressure, but you can already see his teammates, I was going to say getting there. They weren't quite able to save him.
What the literal fudge is Blood doing?
That was a play from Profek, and one that has been
He's got a
punished.
parlay on
Surprise
him
of nobody.
losing.
Sayonara down to 37 as well. It feels like a few opportunities for Vitality left on the table. Where are we going? 40 seconds, and we're on the rotate to the A site.
Really?
I have not been this confused in a long time. Expectation of a nade. I think they already heard the nade go out. They thought that the full rotation was there already. I don't know. I don't know why this has happened. And now they're waiting on this side of the map. The spike is down. A perplexing play by Foot, but one that might
Zeus.
still work out.
Holy.
Sayo is low and will be dealt with, but Mini, I'm going to call on you. I want a telestrator and a reason, my man.
I'm out.
What did I just watch?
I'm definitely confused.
What are you
Especially
showing
when
it
you have
twice
full
for?
control of the site.
This spike was like planted.
Yeah,
Can we
and
watch
he literally had
Profek's
to let go at
dumbass?
the last second, so I'm guessing this wasn't a call from Sop, but dangerous, especially with the spike getting caught on the cross. I guess the assumption was they'd full rotated over, but risky stuff that does end up working. And if the plan was to frustrate Yumpy a little bit, maybe the plan worked.
Orb of
He's
confusion.
just angry because they were throwing that shit so hard.
Well off momentum.
That
We
was
heard from
actually
them just
turned
the
into
other week as
winnable.
well
He was
from
going to
all
save.
of the Turkish representatives in playoffs that
Maybe.
they
It
do
was,
think
he
that
looked,
Turkey
his
in
situation
general
was weird as
just
fudge. Or his
plays
position.
with emotion, uses emotion much more, uses momentum much more than any other region, and I think we've seen that over the years in the data.
Yeah, I think the
Stop
scary
touching
thing
your
is that
nose.
these early rounds have been a massive comeback for Zeus. A quiet defensive half. Now he's going to be
He's
leading
dead.
the charge in a lot of these attack rounds, and he's already been performing fantastically well. Of course, you have to bear in mind, Vitality have had a
Oh, it
lot of
wasn't a
success
scan,
throughout
it
this
was a
series
dog,
in these
never mind.
low buys. We've
Thought he
said
got
a
scanned.
mode of Thrifty a lot of times today. So they got to be a little bit careful. A little bit
Brother.
more grouped up than what we've seen so far. Mordurka gets a nasty surprise with how close Zeus and Sociable already were. And this puts the pressure onto Yumpy. I think he knows he's about to be surrounded, needs this kill versus
Nice.
Yedege, and he will get it. Maybe having the expectation that there's more players here, and well, in any
That was so
number of
close.
seconds, they can be. Another kill on the board for Zeus. Nice shot from Sayonara. But his teammates are falling like flies, and they're leaving
Nice.
Chronicle trying to be a bit sneaky.
For a second,
We
I
got
didn't
series
realize
on
Sop
him.
was up there in heaven. I thought Sociable was about to pay the price for spamming a body, but not
spamming
true
the smoke.
in the end. Oh, it was this. Yeah, that was the smoke. he
And
was
maybe there's
spamming
another guy
that's,
in there.
That's right. Just catch their ankles in the smoke so
Yeah,
they
yeah.
can't sprint.
Whatever
The
that
guy gets
was.
pulled up, so he was countering.
Of course, yes, you're very right, Tom. Recoil must have went up a lot. Oh, two round gap. And Foot are very much back in the game.
But they
It's
probably
4
don't
in
win.
a row, but here's the full buy from
Does
Vitality.
Americas
Here's the
play
showstopper from
tonight?
Both sides online. The off in the hands of Dirk.
Is it a good
The
series?
drops on
Is it
wrong
the
side of
London?
map.
I gotta check if it's the
Vitality
London
will be
series.
pressured on the A site as we see Foot quickly take heaven control. The showstopper moving to the site. It's cleared out a lot of space, but Vitality have done a good job of just completely avoiding that early utility, that burst coming out from Foot.
Yeah, Profek actually at the last second had to TP through into screens just to make sure that he survived. Sociable holding onto the love.
Got
but he's been
shiz
dealt with
on.
by
Holy
Yumpy.
shiz, you got shiz
The
on.
battle of the former teammates. It's been a back and forth throughout this game. Dirk are desperately looking for the player up top. And actually, a couple trying to hold on to heaven control. Sop with the spam through. brings it back to an even scenario. Sayonara has actually killed himself, but maybe that sacrifice
Bro,
wasn't
same
in
Sayonara.
vain. His
Let me kill
teammates,
myself real
I
quick.
don't know if him dying helped them in any way, shape, or form.
Bro, it's not
but
planning
it
for
has
you.
given them a chance. Yedaje in the clutch, not this time. And Vitality get their
Bro,
first
that's the
round
same.
of the half.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tight
Let me
plan as
check.
well for Yedaje's
Oh, I don't want to get
position. He was really
spoiled.
gambling on
Holy
it,
shit,
taking
I
a
don't
bit
want to get
longer
spoiled.
on the site,
What day is it?
for those
15th?
players to
Yeah, it
fall on
is.
foot. And a real surprise. 'Cause
In an
Sayonara
hour?
taking
What do you mean
himself
an
down.
hour?
Oh, that's nasty. Saw him just before. So he gets shot out in the
Shiz,
back.
this is my
swings to
London
try to
match.
take it out, shoots the wall, but
They got
it
the
doesn't
info.
seem
They
to
got the
matter.
info.
Yeah, it was all about the info there.
Why'd you Americans for going out weekly?
Unbelievable Ray Zolti. You see, it's not all about killing the enemies. Sometimes it's not even about the space. Sometimes you're going to take yourself out. So your team rallies behind your corpse and says, we'll avenge him from himself. But for Vitality, double digits.
It's a risky peek from Chronicle, but nothing comes from it. Sociable even with the operator, and it's looking like more of a contact up, but off the back of the Prowler, Zeus tries to swing. A stunned up player, but just forcing them back.
Yeah.
As they go back towards the
B-split, A-split.
Sayonara is yet to rotate.
Ooh, hey,
There's
hey.
nade available, Boombot as well, could delay them if necessary.
They heard the jump.
Especially after this flash, might look to, but no. Wants to join up with Profek on the side.
He's usually doing the silent jump, but they heard it. Avoided him with the Sky Flash. Moved to the site. Another flash pop.
Great
Beautiful
flash.
entry from Foot. But more to be done now. That utility gone, but Cristalli backs it up with his
That's a
rifle.
little bold.
Nightfall clears out Heaven. Op spotted. That's a big problem for them right now. Look at the Toxins only on 30. As we saw Viper moments ago, it's going to be a while before they can block that op off, but here we go. Quick burst. They have to get into the elbow. Yedaje knows it.
Nice.
Takes his moment to strike. Very nicely done. by
What was
Foot.
I checking?
Great
Oh yeah,
control
in an
after
hour.
the initial burst of aggression.
Is the stream
As a
up?
result, 10-8. Foot not going to fall too far behind.
No, I
But
think
do the
especially,
streams usually
like,
go up
the
this
defensive
early?
side for Cristalli was rough, but I think with how they play this attack, so
Americas.
much more direct, you're going to have like these sort of burst plays. That flash was
It's really
perfect.
good
Like,
matchups because
Profek
we need
also couldn't
MIBR
have
to
been
win
more
and then
blind.
G2.
And then he's
Probably
even
will
defending
win.
the player looking to try and go for the spike plunge.
Yeah,
just
we'll
by
watch that.
getting around and
There's no
finding
way we can watch
that kill on
Heretics.
the
What do we
elbow.
watch?
For
I don't
Durka,
know. Who cares
no
if we're
way
a little
out.
late?
Yedaje already holding on the other side of the map. And what was a pretty
Yeah,
heavy
you need baby
deficit
base sentinel
not
on
too
this
long
map.
ago now sits at just 2 rounds.
You really have to commend Foot
Bro,
for being
Profect
able
has
to
been
bounce back into this.
Doxious.
That first half was abysmal. A few dots of Cyan on that timeline, as you can
Turkey's
see,
doing
and the
worse
rest of
on
it was
them. Holy
lights
shiz.
out for Vitality. They come in here and winning a pistol would even leave them in a position to basically close out the game with an ult spam, but instead they're 2 rounds ahead. 3
You're
from
dead.
victory, 3 from the grand final. Spot being locked in, and it's a little shaky. Sayonara not with his weapon out, caught by Sop, and Heaven control. It's not quite in the hands of Foot, but it could be. It's almost being offered for free. Chronicle up close is the only danger. They should wait for the wall to go down before pressing forward. It does mean the Boombot's burned up for free.
Yeah, the one thing that they have got on the Vitality side is just the full rotation. Everybody is
Sure, we're
here.
good.
The numbers
Wait, messages?
are waiting on the other
We're
side.
good, we're
and
good,
Foot
we're
look committed, but that commitment hasn't gone anywhere. Durka
Good
at
damage.
least manages 3, and the second player isn't spotted, but there's no gun to be had. It is
That was scary
dangerously
as fudge.
close. As the two duelists go hand in hand, Zeus stepping up massively to the plate. You said it before, like, I think he got 4 kills, right, in that first half?
Yeah.
He's now on 18.
And again, I want to be very clear. He got 4 kills.
3 in
of
one
which
round.
were when the entire enemy team was hunting him down post-round. So in terms of pre-planned actual rounds you're fighting for, he got a single kill. It was a really rough first half. But that's the thing. You got to keep pressing forward. You got
How
to
hard
keep
did that
fighting
hit
a good
economy?
fight, and eventually things go his way.
Pretty bad.
The winning
Oh, dear.
formula works under the right conditions, but a TP here from Sociable. They were so distracted by the utility coming through. They know he's there. Paranoia's been sent out, but oh, the spam! The damage
Oh,
done on the
Chronicle
back
shiz
of it,
on
yet
him.
all the kills are for Vitality.
Oh, his
So
aim's a
Zeus
little
steps
weird.
up to the plate. Chronicle and Zeus, it's been a round of 2 players.
Do you have TP?
With
No.
Sociable
I meant all
able to
TP.
TP out with the spike. They've heard him. They know he's on his way out. And the world is his
Still
oyster.
winnable.
He can double back if he wants. no matter what, he's made this easier for the minute on the clock. Plenty of time as well.
She had his ult. Used it at the beginning of the round.
9-11.
Vitality were well aware. A prowler from Yumpy. Had that expectation. The missed shot from Durka. But he's just falling all the way back.
He's a TP in the smoke.
For his teammates to group up.
I gotta see that spam because 3 were dead in the
Just
instant.
look at the position of Chronicle. It's such a nasty spot. There's no reason for that to be checked. A superb round from
Yeah, that's a
him
Chronicle round right
individually.
there.
4 kills. Will put another isolated round onto the board for Vitality. But is this the start?
That's a time.
The beginning of the end? Or is
A birthday gun
this
off
just another
off.
footnote
Oh my gosh,
in the
come on
comeback
guys.
for Foot?
Nice! Oh, wait. No, no. But yeah, sorry. I think I celebrated way too early.
Because he didn't realize it was one soul alive.
Yeah, he got his, you know.
Happens to the best of
He's
us.
like, wait, you guys couldn't get one?
I've killed 3, it must be over.
To the grand final for the one that tastes defeat in this map.
Nice.
Goes the spoils. Advantage in
So yeah,
trying
3
to
outs
take
versus 2.
the EMEA title.
Joe stepping out early AHA.
Something that has eluded many. And with a super team crafted, a Turkish super team was built for this stage. But only one of them can make it directly into that grand final, and Sop is not shying away from this fight. The judge does well, and the overdrive does even better. A double opener with Zeus's right-hand man already taken out Durka. It is looking like double digits is already confirmed.
Yeah, and there's Vitality accepting that reality. Profek backs off to the B site. And Chronicle sets up for exits. These weapons will be carried forward, at least. They'll give it their best shot.
They need to be.
Indeed, they do. Yeah, that economic pressure we spoke about, it was on Foot for a while. Whether it's come back to bite Vitality with 5 players alive as well. Big money maker round for Foot if they should have.
I can't get over these icons down here. I don't know what they do. They're not telling me
Victory
anything.
in regulation.
You're just there.
It's looking more and more possible for Foot, a team that coming into this half looked like they should be counted out.
Oh,
Can't
for
lose
sure.
them.
Yeah, like they're
Can't
literally
lose them.
a pistol round going in the other direction, and this could have been a done deal. Vitality could be in the final. We don't deal in if, buts, or maybes. This now comes down to who's going to win these last few rounds, and OT in the first map. I wouldn't be overly surprised, but I also just love the mentality of Foot. Like, you call a pause, and your response is to dive in with a judge, pop your ult, and just try and basically outgun your opponents in the first few seconds, right back to exactly what you'd expect Foot to do.
Timeout.
But in such a high-pressure crunch round. And now we get to see how Vitality react in the same circumstances. Their economy is on the brink here.
Well, it's always the problem with calling a pause against a Turkish team, against a squad like Foot. Setting up a strategy. It often feels like you're building castles out of cards.
I'm
in the
not
wind.
gonna be here.
These guys come through. Shake up your very foundations from the get-go and then pump the brakes in the next. A difficult team to play against. The pace constantly changes, and now a blitz out of the smoke. Profek not quite ready for that, and you can't really blame him. Oh, but he's caught Sop straight through Sop's wall. A headshot
They even
delivered,
smoke
and now an
heaven, did they?
advantage. They can be comfortable in playing the retake, but Yedije is taking comfort out of their hands.
He knows they're going to try and deal with him. Sociable. Again, we talk about this man in aggression.
Oh my gosh, it's
and
even,
they've
I
just
think.
started to disrespect the side of Vitality. Spike still yet to be planted. Durka trying to delay that as much as possible, but the fact is, he really doesn't have the
Positioning his
weaponry
ass here.
to get back in. A heal being granted to
They're going
opponent
for
as
it.
well, and that's not bad. Paranoia is the other way. He tries to bait in the fight.
It's gotta
Still
be Durka.
waiting for Yedije, but Yedije's not moving. The players on site are saying, look, they have not made a move. They have not tried to fight us just yet, so you don't need to go anywhere. And now with that time ticket, they go looking, but they passed each other.
That was so lucky, it's insane.
Sprayed through the smoke is what will
Turkey
close this
invested it
round.
too.
Vitality's economy
Is that
now
tied?
in the bin, and Foot just 2 rounds away from the comeback being complete.
Yeah, now
So
things
tied?
are definitely getting serious. Vitality being pushed to the limit. They had the opening duel in this round, and then Chronicle goes looking for a mid-fight. Yumpy then tries to pull it back in
Nice.
heaven, and because Yumpy goes down, you have another player swing through. And then ships in the night, but Yedege lands his broadside. Wood chipping and shattering in the darkness, and Vitality now being
That's
cut down
last.
to size. Another timeout, a 4th one.
The Chronicle 4K
Who gets
taking
match
home one of
first?
those rounds. It doesn't matter the side. It just matters if they believe they can take it.
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
it's safe to say they do. Already SOP with another opener to add to the collection.
And every player on Vitality quaking in their boots, hearing the Outlaw fire out at the start of this round. It one-shot Durka for a reason, and it'll one-shot everybody else on that defensive side. The timing to pull this out is perfect from Foot, acknowledging the gaps that will be there. They've got a double-barrel quick reload operator.
Oh, he shiz on.
They don't need
GG.
it. Zeus is taking Sayonara down. The pace picked up towards the site, and
GG.
the fairy tale
Foot to
run from
grand finals.
Vitality, making it to playoffs, besting Liquid, besting Fnatic. They have climbed over giants to be here, and yet Foot,
He's gonna say it.
they stand tall in their path. 5 players alive in a 5v1, and this is how they set themselves up for map series point.
It is rough. Like, you look at it from
Oh, no, they have no
Vitality's
more
perspective,
timeouts.
they've taken a pause and just immediately been blasted out of the server. We've seen this time and time again with how pacey they are happy to be. They get the opener in mid, they're right back to this ASAT. And I have to say, the turnaround from Zeus is genuinely incredible. It looks like we've gone from the worst player in the server to maybe one of the best players in the world.
Yep.
He has had 20 kills in this second half. As you said, before that, it was 4 kills total and 3 in a singular round.
Hard here.
A different beast.
Oh, they don't have
All
showstopper.
starting from having a stellar pistol. And now Vitality stand with, okay, rifles for the most part, a judge for Durka, but they have to buck the trend that has been a
You're dead.
dominant turnaround from
GG.
Foot, who are now 4 kills away from their first
All right, Heretics
ever
versus
grand final.
EF for London.
Vitality, what a story it has been. You know, from nobody's pick to everybody's problem. And
He's
they
one
were a
off
big
showstopper
problem
though.
for Foot on map number 1. They were a huge problem for Foot on half number 1 here.
It's a little risky.
But things have changed. And now that fairy tale run to the grand finals under threat. This has to be.
He has
They
showstopper.
stand and defend their run.
Oh, that's literally what I was worried about.
From Sayonara,
Literally what I was worried
a
about.
triple kill that has put them back into contention, back on the
Floyd,
map.
you had it. You were gonna
back
place
into
your
this series.
best.
OT.
How does no one call he's
Now
one
just
off
30 seconds
showstopper?
away. It looked like Foot were gonna hightail their way
Yeah,
all the way to the
I
grand
think they
final.
just like get
And
mid
maybe
pick now.
Yedege still has something to say about that. The 2 were rotating, but
So
Prophet denies.
I feel like after that mid pick they should just go and B. No? Like they know Profect has been playing like dog shit. But they gotta bait out his paranoia first.
Has kept them in contention.
Like, oh my gosh. Can I rewind it quickly? This. They need to get here. When they went here and the smoke was here and he was standing here, they need to send out a neon stun first to get his paranoia. And then they go back mid and get this pick and do a B split. It's just, it's that simple. That's what they should done. Or you could even try like fast lane, but I think just stun just calls for paranoia, TP out, and then go mid. And then take this. But you knew he had showstopper. So maybe they were worried about Sayonara playing here and then showstopper playing here. That's why I was worried about. Like, would you rather go into a dude who's playing B Heaven with a showstopper or Screams, who has like a line drive and you know he has a rifle? This is exactly. Told you. Like I told you.
Although I think that might have happened on map 1.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
I don't know how they don't call that.
A gorgeous shot indeed. And now overtime locked in.
Oh. They threw that round. They threw that round.
I like his style.
Grips on your ways, front way, back way. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love when we go OT.
And now, 25 on the board. That last half was...
Now the economy's good again. And they're back on attack. They could just lose here.
Continue. We have to see the best of Foot if they are to lock in that grand final spot.
Well, their story themselves is picking up.
They still could
Sociable
win,
from
don't get me wrong.
Failure in Na'Vi.
But they threw that last round.
Stealing Sop from his brothers on Eternal Fire and going from last place at kickoff to potentially
I like this play.
top 2. At a minimum top 3. Either way, it's impressive, but there's no telling where this roster stops. Now, it is worth saying that both teams performed far better on their attack side.
I actually don't like this play. I thought they were doing something else.
For now, but I also just think that for Foot, it's more based off those individuals. Like Zeus wasn't firing, now he is. Sop also had a pretty rough first half at times. A massive step up.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it.
They're trying to
Stays.
pull players away from the B side, and it has not worked. 30 seconds left, and they may think they've spotted
Why
the
did you
only
just stop
defender.
jump
There's a
peeking?
second man in Zeus,
What?
but it's only for 1. Sociable up top, though. If he could drop the spike, there it is on the ground. If he gets the next, it could be over. The other 2 are on the other side of the map, but Sayonara.
Yeah, you're against a neon, bro.
And now with his showstopper online, it's down to his opponents. And he's bought time as well for his teammates to get into the site.
Stally, that's risky. That's so risky. And
He got hit by
so
that.
much damage for it. You heard the showstopper.
The disrespect is crazy. There's like Gizmo's disrespect right now. Hey, he missed them too.
Out of the hands of their opponent, still having a dog, it's a mistake.
Didn't see
one that
Yumpy.
very well could come back to haunt them, but everyone's looking the other way.
It's gonna be a 1-for-1, yeah.
Oh no!
It's GG. It's GG. Like, why is he jump peeking? Can we like this? Kids are they lost. They lost. They're just not winning on defense. I'm sorry.
Also had a pretty they're trying to pull players
He
away from
jump
the B
and then does
side.
this
It has
shiz.
not worked. 30 but this ruse is being sold. They're trying to pull players
Jump?
away from the B side.
He's
It has
jump peeking.
not.
He's
But it's
perfectly
only
good
30
doing that, and then he
but this
does that.
ruse is
Look,
being sold. They're trying to pull
jump,
players away from the B side.
and then he just does that swing out.
It has not worked.
Which, look at your positioning. You have Raze back here instead of Omen. Your Omen's here for some reason, and your Neon just stops jump peeking. So he's forced to swing out because he's literally dead here. And then it's
There's a
like
second man in Zeus, but it's only for 1.
Nara's gonna get his ult
If he
too.
could drop the spike, there it is on the ground. If he gets the
I mean, it's over, bro. And then Dog misses Yampy, so it's gonna be a 1-for-1, and but he accidentally pressed the right click.
on the other side of a man in the
Okay,
GOAT.
I thought I skipped 2 rounds. My bad.
And given the plaudits of a man in the GOAT
They
conversation.
cut to the crowd and then they cut the Chronicle,
Maybe
which
it'll
made
be
me think there's more
sayonara in a
time.
year or so.
Yeah, it's good.
That's already
This
a
guy
lot of
can heal
damage
up,
for
but
Sop. The heal necessary. This A site, the more direct hits have been what have worked for them.
yeah, they're
The
not doing
Prowler is
shiz
gonna
on this
tell
side.
that
Yeah,
there's one
it's
there,
so
but the
far.
distraction is used. Zeus dead is massive,
Yeah,
but
okay, there's Sop.
still
And yeah,
stands, but
that's Sop overheating. Yeah, GG.
Another for Vitality.
Good,
as
good
Durka
swing though.
answers the call.
Going to
Yenis and
heaven.
Cristalli. They will try their
It's
best
not
to
over,
pick up the
my bad.
pieces, and in fact,
Let me
Yenis
chill
is in
out,
one
let me
hell of a
chill out,
spot.
actually.
He has no idea, but right down below him was Durka, a free kill offered up, and
Ah,
instead
GG.
Durka comes back to bite.
Energy Energy.
Vitality,
Top 10
one
clutchers.
kill away from the grand final.
Yeah,
They
he's done.
started this out,
Good for Vitality, but foot through that shows multiple times.
and now they burn banners considered greater than
Hey,
their own.
my hate watching paid off. They made it grand finals.
Time after overtime, a hell of a series, but Vitality from the bottom.
Foot through that multiple times. Like the lead on Pearl. the lead on Pearl, and then those. That was just so bad. That was the worst thing I ever seen. It was so ass, man, multiple times. Like I said before, they threw like those 2 rounds. I don't know why Sop's doing that peak against like Amseo's kind. He's gonna make me cry.
Who beat them 9 times in a row, and then they had to go through probably the most informed team at the moment in foot. A flare that can be difficult to put out, and yet every single time they looked like they were faltering, they managed to turn that tide. For foot, this isn't goodbye. They're qualified to London, but more importantly, they go into a best of 5 tomorrow for a chance at redemption. And to be honest, with how they played throughout this,
yeah, they deserve that. Okay. From what we saw in fudging in groups compared to playoffs, they just like on a new level. They're on a new level. Their groups were so bad. I mean, you can go back and watch, but I think the worst was like BBL. You watch BBL Map 3, that was the worst thing you will ever watch.
And now they stand right at the tippity top. Take a bow, boys. You've bloody earned it.
Fudge it, play the song for them. They earned it.
It's definitely going to be
That one Heretic fan in the crowd. What is? Get off the stage.
if they can make it through in that best of 5. Of course, there are a lot of fierce opposition teams that they struggled with. I don't know if they want a rematch versus Eternal Fire. We've seen that one coming.
At least 2 Fnatic players are here. Thank you, Vitality. I'm like, foot are now like elimination. Are we interviewing? Shit. Are we interviewing Profec? Why are you playing like ass?
You know, I'm happy that apparently we're playing Prague right now because we won, right?
Well, is there that extra level, you know, of pressure off because you know you've already made it to London?
Yeah, they probably won.
And does it feel like the stakes is still there, that you still have to prove?
Well, they made it to London, but like, if you win grand finals, you get a bye.
You
So.
know, like, it's nice to get trophy, especially for Vitality that in the CS they have a lot.
Sure.
And here they don't have that much, so we need to be on the same level, right?
You gotta start adding some more to
You
the
don't
cabinet
compare yourself
there.
with Vitality
the
ever.
series in itself going all 3
Yes,
maps.
Vitality.
The first one, you guys went to overtime, so you won it on that one, and then you won it for
Should we
overtime
skip this?
here in
We're
Split.
kind of late. And
Why did you need that extra rounds for each map? Why was it so difficult to get the win?
what is
No,
this?
I want to go where it's cool. At the front, by yourself, headphones in, just looking out on the scenery while driving through London.
Is it a
Everyone
rematch?
noted.
What the fudge is happening?
Flag it. They don't need this one man in a yap session of 5 minutes monologuing. That's too much thinking.
Alright, again, I think Heretics played the way they played against Fnatic. Your rides or die on this guy.
In the world, you know, I want to hear you hype up your boys a
You
bit.
could see against Fnatic, he was teetering on the line a bit. He was teetering. But I think EF are very good. But his team threw against EF in the top, and the uppers. Like on their first match, they played their first match was TA or EF, and they won the map, and then their team sold. It was like 1-2. It wasn't like 1-2. It was this.
In my whole esports career, I've never got to play in England. Having this event in London,
Bro, don't put that shiz on
really important
yourself.
to me. Qualifying to London means having the people I care about watch me do something I love.
He's such a crasher, bro.
I've worked really hard to get to this point so far, so I'm not gonna stop.
Heretics'te bir tane oynadık, 2-1 yendik. Kolayca oldu bizim adımıza. İlk map'i kendi ellerimizle vermemiz lazım.
I went easy isn't the right word. They kind of threw it. Like they didn't like the Rians we saw against Fnatic. Map 3 was not the Rians on fudging that stage. That I want to say playthrough, but it's not a playthrough. That's a fudging game playthrough. It's a matchup against this matchup. I only saw Cosmicos play at the level I wanted. Like, this is my expectation for Cosmicos, and this is Heretics. That's the rest of the team hate. This is my expectation for Kosh. And he was hitting that consistently. Against Fnatic, he was teetering. He was like teetering between this, back and forth, and you could see like the tilt was going here. But his team played like this. His team played like, Rian's played up here. Like fudging Prime Fnatic right there. If Heretics win, I'll bust open the last drink. But both rematches against Foot are good. I prefer Team Heretics versus Vitality Grand Finals though. I gotta clean my monitor so bad. But this team is disgusting, man. This team's very good. I'd love to see an EF versus Foot in best of 5 because I think that would go 5. I think Heretics could also give them a run for the money. After all, they beat them in groups. I had them beating Foot in the uppers to make London. Right. But yeah, I think Vitality wins. Like when you place first and like not first, when you win, when you go through the like the uppers, my pen isn't on. Like Vitality went through the uppers to the next, to the they beat the London match to London to the uppers and then the grand finals. Like the 2-map ban that you get is so OP. It's so OP. Not only do you just ban your 2 most, so every team has a perma ban, right? For Vitality, it was Fracture or Breeze. It was Fracture or Breeze. It was one of them we saw. So they ban, like let's just say it's Breeze. They ban, no, they went first, so they banned Fracture as their perma ban. So first of all, they banned Fracture, and then they banned the opponent's first pick. So it was Ascent so they would ban Fracture, Ascent if they go against Foot again, right? Insanely OP, and then not only that, they get to pick their map. So they would go what did they play first? I'm blanking on it. Was it Pearl? So not only do they ban their permaban, they ban their opponent's first pick. They get to pick their Pearl. And then Foot would pick the Vitality's third ban, what we saw, which was either Haven or Lotus. So they would pick Haven, and then Vitality would pick their next one. Because by then it's like it's 5 maps, so they would just go Pearl, Haven, Lotus. You could say, I don't know if they banned it or not. That's not how you spell it. Lotus into. I'm trying to think what maps there are.
Yeah. The stage right
now.
I'm
blanking so much. Did I say Haven? This is a Haven. Pearl into Haven into Lotus.
I know that for most of the
into
teams
Breeze.
that we have been seeing, like take a look at Foot. They
and then your decider would be.
Looked at the beginning of the year and the approach that they were having towards the game. We also had a Vitality that at the beginning of the
Split.
year did not have Sayonara and was doing some weird things.
But usually Split is a decider because it's just a 50-50. It's just the better team wins. But I think Vitality won. Any team that goes through the uppers into the grand finals is usually the favorite.
One match away from qualifying to a global event. But I do agree with you. It is a lot about handling.
I think that's the best way to do it. I talked about like I don't know which series it was that we lost. Team I was reading for lost. I just said I think it was like Gnome Chimp Paper X series. I just said that double map ban is so OP.
When we talk about momentum, I do think that it works in favor of Eternal Fire.
Because Gnome Chimp picked whatever, right? The Corrode, I'm pretty sure, which they were crazy at. Corrode. That's not. I'm just gonna stop spelling. They picked the Corode 1, and then Abrax had their map ban. Right. You could also argue you could double map ban both your permas. So for Vitality, just basically they banned Fracture in their second round that came by. They banned either Haven. I'm pretty sure it was Haven. So you could just ban Fracture Haven and just play it like a consistent match. But Gnome Chimp played the Corrode, and then Paper X were left with Split, which they had a really good Yoru, but then something went 1-17, and then they just lost the third because obviously.
I think that this one is just going to be an explosive game of double duelists.
Did you see it?
Like we see on Lotus quite a lot nowadays. And it's going to come down to who gets that momentum early, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're seeing the Vice here for
Give me-
Benji, which
give me
we've seen
Pansy.
before on the side of Heretics, but his Cypher really stood out last week against Fnatic.
Yeah, we're
Would
just
you
gonna see
prefer
mirror
the
comp with
Cypher
the
here, or do you
Sentis
think that the Vice, if played
on
correctly,
preference.
could bring the value
I
that it
think
needs
Cypher
for
is a
it?
terrible pick on this map.
Actually, the
I
Raze.
also
Oh,
don't
no.
love the compositions with either team, to be
All
frank. I like Viper and I
Yeah, I
like
was
the
gonna
Zen team.
say.
Yeah, I like the
But
Viper.
The double Judas
I
is just
prefer
all
the
about
Viper
firepower, and I
over
believe that Eternal Fire right now,
Raze,
their double
I
Judas
guess.
combo is doing a little bit more.
You know, I think that
I still like
especially
the
from
the
defense
Vise.
team Heretics
Still
was
like the
struggling
Vise.
a lot against Eternal Fire to have the initial brawl, especially over at Rubble, to go their way. Because Eternal Fire is a team that will shoot back, and they will be ready to take on those duels. But Mini, I was showing you before going into this some of the crazy pieces the Team Heretics have curated now on the map, and how they take everything to the next level with this composition.
Only one
End a lifetime talking about momentum and big pressure games, especially when it
okay, we're
comes to
not-
Heretics. But Mike, let's get it.
Fracture sense.
And again, one of these two will be joining us in Masters London. You can as well, obviously.
Yeah,
get
huge match.
yourselves over
Elimination
towards it. It's
London
gonna be a
match.
heater. It feels like anyone's tournament, and these two are
Teams,
gonna have
both
to
teams
prove
made it so
how
close.
badly they want it. As
One's
said,
gotta
on one
lose.
side with Eternal Fire, it feels almost
It's gonna be
carefree.
like the most
They
even
set the
matchup
bar
you ever
of
see, by the
how
way.
bad do you want this.
This could be the
Heretics,
best
look,
matchup
we've
we
been on
watch
board
of the
with this
year.
resurgence of form. We've
I mean, that
liked what
global
they've done.
esports
They've
paper
shown
X
great
is
looks here.
probably my
But big
top right
pressure
now.
games have been a
Or that
problem with
Gen G
them in the
KRX one.
past.
Yeah, and I think as well the other part of that equation is the
This
consistency.
could be it.
Right?
This
you
could
see
be
these
it.
kind of peaks and troughs
Or
with
Fnatic
Heretics, and
TH, but it would have been a
ultimately
Fnatic
you
one.
look for like a couple of series to really bank on that sort of belief here, as Benji almost identified here. Fabian very curious to get onto that angle. Maris here planting the seed of doubt over towards C. It's drawn a couple of players in rotation here, but the Boombot catching elsewhere might be a little bit misleading for Fabian. But Heretics actually reading into that now.
I guess it's how the chips fall at this point, because it felt like they had almost the right step towards A. It is a longer approach, but...
Still Nicky and Echo here, though.
Yeah, sitting super passive, so kind of expecting to give up that front sight to a degree. I don't think they can punish too much on the way through. But Echo, you know that guy's chomping at the bit. This guy is...
The guy's a freak.
Yeah, hyper-aggressive, hyper-talented. So for
I
Heretics,
think
you've
just
gotta be
Baby
on
Bay
the
is one of the
money
best
today.
fives
There
right
is no
now.
chance to miss or make mistakes as Echo already gets the account started. Great work on the site in reaction. A 2-for-1 trade out, but the plant's
He's
not
really
down.
good.
There's still stall here. 10 seconds they need to stabilize. Heretics have the numbers, but there's still a problem. That could have been Fabian. It's not to be this round, leaving Ordaz in really a formality.
Nice job.
Lovely, lovely stuff from Heretics.
Well, Woot
Just desperate to get
Woot
a
looks
kill
good.
or two just to remove
Budget
numbers.
Americas just went live.
That plant a little more uncomfortable. And here at the end, Ordaz just desperately trying to get onto the angle.
That's early, no? I thought they started at 5.
Issues here, tucked inside the smoke. It looks as if Eternal Fire
What do you
had
mean they're
initially.
live? It's
Bit of a win with
3:30.
Echo going on a
They don't
wild
start till
swing.
4.
Back
Yeah, we
onto
got
the
no
side,
time
finding the
anyway.
First, but unfortunately, just get shut down immediately.
Should we just go straight
And
into
someone who I can't
Americas
keep
then?
my eyes off. You saw it kind of at the end of the replay there. It's Rien's. It's been one of those brilliant upswings of form from him. We already know the potential. This guy kind of...
Oh, well, I mean, it's, yeah, goes without saying.
Yeah.
The guy is world class.
Yeah, truly. And it kind of filled that position in my head of almost that Leo, right? Everyone looking for that next player who'd fill that sort of role, and I don't think you could even say he maybe reaches the heights of it at times, but he is certainly making a case at the moment. So if he keeps that level up today, this could be a wonderful one to watch. But on the other side, these boys can shoot back. I think we've all learned that the hard way. The way they play is kind of the sign of the times almost, it feels like here, as this should be an easier round. The stack was on C. You can see that Heretics have opted to go towards the A side, and Benji should have a fire underneath him. We don't have many
I need to
representatives
start buying
joining us
region
in
shields
London,
on
locally at least.
convergence.
So for him, this could mean a little bit more.
Full buys after pistol. When you
We're
win.
going to
You
have a
know.
way back into sight here. Again, flag has been planted by Heretics.
What?
And there's no real value in even
Did
going
he
for some
lose a
kills
bet
here,
like
so
I
probably
almost
just gonna
did?
Look for a couple of players to give it up to the spike at least. The only outlier to that potentially, Fabian. Benji here going to have some company on this angle. Removed immediately. And it's only the pistol in hand for Benji. A couple of these weapons now. He's got to be conscious that they're stacked up.
Holy shiz.
Okay,
We're just gonna
Oh, there's a
We
showstopper.
got a day
Oh
where
no,
we're
he didn't get the
actually
kill.
being mentally good. He's had a really good start. I don't want to call it yet. How close to his ult is he
Road
actually?
to London.
Showstopper now.
They would have had
Okay,
a
a
little.
huge tool to have here in round 3.
Jesus, Tristan.
Is he
Let's
actually
just see
busting out the
Heretics Road to
operator?
London. At the end,
Some crucial kills here for Woot to line up. at the
should
end
we
of the
pull
round
up
where
with
it
their
looks as
groups?
if
I don't know if I can pull it because
Eternal Fire will be able to mitigate
I'll show like they'll show the
progress
map
early
score. It could be like
He's
13-2. They'll
towards
show the
Izzy now
map
for
score.
me. He's been electric.
But Heretics
Oh,
started
the
the
operator.
groups with comeback.
Certainly an
Shout out
opportunity here
comeback,
to
but you're
prevent
a lot
Heretics from
worse than I
finding a
thought you
bonus
were. I
conversion.
still support you.
Okay, just like that, the seaside will fall.
I guess that sends a message, right? We're willing to brawl out with you. We'll take early fights, we'll clear it. And it's not going to really humble Eternal Fire. We know what these guys are like. They'll keep going back at this until it works. But as it stands, that is a really
Oh
good
yeah,
look
Heretics
from
are
Heretics here to handle that sort of
Heretics
start.
way
Yeah,
in
the round is
groups.
done. Operator in hand here. It doesn't feel
I'm trying to
feasible
think.
to really make an attempt at this. So it's
Their
already
groups was KC.
a save consideration here for Eternal Fire.
Okay, they
As we
faced off
revealed, at
against
least
TL and lost.
Heretics believe there's still some
And their
close
first
presence,
map
but
was
look at the mini-map here. Everybody else has given up. It will be a flawless conversion of the bonus nonetheless. Like I said, decided in the
Alright, take a
opening
shiz, I'm not
5
gonna lie.
seconds.
They're hitting today. They are hitting
I'm trying to
today.
remember
This
the
could be a
last dudes in
really
group.
good
Navi.
series. Need to see
It was
Eternal Fire get
TH
started
versus
here, though, but I
Navi at
don't
the
really
start
doubt them
because
in that
comeback
regard, even if
went
it
to
is a quiet beginning.
Navi, right?
I think
And
they
they
very
lost.
much
TH
got
from
the
Navi.
capability to get
Oh,
some
let's draw this
stability
has.
underneath
Then
themselves.
TH versus
Just using
TL,
back to the
and they
success
lost.
that
They were 0-2.
Heretics found
Basically,
previously.
we're gonna get
Oh,
Just
one more loss and they were cooked from playoffs, basically. But Navi did go
the
one.
adjustment here.
Like Navi
This is the
won
first
against
round again,
Heretics
but
and then
Eternal
instantly
Fire got
lost.
weapons. They're
They
looking to
lost 4
posture
in a
up
row.
little bit
Then it was
outside of seeing it
TH
immediately
versus KC, and this was the
extinguished.
big one.
gotta see
This
Izzy
was to
find their back
decide
this round, really,
basically
if
who
they
was
wanna
still
have
in
a real
contention for
opportunity
playoffs. Heretics
Very
finally
late
won.
today. Timeout called
Yeah,
here.
mate, even I
Then
paused there for a
the
second,
big
I'm like,
one
hold on.
against
It
M8.
can't be coming this early.
Maybe
but,
just something early in
Oh
terms
shit,
of the
I
comms
drew
here.
it wrong. TH versus
Coaching
M8.
staff want to get
They
ahead
caught
of.
a timeout. TH won.
See lots
Which then
at
it
stake
was
for both
Navi
teams, but
versus.
for very different reasons, obviously. I think you're right as well. If there's rounds really where
Someone, do you guys remember?
Izzy's not going to be able to have a
I don't
chance
know.
to even
But it was
find
Navi versus
contact early on.
KC, but we needed to
Talk about the operator
watch.
becoming a poison
It was
chalice.
like the last
There's
match
been
was
a round out here with
TH
Sheriff,
versus
so there's
Foot,
certainly still threat with
which we know
rifles
how
in
that
hand
went,
for Fabian
and they were
Eki.
first. And if Heretics lost, it was
Heretics now
Navi
up to a full buy. Woot already on the showstopper.
versus KC.
Koshmaras and Rien's all
So it was
both
basically
past
guaranteed that
halfway.
Navi were going through, because
Feels like something
reminder,
categorically
Navi
has
had
to change
dead.
here. Maybe just
But then Heretics
the
won and
expectation
upset
with
this, and this was a
Heretics
useless
potentially, or
match.
just something going really, really off if it's this
It was
early.
pretty crazy.
You know what I mean?
But
This
if
isn't like-
Heretics lost and
I
Navi
think a
won,
long-term
which
issue,
they
it's
did
gotta be a
against
game
KC,
plan sort of
they would have been
approach.
out of playoffs.
Just speaking
So a
game plan
huge
here,
win
you see
against them. And then
great
in
comparison
playoffs, it was
between these two
EF,
teams. Obviously, Heretics
TH
second
at the start,
fastest time
and
to
EF
plant in
won
the EMEA at
2-1.
50 seconds. The number
They
one
dropped down.
spot,
BBL
47
versus
seconds for
TH,
Eternal Fire, so
and then TH versus
truly a
Fnatic,
clash
very
of
close.
speed here, and Ordaz,
And now they're here at London. TH,
remove the head
the
of
London
Koshmaras.
match.
It's a fine balance, right, between that aggression and
Yeah,
a little bit
yeah.
far beyond, and I think going that hell for leather when you don't know the full
That's
fight
their
is a bit
journey.
deadly.
Pretty
However,
close one.
what's the next step
Nail
up
biting,
here?
so I would
Ordaz
like to see a
played it
TH versus
again.
Foot.
This is dangerous. A 3v2, numbers up for Eternal Fire, and I think Heretics with a misread on this.
And certainly you can
I wasn't paying attention.
sacrifice Koshmaras in this sort of situation if you can scale up off the showstopper, but I believe Woot just caught in a vertical satchel there in the choke point. Able to really create any space for that second wave of Heretics to flood onto the site. Now just Boo and Rien's have to try and recover, and the sort of round that really is always a possibility.
Do you hear that?
For Eternal Fire.
Someone's like hitting their mic on the
Here, maybe
webcam.
remove the operator, but Izzy's outside
On
B
the
right
caster's
now. It looks
desk.
as if Rien's and Boo have just cut sound and wanted to re-clear back into the C site.
Yeah, a couple more seconds on the haunt going up. Fabian's got a nice little spot here. Does he catch anyone? No. But he's got to know there's a chance and they're walking on this. It looks like Necky's waiting. Got to be careful. There it is. Beautiful from Fabian. And a real punish on what felt like a misread from Heretics there. Again,
I missed it. I was doing shiz.
Absolutely fine. If you can get a showstopper into a position to pressure on the
But
side.
EF's journey to London would be,
And it's the gap here.
at the start, the one I missed was EF versus Fnatic,
With no forward momentum that really
which they lost 1-2, I'm pretty sure, or something. And then they went 4-1 in the bracket. And then they lost to Foot in a very close match and beat M8 with M8's M8.
a possibility for them, right?
Martin and friends,
Being
as we say.
slippery and causing threat here even on lesser guns.
And I also got to say, if this is the adjustment just to not... Oh my god, that... Oh, Echo, you could be caught here. Yeah,
Okay, Echo's playing like shiz.
Caught on the play out, a little bit of a pace change coming from Heretics as well.
It could be 2-0. Honestly, 2-0 if...
misstep almost on that C site there.
It could be 2-0 if Echo doesn't show up. He's 9-1.
On the site.
Yeah, Wood's playing like a demon.
Bloody affair between these two, it feels like, but it's a 5v3. Fabian hoping at best to do some chip on the way out.
Yeah, if Echo doesn't show up, it's a 2-0.
And now they don't get a pick fast.
Or it would be like a 2-1 Heretics.
Luckily, we are not at PGL.
But the third map would be like 13-2.
Good stuff.
Like the one they get would be like super close, like 13-11. Or like a 15 something, whatever, 13. If Echo doesn't show up, this guy needs to show up. That's a win con, definitely.
Maybe a couple of consolations, but
Shit, someone show up, someone show up.
spray long enough, and Izzy at 30 HP, operator in hand, heads for the hills. Woot already
But
sitting
this
at
dude
9
Echo
and
is
1.
ice. Very good
Absolutely
sentinel.
explosive start to map 1 here for him. And initially you hear that feign of presence or heavier presence outside A, and Echo goes forward to kind of put a contingency trip.
Well, we know where the fans are.
You'd really expect Ever to
It
see
seems like
Cypher.
Foot had a lot of
Just 15,
fans, which
20
is
seconds
kind
of
of
the round.
not surprising. A lot of Turkey
Back of
fans.
the presence on the other side, on that like A site hit, I guess, or like the look that Izzy got on one player.
Well, it being Kosh Maras, right?
Yeah.
So it's
wherever Kosh is, the rest
a
of them seem to
knee-jerk
follow.
reaction for sure, but Echo just caught
Holy shiz, Echo.
way out
Reset,
of the line.
reset,
he has no
reset.
business. And gets caught, unfortunately, trying to cage off, cut some sight lines to retreat. Again, around that, in terms of conditioning here, we're going to keep it to
Holy
fire on
shiz.
red alert.
They got a timeout. That's a timeout.
They're so well on. Oh my god. Until
Doesn't
then,
matter.
Necky's
They
answered
need
back
timeout.
really well, kept this at least competitive. But side control is going to be gathered by Heretics.
Yeah, Echo, this is your round.
Fabian might be able to do some damage here. Showstopper invested on top of that.
Oh, I thought it hit the
Nice
railing.
follow-up,
Okay, there we go.
potential. It's all on Rien's. Not
Nice.
got it.
I don't know where you got off
Beautiful
from.
work from Eternal Fire.
Rounds are already getting pacier. We're only
I didn't
round
see
6.
Showstopper. I didn't see.
Both
Okay.
teams happy to go blow for blow here.
I didn't see
That
Showstopper
initial
there.
point, you can see Izzy's just completely behind this. Like he's just caught so off guard. Two crucial kills from Neki as well, just to trim
Without
the fat.
that, I don't think they'd have had as
it's-
much.
Considering obviously still that operator a consideration in terms of the retake. You see it, a second round found. Ultimates. Just
I
on
think
the
it
brink
still
here.
warrants a timeout.
Eternal Fire. I mean, Ordaz and Echo will have
Ah,
theirs.
no.
Neki just missing one. Obviously seen a little investment previously.
I don't know why he's posted up with Op here with no one to shoot the Prowler, you know.
This re-hit, it's read really well by Heretics. The space gathering attempt. Fabian is really digging deep on this. But it's
They
left
commit
him.
so much, so many bodies to find just another kill.
And it feels like Heretics have got a good mentality about this, or at least a good understanding this could be what Eternal Fire want to be doing. We saw it in that previous round, kind of catching, I guess it was like Izzy, not in no man's land necessarily, but
Well, he's
very kind of
overwhelmed,
checked.
yeah.
There was no chance he was getting out of that apart from maybe a 1-for-1 at best. And even here, kind of that expectation of the refight over towards the broken wall. And the C site, there's still going to be a bit of a fight here. Kosh Maras is going to be able to gather a good deal of space. I'm going to just force them further back. Did catch one as well.
Still a question mark on the second here, but they are stacked up. Echo and Ordaz.
Bro, the Odin's such an ugly
2v3
weapon.
presented. Echo's found damage on the first here, but Benji has responded.
Nice from Benji.
Will clean things up. Number 5 on the board, Heretics not shying away from this pace, this tempo that's already been set.
And it feels like a fundamentals check at times, playing against Eternal Fire like this. The trades, you've got to be so ready for these re-clears, these re-hits. There is a real rest for the wicket.
Look how many bodies Eternal Fire are happy to just sacrifice in terms of desperately looking for a trade out. This early round aggression. Well, you didn't say it. You nearly said it.
I'll take him being fired up about this, because you have to be. I can't reiterate enough how much, once that ball is rolling with EF, it's really hard to stop it. If they get their ducks in a row, you are on the receiving end, and it hurts. They have been the absolute reapers in the lower bracket. They have been the downfall of bigger boys than this. So for Heretics, they've got to stay on, and here comes that slow re-clear, but look at Heretics again, prepared. The prep work is good today. They are very much considering what the look would be, and I guess the depth gets,
He's just bought, he bought, oh no, he's holding his trips. What the fuck?
Now for them to consider, obviously don't have the weapons. I think it's right for Heretics to probably take their time. Don't want to give away.
It's like a weird thing
any
where he doesn't have money to buy trips. He just uses them and dies.
A couple of bullets down to just 29 HP. So Heretics will reconsider their approach.
Thank God.
Chance to overwhelm Echo once more. Rotation already in effect here. Fabian making his way towards the C side, and Heretics almost. Spidey sense tingling. Now headed back towards A. This Prowler is just going to cause real issues in terms of the information game for Eternal Fire, because they're stacked as 4 over here now.
I'm quite impressed by Heretics so far, and that feels weird for me to say, because I've been critical of them in the past. I think a lot of us have, because we've seen the potential and the outcome, but this is very nicely handled so far. Now it could get dangerous in this post plant, but by all rights, you'd imagine this is going to be a 6-2 scoreline.
Yeah, Wu finds another kill, and he does. Yeah, showstopper available now for the next round. Heretics just go from strength to strength. Stopped here at the front door here towards Heaven. Riens and Benji will both find kills. Neki, 29 HP. Shut down here, and in zone
Jeez, they're loud.
for Heretics to find number 6. And it's feeling like they have absolutely the right approach. They have to really squash out, stamp out any sort of aggression early on. I think they've already ticked that box for me. Eternal Fire up against the ropes in terms of the economy. These rounds become harder and harder to justify. And you can see the desperation in some of these situations where Eternal Fire are like, cool, yeah, they're willing to brawl, but they're not winning them.
No, which is a rarity, right? This is why I'm kind of seeing it as a depth check. If they can actually find some layers beyond this, what are the next looks if someone's actually prepared in these deeper defaults? Looks like a 3-1 to go for and a site change for Echo, but he's got a whole lot of troubles coming his way. Woot's got that ult. Blind Send doesn't... Oh my god, look at Echo, 5 HP, man. That Boombot's a threat, but luckily the man sharp as ever.
Nice.
Still gonna get 2 on 5 HP. It's a 4v3. Riens, Benji, and Boots try and put it together on the site.
That's the Echo we need. Echo we need.
Arrived.
They slow things down now. Spike hasn't been planted. Everyone getting involved here. Benji's still standing.
Benji, get your gun out, mate.
Oh!
My God!
Benji, you do this one. It would be...
Oh my gosh, that was close.
What a shot, but
He shizzed on your teammate though, bro. He shizzed on your teammate.
That was a filthy shot,
mate,
from Benji.
I'm already seeing the edits. I'm already seeing the clips.
Edits?
And the ult goes out, unfortunately.
Bro, I've seen way better things than this edit.
It just gets caught a little off guard there. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
Oh, I felt it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, it's really good.
3 to 6.
Like, look at their buy. Guardian Judge. That's nice.
That's going to help. We're kind of exploiting the same line as he used last time when they maybe expected some aggression, but Kosh Moras has actually bailed them out really well here. Removes the player, pushes up towards the box, sends them back a little bit deeper. Now, how willing are Heretics to dig further? Surely not. You slow it down now.
Yeah, paranoid. I used it. You could just had a good trap for them.
Maybe early pivot. Neki going to be in a position
Holy shizzer throwing.
It's another advantage here.
Oh my gosh, hit a shot.
With the operator. Unsuccessful.
And they got the judge put in.
Second attempt.
You still wanted to go for that? Do they have anything to clear it? Have you got 25 seconds till your horn's back? You can't force Izzy off this. They still want to make sure that no one's snuck out in the meantime. Izzy's tempted. But in a 4v3, if you're Heretics, you're just going to pause, see if anyone overplays, overpushes.
But that's the thing. Eternal Fire haven't been going forward in this downtime. They have been remaining fairly disciplined in terms of maintaining map control. Nobody's really been flanking all that much. I mean, they haven't had the numbers to do so.
No.
Imagine cursors on. Why didn't you tell me?
Again, kind of stuck in a position to make use of the judge that he has in hand.
Is he?
Nice.
Again! Absolute moments from this man, two already in the round.
And he's
Maybe
gonna die
one
here, though.
third. Have to invest the Prowler, have to desperately try and force him
got
away.
out.
But they suffer a casualty en route, so it is going to be a 3v3 in the post now. Guardian there, but they at least have the flank
See a
position for
body?
Echo, so they are cornered. And a
What was
gift
that?
from the gods. I don't know how they saw that. It was just sheer luck, but by all rights, you take it when you get it. Rienz wants to get active, and they want to
have to
maybe
fight
isolate
Echo here.
Echo. They try,
Nice.
and try as you might. It will
Alright,
not
Echo's
do the
eating
job
up.
needed. That was a brilliant round from Izzy.
Get to be solo on site here and still be so willing to go forward on very risky angles. Beautiful catch on the first here.
Nice.
What a shot onto Wu.
Oh.
The second as well, Koshmaras. Caught on the cross here and Echo to clean up, finds an upgrade to a Guardian and makes them pay. Trailing by 2 now, Heretics already up to 6, have guaranteed at least an even half here. Only have Rienz's ultimate, everything else invested on the side of Heretics, but Eternal Fire on the brink of another showstopper. And, you know, curious really if after a few wins now, Eternal Fire do start exploring the map or...
Oh,
Dude,
this is a treat,
it's just
man.
so many players on point today.
Nice.
I'm gonna lose my mind during this.
Hey, you lose your...
Every single shot is just
Chill.
flag movie worthy. Boo, Woo, and Koshmaras gonna have to figure this one out. And that spike is an issue right now.
Not necessarily noted just yet, but they need something. Well, they need to find something on the map. You see here, Woot and Koshmaras looking to push further forward towards C site, but Ordaz
They're cooked.
Stacked
Yeah,
up
wait for
here.
boost smoke.
alongside Fabian. Smoke to
With
go up,
boost
he's actually
smoke.
behind them.
Oh, it's so well positioned. Maybe just an expectation on that smoke. Again, whatever it may be, beautifully, beautifully handled. What an absolute stunner of a round.
Yeah, that's almost indicative of them going forwards to wrap towards B. And why wouldn't you smoke a little deeper there and allow safe passage in towards spawn side here, but Boot, 1v5. I think he's going to make a good go with this, and Eternal Fire want to take the initiative here in trash time.
10 seconds left.
Nice.
At least one here for Boot.
Oh.
Should have went into the op.
Think he's going
nice
to find
try.
many more. Fabian to clean up here, a third. Showstopper in hand now. And an opportunity to actually tie things up here on the half. Which is crazy considering. Just look at the mechanical talent on some of these players in the server, man.
The thing is, like, I doubt it being intentional, but we've seen it so often with these players as well. This whole map so far has just been gunners after gunners. Everyone's a shooter here. Absolutely wild stuff. 3 in succession, though, for Eternal Fire, which is massive, right? As you said, scoreline-wise, didn't expect to be sitting at a 5-6, but that's where we're at. Trying to maybe imply this A approach is coming. Deeper utility for Echo. Could keep him feeling secure in this. Oh, Fabian. Hello, there's players.
Oh my god, what a crucial kill from Wu.
Yeah, he knows he's done well there. Just going to skip through towards the site, but is he? Got to be careful.
Oh,
This one doesn't
that's what I was worried about.
It has been a miracle here for Heretics.
Him
Got
overheating.
himself a little more to work with. Oh, why not?
But I mean,
Feeling it.
sometimes when you're feeling yourself, you got to
43
do
though.
that.
That one's a
That was
miss.
overheat.
Neki still giving them an
There's also a
option.
very good angle.
Trying to give him a chance. Benji.
The cross is good.
On for 2. Wants to keep a lead on the half.
Yeah, he's
As
cooked.
Ordaz, I mean, you're going to make a good attempt, but the trade's there. 5 to 7. Oh, it's just
Good
magic
half,
today
good
on the
half.
server.
But it is ES
Insane half
attack.
of Valorant,
So.
Lauren. Yeah. Absolutely.
What is this? What is this?
Comeback steps
Yeah,
out
this
of
is
the
what I was
starting
talking
five,
about.
and Koshmaris steps in.
This was
A
the
shift
game
in the
they
system,
win at the
a
end, though.
more settled identity. From then onwards, the
The
group
fact that
stage
I almost
changed
lost to
for
KC
Heretics.
is kind of sad.
Yeah, in the opening of the series.
Well, it's one thing to deal with them on
They
defense,
lost to
it's another on
KC.
the attack. Eternal Fire now get to set the tempo and pace, and you already saw it in the stats. It's pretty quick.
Yeah.
So already you can see the intention from Heretics.
No, how did it
C's
work?
ready.
Because then...
Paint shell in hand.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, then Navi finished
Does
2-3
Izzy
in the
get to
split.
live?
My
There's
bad.
the C's, does get out from it.
I thought they
They
finished
check on the
1-4,
back of
but
it
they
as
beat
well there.
KC and Heretics.
Don't overinvest
So, yeah.
into that trap. Echo, I'm probably curious to find some sort of contact here towards 8. Rotation coming
But
through
they should
for
have done,
Heretics. Boo, under a bit of
when they
pressure
have, like,
towards
shiz like that,
C.
like, you can't go
Doesn't have
into,
anybody
like,
in support here just yet.
hey, the guys, this is the
he's in,
5-week
a lot of
schedule. These are the
He's
matchups,
gotta
right?
decide to slip
Actually,
back
You
to
can't,
the
like,
tee.
know
Moving
how
away
good
from
the
this,
groups
though.
are
He's
going to
not
be
falling back.
till, like, the week 5. It's like, oh, week 5.
only
It's
seeing
super
Izzy
close
here.
between these teams.
Does he call
I think,
for
like,
full rotation? I don't
they should have
think so,
moved
no.
Navi.
Just called these out, and Benji's now going back towards 8.
KC up.
Benji's still got some stall of
not
utility
even,
here,
yeah.
but this is a lot to ask. That's 4 players.
I don't know.
Really
It's
close
weird.
by. The paranoia is connected as well.
Because you don't move
He knows
Navi
they're close.
KC up
And there's
if
nothing he can
TH
do about
loses
it.
to
Eternal
foot.
Fire, crack open the site.
So,
Plot
but
should be
everyone
next.
expected
And a
TH to lose to
5v3.
foot, you know.
Oh, that's clean. That's
Okay.
not bad from Rienz either. 3v3, where's the additional body? It's Boo making it over. Ordaz, though, stamps authority on the round, leaving just Boo, the man who got that first part of contact, to try and handle what remains.
Here in a 1v3, classic in hand. He falls short here at the first hurdle, and Echo will post the final
Yeah,
kill
EF
here
probably
for a
won,
pistol
though.
round in the second half.
Where's my dick?
Chance here to tie things up.
Can't find it.
Again, almost a situation where
I can't find it, guys.
Benji actually gets support at the right time, which is crazy to consider, but see Koshmaris able to rotate so quickly, but strength in numbers for Eternal Fire. Gets them a win here. Kick off the second half. Scope in hand for Echo. And a frugal purchase. Koshmaris actually investing a bucky here. Echo nearly catches a glimpse. A player that was under a ton of pressure in that first half here, probably thankful to find some breathing space early on.
Okay.
Koshmaris, though, will punish
Good
Izzy.
for one. Nice time
Holy shit, he just went for that and he got it.
Did he? He actually got the upgrade from that. Okay, not bad from him.
Stick your fingers in there.
Yeah, causing a pivot and a good follow-up. Heretics very well positioned on this. Still a
Oh
right
my gosh, the fucking smoke.
2v3.
I think it's lost
This is
from
still
now.
possible, and they might want to take the full tour. Look at Boo's position.
They go A, yeah.
This.
Yeah, they're going A.
If Favia makes a step, we'll get the confirmation.
But Boo can check side pretty easy. The others can then speed up on rotate, but they're going to
You
hear
can't
it now.
play alone, you
Fabian
can't
watching
play
and
alone.
waiting. Oh my god, still takes a lot of
Yeah, down to
damage.
24.
This is where it gets scary, isn't it? Benji given
Koshmaris
over the
has
rifle
slide?
here.
No.
Koshmaris still
He's one off slide, though.
on the bucky. Deeper position for Fabian, though. Maybe expecting a rotate, but giving up full sight here.
Guys, what are you doing?
Curious, but oh my gosh, they want to maybe run
They're
down
just
the clock as
calling
much
it.
as they
That is
can,
a
force
treat.
Heretics to
What?
explore some of these deeper positions.
Go, go, go.
Bait in though, if they can get control.
Do they
of
have
both of
nade?
these
What do they
angles.
have?
Yeah, the paranoia from Heretics is all the thing that's slowing them down. Eternal Fire was so far off the side, but obviously Heretics didn't know that. Made something out of nothing, but by the end of it, it feels like time is gone. A lovely attempt.
Great
An
damage,
attempt,
though.
Nevertheless, you are right. Bigger picture, very good damage.
Sure, but
He's gonna try and get behind this to find. Yeah, he will actually at least maintain the more expensive.
Heretics should have won that, even though it was a
Grab here
save.
from Koshmaris, by the way.
I don't
That is
know how.
mental for him to find the right.
But look at this fade into the
timing on
smoke.
the
Fade,
reveal as well. It's
smoke
inside
down.
the cage and then just before it drops. Unfortunately, pretty difficult to capitalize off that.
No!
Very close affair, but
That's it's
second
not nice. It's
converted.
very bad.
Again, the round 3 purchase will suffer
Look at their buy.
as a result. It's only Fabian and Izzy here, fully equipped. We'll have a wide open B site though. Heretics confident in terms of their ability to retake this space.
Yeah, Ordaz not giving too much away.
Shit,
It's
that
Fabian
hit
and
everything.
Izzy, as you highlighted. The heavy hitters here need to be in this one. Prowler going to go through, catches the stun but gets away. Forced back towards site a little bit deeper. Looking to refight towards that CT approach. Already going to get contact. Fabian's going to get Boo down. This is where it gets sketchy. Going to find Izzy, but Ordaz even going to find Kosh Moras. This is getting a bit more dangerous, but kept in check. Unless Neki
not
can go
hitting
1v3. The HP's not perfect.
You got one.
And they answer back. There's not going to be any clean rounds here, is there?
Woot has showstopper.
Only 2 rifles maintained here, but Woot just one. Actually, we'll get off the defuse, sorry. I have his ultimate now. Chance for Heretics to maybe stabilize here. They can squash this out, considering that damage earlier on in the second round. Eternal Fire won't have much to bring into the follow-up here after a loss. Them do have a showstopper of their own. Neki already with the ultimate, beaten Rien's out by 2 points here. In the opening 3. Looks as if maybe a little bit of aggression towards Echo's position. Showstopper popped here. Fabian, no secrets about this on the way in. The wall will reveal their intentions.
Oh, that was from Fabian.
Fabian looking to slow things down now. Might finally being planted here.
Oh
and
my
Benji will
gosh,
find
Echo.
in transition.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at Ordaz to maybe be the spoiler to this round, but I think he's already been maybe thought of as Woot. Where'd you send it? That should be a lock-in. It is, but Fabian and Izzy swing back twice as hard, leaving Benji and Boo to try and find the other players. The angle cleared, but the trades there. Benji.
He knows one's
This would
main,
need
no?
to be 4 kills for him. Gonna spot one. Understanding where the other is being toyed with. And it's costing him time. Precious seconds for Eternal Fire.
Heretics, unfortunately, can't scale forwards off that initial pressure. They do
They
find
might be on a say they could buy.
Echo a crucial
100%
point
sure.
around. It opens up possibilities, right? In terms of exploring other avenues. Fabian, 2 beautiful kills from him. Izzy.
I don't like that
almost sealed the
showstopper.
deal on
I think
this.
he just fires it for the
Benji's fate at
door.
least.
I don't know what that area is called.
Be a timeout to be called
I'll draw it on the
by
map though. No
Heretics.
timeout, no timeout. No timeout.
First of the series.
And
Again,
draw
probably
where
a
they
crucial
should have
time
done.
here. It's where probably things
I would rather him fire it here.
keep things
Right
in
there,
check
and
here.
then peek this way.
With the litmus test of
He would have got a
Eternal
kill,
Fire's
probably too.
resilience to get back on top in this opening map. Schmaris going forwards will take a little bit of damage.
They are on
but
a save.
happy to cross over. Should probably have spotted the second player off the back of that as well. Schmaris in a ton of trouble.
I mean, he's soaked a lot of damage considering he's a man with a classic on a corner.
Ton
but
of util as well.
Yeah, he's done the best he could there. He's drawn a lot out of them for that first step. But again, you look at the weaponry. And an ult. Okay, yeah, I mean, they're getting a lot out of Eternal Fire, but I don't think you're going to get much more beyond that.
That's how desperate they are to probably find the round they've been looking for. Fabian already past halfway towards a showstopper. See with the plant to boot here, Izzy goes forwards. Shut down here, traded out by Rienz. Can't really springboard forward off that. Be in a position to clean up and clean on the first, but Rienz again.
It's giving it a go. Nice try, but there's the lead. Eternal Fire, that attacking side, it suits them to a T.
And it's, this kind of plays into just how firmly they believe in playing advantages and being able to capitalize on, as I said previously, strength in numbers. And still, not much of a purchase on the side of Heretics, so it was a little awkward to see that level of investment, especially with the ultimate from Neki as well, but round by round, got themselves one to the good. Said Fabian now with that final kill, just 2 away from a showstopper. Ward has a little bit of info off the TP as well.
I've noted that it was the operator with Koshmaras too there, but pivoting into B, might walk right into the rotations, if anything. There's a lovely ult to go with, but Izzy still wins. Takes away Woot, and the B side looks like it's theirs. Ults on ults now. Benji letting his go, but do they get to fight back in on this? No, they're pausing. Biding their time.
Heretics.
Yeah, you got sight, guys.
Don't really get the fight they want after that.
Wow, your position's so
Clearance here,
ass.
going to be good initially, but Echo
I
and
traded
Izzy
out.
both find kills. Now a 3v2. Echo clinging to life at 10 HP.
It's
But he's so deep, he's so hard to clear at this point, right?
He's deep and
Getting
he's
a bit
hard.
closer.
Okay.
Benji, surely tempted, but the
No
double stack
paranoia, it's
really
okay.
hard to break. Smoke goes in, trying to batten down the hatches.
He's got a jump peek.
But as
Boo has
Neki
a
the ones
swing. It's over.
Probably deliver the outcome here, and it looks like it is. Boo, nothing to be done.
He
And it
needed
felt like a bit
paranoia
of
there. It's
mistiming from
winnable.
Heretics with the ult usage. Couldn't quite get the most of it.
Yeah, that's so, they're looking
Bye.
to find maybe one or two players here to pressure on site, but great
I gotta put my
disconnect from
fucking
Eternal
cases
Fire.
somewhere
I mean,
else.
Izzy initially
He's kind of the only
way
one
ahead
there,
of the
yeah.
curve, yeah. As I said,
Shit,
it's
so
Echo and
many.
Izzy to really find the crucial kills. Brings it to a 5-1 scoreline in the second half here, and Eternal Fire up to double digits. Heretics sent back to the Stone Ages in terms of the economy. Just pistols to bring in here. Koshmaras maybe a chance to see the ultimate, but we'll need a kill.
Okay, contact made there. You see Fabian relaying a lot of information off the back of that directed approach.
Izzy has an off, by the way.
And he's just first man in.
charging forwards.
When you talk about no fear, this is the team for it, right? You can say that about Foot to an extent. Eternal Fire are exactly the same. Cut from the same cloth, but Benji
So
with
close.
a beautiful double. Can anyone else join in? Koshmaras pops the ult. They're going for this one. Oh, they've actually gone across the line. Benji with a bailout.
What the fuck was that shit?
Benji.
No right to be doing that.
It just digs his heels in. Over towards the back of sight. You see here, the first time really.
It wasn't
see a little
fast
physical in
enough,
terms of the
that's
spacing.
why.
Neki, I think he probably has it.
Like when you
dead to
paranoid
rights.
back sight like
Like I
that,
said, Koshmaras looking for just
or like
the one
tucked,
kill
you have to go.
to find the ult, and it's enough of a distraction. Damn, he's fired up
Yeah,
today.
he is. Look, I can't keep hitting the same old narrative
Neon
about
must
it,
have
but
didn't have slide then.
Look, yeah, how bad do you want this, man? That is a gorgeous little
I
tether
don't
there,
like the
but
paranoia
couldn't
using.
make the full usage of it, or as able
They
to
had
slip
it,
away.
no?
But you can see there is a break in the buy almost, right? That Sheriff with Neki, how close these rounds have been. Operator's still there with Izzy. And he's on it. Oh, but Koshmaras outdoes him this time.
Look how bold that swing is from Izzy. Punished here and will slow down at least the early round.
Holy shit.
Fabian.
He's talked. It
Position here
should
to
be
get
B
Adsley
or
onto
A
a
hit.
deadly angle. Boo comes back in towards that space, but
Okay, he just-
will bait out the wall. Will draw the eyes of Boo. Woot's got to be careful now. Echo. breathing
He's
down his
dead.
neck.
Timing, timing. It's there for Echo. Ult on top as well.
Look at where Fabian is. He's running
How?
rings around in defender's spawn.
How's he here?
Ton of information
Hello.
off the neural theft as well.
Oh, Koshmaras is dead. He might be knifed.
He's going to knife him. Oh.
Okay, discipline from Eternal Fire. That's
Ew.
wild, but, you know, max headroom a little too low there for him. 3v3, however, good trade from Boo. Not
2v2.
gonna
I
get
can't
out
believe
of
it's
check
2v2
just yet.
with all that shit.
2v2, this is not secure from either side. Neki is getting posted on this, though. Quite disconnected, but you're leaving it in the hands of Echo. Incredibly
It's planted
capable.
for tree. It's kind of over.
Timing on the smokes here for Boo. Cut their sight line, sent over towards trees. So still a real issue here with the operator. And Neki will find re-ends.
Feels as though that might be checkmate. Boo could make the TP, but
It's an awkward buy after this as well, with one round in between here. Neki will find it, seal the deal. Number 11 posted. One away from a showstopper, but
9-11.
a little uncomfortable here.
how did Fabian get there, by the way? Did you?
It just disrespected the wall. Again, the stars aligned for him in terms of the timing to get past Boo. He said just runs away with the space he's able to find. Heretics getting an absolute battering here in this second half. Like I said, now the
Last
financial
time.
woes
Oh.
continue. Almost looking at
At least two.
I mean, yeah, you
At least
Yeah,
two.
have one.
definitely need two here.
They'll use if they get to 11 or something.
Getting
It
go
shows.
forwards, what's the chance of holding on to it?
Yeah, ooh, very low. Very low. Okay. How are we dealing with this then? Nice of Prius to join us for a little while there. It's on the switch. On the other side, Izzy starting to work as well. So a fight on two fronts to be had.
Bait the util.
That prowler's got
Leave. Go
close.
A.
And, oh, Izzy not with the perfect shot, but he's going to get contact. Does this encourage his approach? Kosh Maras has not fired yet.
Still yet to be noted, you're right. Echo's going to be the first one on the chopping block.
Do they know
Still
doors
conscious
open?
of this angle, but they're reading into this as probably a lesser
Oh,
buy,
he
and that
did.
could
He
have been
collapsed.
done.
No, he didn't.
Definitely
He
could have
didn't.
been.
He's still alive. They want to try and gap close on it fast, or at least they were considering it, but they're going to skip past. Look towards the A side, get the plant, potentially get that time on their side. Try and nullify these threats. That operator in a post plant just kind of loses some of its steam.
And that's a late
They're playing on site.
reconsideration of the plant.
Spike planted.
Izzy on a very deep angle here.
Surely Izzy's on for this. Be surprising if he isn't. Got to be focused to hell on this corner. The second it turns blue, it's going to be red in the feed. Kosh Maras goes down, and it's simple stuff so far.
What the
Benji,
fudge?
He's picked up the operator and trying to play it forward, doing what he can to change the tides.
I know,
But
it's
it's Boo
pissing
left
me
in a
off.
1v3. And Eternal Fire have found everything they needed to make it through this situation. And I think Boo really needs to try and just get that operator out of there.
TP's away. For a moment there, it looked like Fabian was going to satchel up.
It was a weird half.
I was scared. I was scared. All good.
Yeah, all good, yeah.
All good. Not a problem.
I mean, just watching him play, I see the first split second of what happens. I'm like, he's satcheling up.
Izzy. Okay, Izzy went on the hunt then, did get caught by Boo. They switched out, so I think the operator's still in hand. I think Ordaz took that up. Izzy was the one to push. So Izzy goes down,
I
but
don't
it's
know.
fine. The operator's saved on their side and adds it on Heretics. The bigger point here is it's 12 to Eternal 5
he hit
to
the
9 of Heretics.
fade.
This is the round they had to have been prepped for. This is the one for the timeout. This is the one with the ults. Or it's Eternal Fire with that first man in the back pocket.
Certainly advantage here in terms of the ultimates for Heretics. You can see Benji, Boo, Woo, all available. It's only Neckies available at hand here at the start of round 22. Things have certainly slowed down a little bit. Rien's has to deal with a reveal here. Will be tested.
Yeah, what the fudge is he
Oh,
doing?
the
Get out
paranoia.
here.
But no chance to capitalize.
Yeah,
on
Boo,
it.
you're
That looked
dead.
Good. And now Boo looks dead. He is.
Bailing out his teammate. Here is his demise.
But he's bought time for the rotation. I don't know if that's enough of a silver lining.
I think now
Why can't they just go
Silver have
B?
no reason to really fully commit behind this. Maybe waiting for an exploration. Here is he. Caught off guard a little bit. Woo. We'll find two.
3v2.
Sights open. This could be the first nail in the coffin here in this map. Kosh Maras, operator there, gonna have to try and use that on the retake. Benji coming in,
gotta go
does have the
huge.
ult though. We talked about this man, he is fired up today, he wants this. But Eternal Fire hunting.
But Rien's
They
has
can
been
sense the
not
blood
here.
in the water. And they have no mercy. Kosh Maras just trying to play his life. Clears one, spots the second, very diligent.
What do you have?
Fabian now on the chopping block. Ult goes in, this should be game on.
What the fudge are you peeking for?
Problem solving, but Benji doesn't check deep enough in the corner. Not done just yet.
You're my silver ranked teammates. What are you doing?
Benji brought to 14 HP.
What the fudge is he doing?
They're able to find number 10.
Why are they cheating and off for? What are you doing?
Kills for him.
It's because he was in Vise?
Really fast, but
Just don't peek. Play your fudging secondary.
fall at the final hurdle.
What the fudge am I watching?
Neki almost considering the knife in a situation there.
Feels like
Would
we'd
have
had
been
it
a
too.
wild
Yeah, two
divorce.
fudging last
It
time
would
I
have
was
been
there.
wild.
Holy shiz.
Well, speaking of all of what happened then, we did see Benji
Are we gonna
sort
have
of go
like
through, which
3
was kind of key
OTs
to the
today?
outcome, right? Fire, it doesn't really matter. These guys
What the
can
fudge is
convert these
happening,
sort of
man?
rounds.
It is the
It's not
worst
the
shiz
judge
I
has
ever
it
seen
big.
in my
half
or and a
hour.
half.
It's just, yeah.
Roll the dice, see if they
Bet.
have it. Izzy one away from ult.
Yeah.
You never know.
You buy
Bop.
What's just Rien's buying? Was that a save gun?
All right,
What is this?
Pacey start, trying to keep it concealed, at least.
He probably got like Hoshmeres to buy him, no?
Towards C with it as well.
No, that doesn't make sense. He bought like
Here gonna try and maybe
Boo or some shows.
Didn't get him. Swing.
It hurt though.
Down to 31, but won't be shut down, and Benji removes Izzy.
Okay,
there's
but
on.
how's Echo the one on 31 HP opening up the C site? And that's a grab of a gun.
Boo, what the fudge is that positioning?
I think he did.
Well, they're all coming over this side now. Woot is here.
Where's the off?
Joined by Rien's.
Okay, finally you have a Rien's round.
Stuff from Rien's. There it is.
Thank God, Rien's. What happened to the off? Did they not grab it?
But now,
I could have sworn Echo just grabbed it, no?
Or do we go OT? Get yourself locked in on this one. This is qualifiers. This is the last ticket to London.
What happened?
Of course there could be OT in map 1.
Oh, it fell in the
wall.
here.
And the buyer's back in place with Eternal Fire. And they've got big ults to play with.
Big ultimates to invest
Good Rien's round.
Take up, let's go, boys. Come on.
Rien's, we need that Fnatic clutch. I'm not gonna lie, we need that shiz.
An absolute bloodbath here in 24.
We need Heretics to win it so my bracket isn't cooked.
I didn't like the bot before.
And then we need Paper X to win.
Don't know if I'm going to like it again.
And then we need MIBR to win, and we don't have to play ranked.
Benji getting
But if Heretics lose, then we need NRG to go on a run, bro.
All this space, it will call in the rotation here. Rien's at least sends out a probe. It will catch. See, Boo's on a much more passive angle, but needs this first.
Dead.
Gonna get away from the showstopper.
He's trying, and I mean, luckily enough for Heretics, actually, he sent
Do you
it
have
towards
an
CT for
opportunity there?
Fabian. And now Koshmar has the position.
Your ass.
Outdone by Fabian, and then the burst on CT clears Benji. It's a
GG.
beautiful pressure play from Eternal Fire. That is so damn
Nice.
good. 13-11.
We're so close to being caught up now.
Insane, Lord, to see how quickly. Looking like a.
Oh, I thought I skipped pistol, thank God.
Fresher look here towards Fracture. We continue with the trend that is as expected for them. Obviously starting here, Benji gets a little bit of info. Actually, priority sent towards Dish here, and elsewhere, Heretics looking to go forwards out of main. 2 players to potentially catch here, Echo and Ordaz.
Yeah, but do you catch them off guard? They are so damn sharp right now. Yes, you do.
You're
Ordaz
dead.
down on 11.
Yes.
Still gets the second.
Still drags Koshmaras to the grave. Izzy with
I
3 heads-up work here, taking early space towards A main,
Now, if they read
facilitating
this,
a safe
if
path.
they read this space into spawn, Fabian actually just shifting his focus there.
Where are you going?
Give away some info here in terms of steps, but faking it.
Wow.
That comes back in.
Okay, gonna at least know it's only one. Could be someone on the corner joining him, which there is now, but he's drawn 2 players here, but he can't just land the shots. It's just not working out for him. Little frenzy switch up should. I mean, it should be pretty telling how many players are there. And it doesn't really seem to matter as Fabian's connected a beautiful shot.
Nice.
And Rien's, well, this is going to be incredibly hard for him to work back in on. Yeah, very proactive in the post-plant there as well for Eternal Fire.
Certainly, like I said, if they read that space in towards spawn, but Fabian actually makes the right decision here in terms of
I
clearing
don't remember
out
if Heretics played this against Fnatic.
space elsewhere. The fact that Ordaz
Can I look it
finds
up?
the second
I'm
kill
scared.
here. Well, not his second, but the second of this engagement.
How far are we behind? An hour?
Absolutely
5.
crucial.
It could be over. I'm not gonna lie.
Just at the right time, because that's the big win condition here for Heretics is pressure in towards that backline, removing some of the opportunities. Again, they don't know.
Yeah,
Eternal Fire
if
don't
Rian
know that
shows
they
up, I
have
think
that
they
space
win
just
last
yet.
round. I completely blazed out. What was I gonna say?
Pistol round posted here at least. Only classics.
Yeah, I don't care if they played against
Heretics
Fnatic. Actually, I
going
don't.
forward with a scope here. To maybe farm up on this round 2. It's only Benji over towards the other side of the map. Shorty in hand for him. You see that purchase come through. Actually, yes, he's going to tuck himself up into tower.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing too much movement from him. They are heading this way. Izzy, however, does get Rien, so does that reignite any interest? I'm not sure. As it stands, bit of a rotation from Boo, but by all rights, they have the tools to be able to clear this out.
Heretics might lose, actually.
They
Don't want to
shouldn't.
see anybody go towards tower, to be honest.
they
Fabian
don't have
probably
to.
Keep
just looking
118
for the
in mind.
second orb. You can already see the progress made. 1 kill, and he's going to get himself up. to
Actually, I
just
do
missing.
care if they played against Fnatic,
So
actually.
1 kill on the board and the second orb. Get himself very close towards a showstopper already.
Yeah.
I saw America's. I'm not gonna lie, I saw a tiny bit of America's map.
Just going to be behind the initial players. Koshmaras takes a shot in the dark, doesn't quite work out, and it's simple. Until then, it is simple. Yeah, Echo going to make his position known, but by all rights, Fabian going to have ult, and they'll be happy enough with this one.
Yeah,
I'm clicking on the wrong thing for fud's sake.
Absolutely huge. Again, certainly an opportunity on Fracture to do just that in terms of that first
Oh
whole
my gosh,
cycle in particular.
my PC has a virus or something.
That's a big one
I
to
do
find
got a
here,
piss
being
too.
a showstopper.
Nice. Okay, good stuff.
Here's the big one though.
All right, this is where it gets a bit more interesting. The bonus.
Yeah, don't be celebrating too early, bro.
Majority, but
very flush.
Not much to be really concerned about on the other side. No one operating.
I mean, you look at the inventory, and then you have the showstopper on top.
Yeah.
This is a massive
So is the
opportunity.
Big old stack though from Heretics. 4-1
is
again, they
decider
could
like
run
who
this.
picks it? Just a coin flip, like a
It's a
side,
target-rich environment.
like
I think he
attack or
knows it now, he
defense?
certainly will, as they're going to be able to see that there's
Like
more
attack
than
slash
they can do
defense?
forward.
Is it like coin
Yeah,
flip?
but is he then just going to find more and more?
Oh, it might be
Woot and
GG.
Boo fall. And it's a 3v2. Rien's, yes, maybe ahead of expectation, but still checked on. Ordaz, so hot to this. They figured this out so quick.
Benji now 1v3. Izzy will be the easy target. Just to get over that first hurdle, and he won't. Izzy
Paper
shuts
X
it
versus
down.
T1 will be very
3K
good.
to convert
Unless
the
Buzz
bonus
fell
here.
off, because on the full
Eternal
sense
Fire.
match, he was not there.
Like I said, carrying that momentum across from a great comeback, a resurgence in that first map for sure. Like Heretics, absolutely the ones in control.
Guys, 20 minutes into
Yet to
America's.
get off the starting block here on their own pick. The last thing you want to do is give them the opportunity to give it on stage as well.
Who did the weird thing again? Pacific with their matchup?
The one thing that I've seen recently
Because
as well,
T1 was in the
mentioned doing
lowers.
this, like stand up, point and laugh,
Like
and
T1
it's-
versus
it
full
would go over
sense
the face of the earth. I'm here desperate.
were the
I'm
lowers,
finding
and there
a
was a team
hometown
here, but
event for me,
T1
etc.
dropped here
From
in the
a,
uppers.
A UK event.
It's like RQ or something.
And
I
you've
don't
got,
remember.
you've got basically the Epic Land treatment, actually.
Is America's the same weird shiz?
This is Counter-Strike Source at its finest, basically. At this
Either
point.
MIB or
The mental warfare
lose.
is out and about.
It will be like NRG versus
At
MIB.
this junction, though, it's a very early timeout for Heretics. You know, this is when you've got to really switch on. I don't think those 4-1s were particularly working.
I just hate
think they're
America's. Do we
just
watch
getting
America's or
outdone here by
Pacific
all
first?
rights. There's only so many ways you can kind of skin this.
Pacific's so long, bro. They're so good.
Pistols at least.
So good that it always goes to 3 maps.
On the side of Heretics, a scope in hand for Woot. SMG for Koshmaras. Certainly want to do damage here, prevent probably a bit of a cushion developing, but it's already there. to be
Blood,
honest.
tell
Look
me the
I mean, you
percentage.
look at that bonus
Tell me the percentage.
purchase and how well-rounded it is.
What's the current poly
Already done the
market win
hard work
rate?
In terms of this opening stretch of rounds. It would require heroics.
Oh, it's over.
Somebody on the side of Heretics
They
to
lost
really
the
have a
bonus,
say in
it's
the matter.
over.
Fabian continuing little PvE experience. Go around and farm up further progress.
Again, this just feels like there's no pressure on Eternal Fire the way they're playing. And when you're
Well,
getting
I mean,
everything
this is the sort of thing, right? If you if you
I
put
would
back
like
in
to
your
work
shell
out
these
tonight
opening rounds on defense,
for work.
a team can just go and farm these orbs for free.
Yep. And nice work from Benji there with the support of Wu a little, but he's just going to try and play out how he can here. Going to do a bit of damage, but the site should be cleared. It's re-enter with the Sheriff to maybe do something, but Eternal
what the
Fire
fudge.
down to 2. Fabian and Izzy suddenly in a situation they probably didn't expect. They
Of course,
do still
Heretics
have
win
the
a
spike.
thrifty
They
now.
have Sight.
And no upgrades found in that exchange.
Yeah, hard to get these upgrades too. Maybe the most
They don't need
likely to
upgrades,
be
bro.
potentially the one by Arcade, but even then, tricky to gather. Do we have Molly with Boo? Rienz, I don't know where that
Oh,
one's gonna
Cosmos
come,
is
but I
full
imagine not
util. They
particularly
probably
soon.
win, actually.
So this could be farming for Fabian.
Here it
Sun
is.
comes in, he actually does catch that. There's an opportunity here, and there it is.
Bullshit.
Making something of nothing. They're not done yet, Heretics.
Absolutely what was needed. We talked about not being able to establish a cushion. This one will force out a full repurchase here. And a conversion here on just odds and ends for an Amoda Thrifty. Get themselves on the board here. on fracture. Just what the doctor ordered.
Come on. Nice! Let's go! Let's go! Come on! Nice work. Let's go, baby. Come on.
A situation where usually Eternal Fire looks so good in terms of getting that initial pressure onto site, find a kill, but it's Heretics that actually find some scrappy shots here. Rians with the Sheriff doing a ton of damage. And a great paint shell going out from Woot as well.
Gonna need a couple more of those though. So we are going to be checking in, talking about pressure on the Heretic side. How are those comms holding up under all of this newfound pressure?
Wait, come, I'm coming to you. Wait, let's push Kosh on shift. I'm with you. Guys, we're pushing him.
Yeah, one,
two. I'm with you, bro. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, that's two.
Okay. I don't see anything.
Might be hiding close.
Good break. Come peek. Come. Let's win this round.
Yes. They have off, guys.
Come on the side.
Yes. Go through B long.
Bait planted. Bait side.
Can you jiggle for the op quickly?
He's dead.
Yeah, he's holding.
Okay, I'm gonna pee. Okay.
That was so bad. I thought that was a timeout. I don't know why I'm so zoned out.
I mean, that was a hard start there, really. You could see they were desperately trying to help Woot out, who was left on an island for so long. And obviously, you have to meticulously clear on the other side.
And this is why it's so
Hey, if it
difficult
goes
to play against a
2-0,
team like this that are just so
America's
willing.
quicker.
Pretty light investment in terms of
Might as
util
well.
here
It's
to
good.
just
It's
take these
G2,
dry
which we're queuing
fights.
for, and
the round is
MIBR.
almost concluded based on
Even though I think
that first
MIBR is so
engagement.
ass. But at least they'll get to an international,
finding a
because Lev
fourth
is
here.
so bad.
Very
If you think
comfortable in
Lev
terms of
looked
this whole
good against
cycle
Fury,
now.
you gotta know how
Look at what's
fudging
available.
ass Fury is.
Just
Oh
missing
my
one
gosh,
for
they're so
Echo.
ass.
Would be the full
Think
house.
envy level
Other
ass.
side for Heretics,
Not
similar
the end,
situation, but
where they played
finances
against
don't really
MIBR,
reflect
the
that.
rest.
They still get a buy. I think they're going
I
to
mean,
be
of
missing.
sorts, yeah. I mean, Woot's obviously going to invest in here. Koshmaris doesn't need to.
I think I should pull up nerves.
See almost
Just let's
value
put up that
found here.
fucking MIBR game.
Not
Or
from Weapon
Fury
Reload.
versus Lev.
Strength in this ult cycle. I said this earlier on this year, but like Fabian has to be the worst.
I didn't even
person to
see
play against on
EU
the
was
stage.
doing that bad either.
Him and Yampy.
Oh my, Ardson went
I'm full
crazy.
reclined, I'm
But look
full
at
out
this
of it.
shiz.
Is he on the line?
Nerve bottom frag next to Koala. What did I just press on?
See him explore this A main
Right?
approach, but
Did they get
probably where they were
2-0?
ahead here. Maybe noticing
No,
that
Fury
paint shot.
somehow won this shiz, by the
Fancy
way.
it Going forward.
Next game, Nerve 1 in 18. Koala
Boom.
7-15.
In rotation here, has to get back towards the B side.
4-14. 3-14. Nerve actually top frag.
Tower position.
Top frag.
Disrespecting
Why is the KD weird?
No, and look at the pace. Echo does really well, but the reactions
Like,
make
what is
it.
this? Why is it
Benji's
being
still
weird?
got some security. Does he try and make a play on
Why is
this
the
one? He doesn't have
3-14
to.
dude up there?
Maybe otherwise it wasn't smoked. Opportunities back in it.
My bad.
Heretics.
I just want to see how ass this fucking Fury plays. Like, if you got your IGL
Again,
top
just
fragging,
completely
your whole team's
unconsidered. No
cooked.
coverage in terms of the smokes
Your
here.
whole team's cooked.
He's opened a crucial gap. As part of this
Boo's
Eternal
done
Fire
very
execution,
well.
yeah. Again, the first one pivotal, but to clean things up here.
Alright, Boo.
Paint Shell sent in a little lazy here between Fabian and Ordaz. But again, Boo finding the kill.
You gotta love
What
the
he does from
passion.
Canteen forces the adjustment, right? They have to really address that situation.
And it also saves the player in tower, right? Benji could have been easily overwhelmed, then easily traded in on, but Boo's positioning a little more niche in application, but early show of force towards A, and actually just very direct, maybe hoping they get that 4-1 split, but they're going to draw out the ult.
Good play.
Slows down the hit.
Big win for Eternal Fire,
It's a
actually.
rotation, but Koshmar's going to catch the other side of it. And they tried to scale up through main. The re-explore from Rien's felt a little individual.
Echo
and
gets that!
He still gets another.
Yeah,
Taking
Echo's
away
showing up, it
Woot
might
on
be
the
2-0.
deathbed, leaving it in a 3v3.
Like, he barely
Vibe
showed
goes
up. He
in
showed
and
up
having
near
no
the
security
end
on the
with
cross.
Lotus.
In here, Heretics obviously keen to get back behind this now. Benji does have an information tool to invest, and he absolutely will. Camera now removed.
Wizzy, come on, man.
Yeah,
Still
it might be
getting
over.
away with that sort of work just seems wild. How does Benji and Koshmaras try and figure this one out? Got him cornered to side.
You have
but
stun? No, you
trading
just
it
have slide.
effectively
He's
against
cooked.
the three. I mean, Izzy's hitting some worldy shots. They're going to see the boat down and one.
Yeah, they threw that.
Benji
This dude's dumping his util in smoke. He's so ass. Whoever's dumping their fudging ammo in smoke is throwing. They played that so well. Heretics played that so well. Like, we can just go back and watch this. Who is it? Is he just dumping his thing and you fudging smoke? This is what you don't want to do. He's feeling it. He's feeling it. Reload. Benji's gonna get this guy. Guy reloading, 1 HP. Yeah, they threw that so hard, man. Holy shit, they threw that. Was that after the timeout too? Oh my gosh.
Some of these crosshair placements allowing Benji Fishy to clean up here.
The second shot.
God, that's crazy from Echo.
Did they not know Benji's location?
When Boo falls, you just think,
No, they did because Cypher ult.
Fabian's aware of the possibility behind the divide. Somebody would still get up towards Dish.
Yeah, that was bad. That was really bad.
Strikes at just the right time. Great flip in a 2v3 for them.
Unbelievably bad.
Will force Eternal Fire back down to odds and ends in terms of the buy here, but certainly no adjustment in terms of the initial pace.
Nah, they've got that in mind. Not much is going to stop them here. Only going to note one. Ooh, they cop a little bit of damage, but mostly gets out with his life. Doesn't give him much of a look towards the A site either. That spike's drifting over towards the B side of this map. There's Eternal Fire. Try and regroup here. Poshmaras up towards tower. He called into action. And now you've got to be careful of that cross. You can see Rien's even being tempted into a peek there. Neki, that's a teammate. Happens.
Fire.
Yeah, that, however, isn't. But a lovely overrun. Down. Yeah, Neki's done exceptionally well there. Suddenly that plant becomes a reality. This round becomes a reality.
Eyes on Fabian here in the back lines as well. He has to shut down this. Yes, he does find Wu.
And now this has gone from bad to worse, right? Everything lining up for Eternal Fire, though. Rien's and Boo.
Ouch.
I mean, you can see that Eternal Fire don't feel comfortable for the plant just yet. Maybe just waiting a moment, getting everyone in the right place. Boo's position becoming a little bit readable at this point as Fabian waiting to see if Rien's does try and progress. Smoke gonna go down. And then
Yeah, he's got disrespected.
Fabian's got it. Eternal Fire, not down, not out.
We'll see. 3 more rounds, 4 more rounds, 4 more rounds.
Fabian's position absolutely crucial.
It's not over yet. I heard this could come back.
In terms of conversion, I'm not even sure. Was it? Did he pick up an operator from?
I'm above another monster, bro.
Then Echo actually the one to come back and
I got to clean up my room just a tiny bit because it's been like 2 days. I had like candy all over the floor.
And Fabian makes that operator, puts it to work. Certainly not letting their foot off the gas just yet.
It's just the synergy with Eternal Fire as well. So good with it. Stack for Heritage.
Throw that back there.
A lot of players here. Fabian already dismantling one. Eyeing up a
My
second
shit is like this.
Eternal Fire trying to stem the bleed a little
This
bit.
here,
There's an advantage
this
here.
here.
Heretics, they want to pressure. Moving further in advance. That might be their mistake. It might
there.
be their downfall now. Neki on an
It's
island,
better.
gonna fall. But is he in the back line? He's gonna pry away.
Still peeking it.
Nice shot.
Is he? Never gonna back down. As Benji might be forced to surrender, you're not going to expect this, Echo. With a knife to the back, basically, at this point. What a round from Izzy.
One of those situations where it's like, an operator guy's just like
That's my phone
overwhelmed.
out, actually.
Get onto him, force him to retreat, create a little bit of discomfort, but there's none of that for Izzy.
He loves it.
What the fudge?
It's just insane to see him in some of these situations.
God.
Beautiful stuff.
A scam message.
By all rights, in any other situation, any other team,
It's the right decision.
mind
It's the
it.
right decision.
Here, check out this message.
The reposition here being on the neon, able to slip off that deeper angle.
Oh my gosh.
And just like that, heavy stack dismantled. And Heretic.
Yeah, read the no response is received by May 15th.
Enforcement
Enforcement measures may proceed automatically without further notice, including driver's license restriction. Bro, I'm 21. I don't have a driver's
One away
license.
from another showstopper.
Jeez.
He's getting the amount of value he's able to find in terms of the downtime year. You know, exactly that.
driver's
Creates
license
as well,
scan,
the team
man.
that's willing
Oh
to
my
play
god.
like this.
Yeah,
I mean,
let
so
me
you
pay
speak about
my
that even bigger
let me
picture.
pay my
You've
ticket
got
for
Izzy
my
just
driver's
popping off
license.
like that, 2 big kills, you're stacked in the right
Come on,
place. If you're
guys, try
Heritage,
harder
you're
than
feeling like
that.
you're on for something, and then you're going to be broken financially off the back too. Right, this could be like a mental tilter for them. This is a very hard one to recover from unless they convert this round, which I don't put the same amount of credit to them, but you can see they're buying a little around it. They're not quite
We want to
sure.
do some damage.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, with Fabian down on no credits, I mean, Ordas should really be cycling a rifle.
Bro,
across
how do you
there,
even
but
get this number? But you ran the plates
would
on
protect
my
full buy to follow.
car.
We'll have to see what Ordas ends up with.
Hey, is the numbers hooked up to this random number? Come on, guys, try harder than that. Like, say, like, my Ride Games account has been compromised.
Last time it was, what, Benji and Wu? I think you were able to do something about it, but... Oh,
no.
That's a problem. That is a problem. Izzy with a freebie. And now the issues are going to compound. Fabian's there so fast. There was the neon for a second, it's not. Gosh, Moraz, though. Okay, able to hold to tower. I don't think you're going to be able to hold much more unless he does something wild here. Yeah, not going to work out. Fabian just on the case so fast.
It's like the Terminator, just swinging onto these
7-3.
angles. No respect for
Two more.
any sort of threat in terms of the upgrades on this lighter buy.
What was I checking?
From
Phone
Heretics.
percent.
We'll
I
get
need
the
to touch my
showstopper
headset though.
available.
Not this.
Take a
My
single
headphones.
point of damage in that exchange. Boo, unfortunately, I won't bank on him finding the consolation, especially here dealing with a reveal. Going to be revealed, but find the first at least. Neki shut down. More for me.
Yeah, how dare you down. But at 7-3, the scoreline's starting to look bleak for Heretics. You're going to have a couple rounds from Eternal Fire. They'll always have like an individual pop-up anyway, right? There'll be one round in the second half. So you need buffer. You can't afford going down any further.
Will they though?
There's a buyback in
I mean,
place.
because the thing is as well, it's
Are we for
just
certain?
enables
Are we for sure?
stupidness on the
Yes.
defense. And just
Yes,
the
it does.
proactivity, you can you can get so weird with some of the set pieces.
Absolutely. Well, it looks direct. We've got Fabian with that showstopper if needed. And last time it worked out well, but it's Izzy already going to find Kosh Moraz. He's going to open up the account, and there we go. It is pacing from the get-go. Izzy is just unrelenting. The only strike back coming in the form of Wu and Boo. But the sight in exchange is a valuable trail that they will take.
Okay, it's just 120 on the clock. They're able to find 3 kills and the plant. Heretics just have to bow down.
8-3.
2 versus 3 though. Converted previously. It's Benji and Boo this time around.
Launching smoke.
1 kill will give him an ult.
Trying to add a little deception and maybe pull away Izzy from the angle, but it won't take long. And Neki is there.
They're broke.
Safety in numbers
9-3.
at 8-3.
Nice try,
Eternal
Heretics.
Fire just kicking up a gear.
At least we get to
Certainly leading
Americas
into
quicker.
The amount of pressure they've put onto Heretics now. That will be a
I think
broken
I've worked in 9
buy
hours. Or
in
5, 9
round 12
hours.
here.
8 now.
Izzy, it's
6,
just this adjustment
7
is
hours.
just
Fudged my
beautiful.
math.
Like I said, these rounds just are decided by a kill or two, or even just an angle, forcing somebody off an angle and allowing Eternal Fire to scale up so quickly. And it throws off some of these protocols, right, in terms of defending. You kind of have to wing it in a lot of these situations, which is where things like the pressure, momentum, they become massive factors. Big investment here, maybe to catch a heavy stack. It doesn't amount to anything.
Okay.
Nice mark.
That'll certainly help. Already looking at a 5v4. Plant going to come in, and we are looking at Wu.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
Minus set v4. Plant going to come in, and we are looking at Wu. Trying to set things
Whose
up.
voice is that?
We need to make sure this is not going out to stream just very quickly. I'm going to talk
It
really
is.
loudly to make sure it's not. Neki there is going to be the one to find Kosh Moraz.
It is.
Eternal Fire. Oh, it's Neki all day long. It doesn't matter which player it is. Be it
Wait,
Izzy,
what
be
is
it
going on
Fab-
with the stream?
Fire. Oh, loudly to make sure it's. We need. Trying to set v4. Plant going to come in, and we are looking at Wu. Trying to set things up. We need to
Oh shiz, it's the coaching.
make sure this is not one to find Kosh Moraz. Eternal Fire. Oh, it's Neki all day long. It doesn't matter which player it is, be it Izzy, be it Fabian, be it any of them. They are doing wonders right now. Benji
It's one of the
and Rienz,
coaches, Heretics
trying to
coaching
do
stuff.
anything you can. Dig deep enough. Neki is devastating. Rienz in a 1v3.
They want to give him the ace. He's got it to seal the deal on a 9-3 half. Absolutely insane performance coming out of
Do
Eternal
they redo
Fire,
that? What do they even do about that? It's just a leave.
We are going to be handing it down to an
I did
interview with a
25.
Team Heretics fan.
A dead pixel on my screen?
Heretics 4.
Brother, who is this guy? Who is that?
really being dictated to here on Fracture. Their pick,
It's
Nino
over,
reminds
GG.
me.
At least we can get Americas faster.
We're gonna take
Well,
a
let's wait for
quick
Pistol,
look in here
actually.
with Eternal Fire's comms here in round 1.
Koşuyor. Üst bir yeme daha. Main koşuyor, main koşuyor. Bana ver.
Koşuyorum ben full oldum.
Oh, production.
Sizleri vuracağım. Dog atacağım. İki daha atacağım. Ne olmayacağım sonra? Atladı, atlayacağım. Atlayacağım. Atla. Ne yapayım ya?
Net geldi.
4 side, 4 hepsi side, hepsi 4 side.
Now let's shut our ass up for a couple
All right,
rounds.
big boy Boo doing some damage. Where's that just come from? Out of nowhere, getting on the board, getting the ball rolling in the second half.
Let's wait for the bonus.
Hopefully an indication here of Heretics' early intent
It
to
is
take
attack sided, so
control back.
not talk too soon.
Long road ahead of them for sure.
But 9-3 is a lot,
Convincing
though.
Pistol round to post here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! Let's go!
Eternal Fire certainly with a chance to shut this down, but see a little bit of frustration here. Maybe a misdecision made here in terms of the plan, but again, no harm, no foul. Still a comfortable lead here.
Oh, God.
Well,
I'm scared.
if Rienz' rifle gets onto that angle. Or Woot's scope, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. But why am I terrified? Because it's still a 3v3, by the way, and Woot's 21 HP.
Always a threat with these guys, always.
It doesn't matter the buy. It doesn't matter the round. They are terrifying. And they're getting active. I think they made a step there, so I might have to cancel on that. But still, this isn't out of the woods for Heretics. They are looking scared. Gosh, Moraz going to give them a kill, which should give them a bit more faith. But hesitation being shown here, and maybe rightly so. Gotta be careful of Tower now. Daz looking for a way forward.
Fabian tagged. Down to 8 HP now. Try and just create as much pressure as possible as they can.
Oh, it's fine. Everything's good,
Yes,
man.
Josh
It's all
Maras to find that
good.
one,
It's all
Benji,
good. Had
to
it the whole
clean up.
time. I'm so scared of this team.
It's, yeah. A real chance here to run away with this round.
Taken.
Will make the buyback in uncomfortable. Rifles in hand for Eternal Fire, and the Ghost purchased previously means Izzy won't have a shield here. Actually, no, sorry, he hadn't bought one. I was just thinking.
We're back to doing this shiz, huh? Oh my gosh. I guess we just sit here, though. Well, it's taking a lot longer than I thought now. Let's see if it's working. What do we open to test it? No, it's completely dead. Everything's dead. I'm dead. Everything's dead. How do you check, Whoa. Did I leak anything there? What do you mean no internet? We're doing this shiz again? Give me a sec.